it up and just, check the technique.
He's
see
a
how he
fucked
goes.
up golfer, so he'd probably be pretty sharp, actually.
Yeah, bit of good hand-eye.
Yeah.
It's different when that Titleist is coming at you at 130 Ks.
The fresh kookaburra just steaming in off a hard deck. No, that'd be. I'd love to see that, actually. But yeah, Zave, lovely young fella, and he's an all-round, like you said, just a sports superstar, kind of like Shane Warne. He's got to pick his lane here, and I'm stoked that he's picked surfing because he's a fantastic surfer, and hope he's enjoying his time up here on the Gold Coast, just not getting too faded in this last little run of swells.
Nah.
You can hear the Victorian accent from a mile away, Smith.
You can, that's right. Not to mention the Victorian complexion. Let's hope he's keeping those freckles well slip-slopped and slapped as we see Dave McGrath hacking and fat-backing out there on a piddly 2-foot burger that you don't think is going to go into his top-scoring rides.
This event it is a lot of relaxed vibes, a lot of fun, until you're in fourth, like the Ibis, narrowly getting pipped by fellow club elder, Squiddy McGrath. I'm expecting fireworks in this last 4 minutes, Smith.
Yeah, impressed by Damien Healy. He's an older gent, but as we were saying yesterday, still a bit of lead left in the pencil there. He was putting up some really competitive heat totals yesterday. Cruzy was kind of giving us the rap on his form leading into the event. Packing some Mondo cones for an older gent.
He packed some Mondo cones at Kira the other day with a wry smile on his face, wearing his North End Weddy proud down there in the southern quadrant. It's a brave move, but he pulled it off. He pulled it off well. Here we go. Clap him in. The captain, James Lewis.
Jimmy Lewis, El Presidente.
Absolute shocker this morning, but he's delivering us coffee, so we'll thank him for that.
The microbiome's been absolutely torched, but the complexion, he's still looking plenty golden brown, isn't he?
He's still the best looking bloke on the point by a long shot. Get a camera on him.
Get a camera on him and those steampunk Oakley goggles he's flaring. Straight out of the Burning Man desert into the furnace of the Single Fin Festival.
Ibis, he needs this and he knows it. Oh!
One and done. Yeah. That's not going to change the
Johnny Gillette. Now, he's one of my young upstarts here.
Latte gut searching for it, but he's lost in the froth. Typical.
He's made too many macchiatos for JG this morning. He needs help. Did you say Burning Man or Burleigh Man?
Burleigh Man?
I think that's festivities here.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Yesterday afternoon.
There's definitely been a couple of effigies getting torched on the rocks here. Well, I don't know if they're real or fake. I couldn't tell what was going on, but there's some torched units getting around here.
Jimmy, is that a single fin? He's whipping it around.
Where did he find that little...
that board, I need a birth certificate check on that surfboard. He looked connected.
Mate, they are not famous for their grovelling ability, the single fins, but geez, they're putting them through their paces out here, the boys. I feel like I saw Shane Horan around the contest site, and we were discussing it yesterday. I feel like he came up with the ultimate single fin grovel prototype, the Laser Zap. For all of its, detractors, one thing it did kind of bring to the single fin game was it brought the ability to grovel and hop and generate speed out of gibberish conditions.
You ever find yourself on a McCoy Zap?
I never did. I've observed them. No, they were around. There was a lineage of surfer that was strangling the life out of that prototype.
Still is.
Well into the 90s and noughties. Much to the chagrin and kind of degradation from the rest of the surfing community down there. That would become your nickname in the area. You just become known as McCoy if you rode McCoys, and you didn't want to get tagged with that nickname. It was, it was a surfing design that it had its place for a short amount of time. But
hold up, what's Latte Guts got for us? Big first hook. Oh, he's really tried his heart out there. The extracurricular activities might have got the better of him yesterday afternoon. The training regime went out the window. And he'll be disappointed with that. I think that, the debrief with Johnny's going to be hard.
But yeah, I think my favourite era of Shane Horan and the Laser Zap was actually at the single fin events there, which is where I started my commentating career. Watching Shane on a, 5'10" Laser Zap winged keel with straps, but paddling. So paddling in with straps and grovelling the bejesus out of the Bondi Rip Bowl there. Experimental design, experimental surfing.
Experimental era.
As we see Xavier Huxtable ripping one off the top on the outside corner.
And that'll be it for this heat.
Tough going out there on this low tide, but we're expecting conditions to improve as the tide fills in. And the bank kind of starts to hug the rocks a bit more. Now that outside corner, it's not looking very appetising at the moment, it stays.
No, the young fellas made it look fun then, and the young old boy Squiddy looked like squeaking through in third.
Tropical cyclone, Seth, this is the remnants of it, but you were there for the absolute guts of it. You were standing in the bowels of the beast when the microbiome was supercharged. How did it look from your perspective there at Kira?
I was actually shitting myself early in the morning. It was the biggest I'd seen it in a while, and it's been a while since there's been a wave over sort of head height. Actually, no, that's a lie, but you know what I mean. It's always a different scenario when there's 10 minutes worth of wash-throughs every 5 minutes. But no, it was definitely, once that tide filled in and dropped off, there were some amazing rides. Not by myself personally, but you know, it's always nice to see Mick and Parko and those guys in the flesh. You know, seeing it on TV is one thing, but then you know, to watch them do it in a live setting like that, they're fucking pretty good.
It's pretty remarkable, isn't it? There's something that's lost in translation when you're watching the clips as opposed to when it's happening in front of your eyes and you're poking your head over the shoulder as they're knifing one at 8 foot Kira. It was big, tall Kira, not the widest, thickest Kira you've ever seen. But mate, I saw a photo last night of Mikey Wright. I think it was on Shagger, Simon Safigna's. How do you say his last name?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
On his Instagram there, and it's the tallest Kira I've ever seen. It looks like backdoor. Looks like kind of like a 10 foot tall Kira Cone, just stretched out, like as good of a photo of Kira as I've ever seen. Just a remarkable shot. It's just strange. The sheer size of the tube is crazy for that part of the world.
Definitely.
It's not really synonymous with
Jared Tutton was another standout that
really?
morning. He's got
mate, Jared Tutton is on one, dude.
He's gnarly.
He's going from shooting elk and go to a bow and arrow in the backcountry straight into cyclonic cones. What a maniac. That's
here
living,
we go. Local paramedic Lincoln Taylor up and riding. This is going to be a cracker. Moses Legrice was on fire yesterday. I watched that heat with you and Cruzy in the booth. Cruzy also on fire. Hopefully we get him in again later.
Yeah, West Oslord. He was one of the form surfers yesterday.
Yeah, all that Trig Beach. True. Really paying off for him.
Trig Beach, Grovel Academy.
Yeah.
Damon Hayes Academy of Groveling over there at Trig Beach.
Yeah. Oh, there we are,
Shout
the
out
boys.
to Damo. Mad. On the Rainbow Coffees this morning down here at the Burleigh Pavilion.
Should be open soon, eh?
Yeah, the freak show's about to begin down here.
You've been doing your sit-ups, haven't you?
Oh, have I? What? Looking like a condom full of walnuts, Uncle Smithy.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the 7 wonders of the world down here, this balcony. Grateful to be up here. It's a fantastic view. And I don't know, Smith, you've done a few laps around the world. How does this natural amphitheatre rate for you up there?
It's right up there. The ambience, the mise en scene of the Burleigh Pavilion zone here. It's incredible. It's it's a gentrifying area, but they've added a layer of class and the Cafe Del Mar soundtracks, the Aperol spritzers, and rushing off to the toilet there to adjust the makeup, powder the nose, be it what you will. It's all happening.
We're adjusting the makeup all day down here.
So yeah, no complaints really. It's changed a lot since I first come up here in, I think it's an 18, 19-year-old camped out there on the couch of Tristan, Snowy, Tobes, a couple of the local core lords there in the kind of classical North End / Burleigh Bong Dungeon. Billabong, that is. Proudly sponsored by Billabong.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Got a nasty case of bed bugs, but a couple cones on the point, so all worth it.
So there's a few names there that haven't aged a day, I don't think.
No, they're embalmed in the local.
They're kind of like
liquid.
well preserved.
Shout out to the local core lords.
Speaking of which, we have a couple in this heat, none other than Jacob Byrne, son of master shaper Ernie Byrne, who's done another couple of fantastic looking crafts that are getting around this event this weekend. I think first prize will be one of those boards, and we might have him up and riding here. My God, there's not a lot of people that can make a single fin look that fun. It's a certain skill, isn't it?
It's a very smooth repertoire of moves even. It's really gutless out there. Hard to find your rhythm, but the good guys are still managing to get it done, as we see.
Here we go, perfect backside surfing here from Lincoln Taylor.
Lincoln Taylor, this Stratty Island paramedic. What a legend in the game.
No, he's a special bloke, Link. He had a pretty noble move recently up in the surf up there. It's one of the big wave spots on the Goldie, and did well to save one of the local boys. And
really,
yeah, without going into too much detail, I think without Lincoln there, we would have lost one of our best and fairest. So yeah, big shout out to Link, and he's a lovely bloke. You couldn't meet a nicer dude.
That's incredible. What was a concussion or a
bit of a knockout? Yeah,
knockout
thankfully not a spinal. Not a lot you can do for that when you're that far away from society and civilization.
Heavy, man.
But yeah, no, Link's a cracker and a fantastic surfer in his own right. But this event is all about performing on the day
and under pressure, and
and at night.
That's right.
I think Lincoln's got it all in spades.
That's right. The paramedics, they know how to work a tough shift under serious pressure, and there is nothing more difficult than a pointy end of the draw heat here at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival. And the Stratty Island native, one of the few backsiders to go deep in the event today. He'll be looking for a big result. I think as the tide fills in, being on your back end, it's not going to be a disadvantage out here. Maybe allow you to generate a bit more energy, get the body lingo, the body talk going, just lever out a few extra points out of these kind of difficult and pretty weak conditions.
It was so weak this morning you had to opt for the extra fin, Smith.
That's right, yes.
Out of line.
I know.
That's all right.
Shameful.
You can go out again this half.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll be doing that. Hopefully the conditions can improve today.
Oh, for sure. If you're at home watching it, wondering if you should come down or not, 100%. The high tide on the Rocky is going to be firing. Come finals time, the event is just going to be at a boiling pot.
Jacob Byrne in the lead. What a crazy surfing family dynasty that is from this part of the world. Well, NZ originally, but relocated here. Alan Byrne and Ian Byrne, responsible for some of the most functional early designs in hollow waves of mortal conequence. And great to see the children, the spawn, flying the flag as we see the man in question ripping a little cutback off the foam and just hopping and popping his way through the inside. Wow, are you kidding me? This is some of the most incredible grovelling you ever likely to see on a single. He's got the bonus section here, though.
He's got it.
Huzzah! Frontside hack. Nice little gouge there.
Speaking of Shane Horan, Matty Job, a student of Shane's.
Ah, really?
You can see it there in that fantastic ride.
Oh, it's Matty Job even. Yeah, it's hard to tell the different colours out there. Red
Definitely.
and pink are almost... I think pink is blue.
I think pink might be black, and Jacob actually rode a wave while Matty was on that wave also. He rode it off the end and got a couple of up and overs. But I think you're going to need to be pretty quick and pretty sharp if you want to surf the shorey. We saw Johnny Gillette, unfortunately, become a victim of this shorey in that last heat. But I think, two different body types there in Jacob Byrne and Johnny Gillette. So maybe Jacob can get going a bit quicker and maybe get a few on the board.
And we've got an absolute icon in the draw right now, Brendan Margison. Wow. The Byron, son of a real estate agent. And, that's probably the least impressive thing about his entire resume. But, yeah, NIAS winner. As we see, Matty Job, end section, hit to completion. But yeah, Margot, I mean, what do we say about the man?
Oh, that recent swell that came through, obviously there was some big visions going down, but the one story that was circulating the lineup the loudest was, did anyone see that last roundhouse that Margot just did?
On a 6-7.
Yeah.
That's just the hunks of fiberglass the big man throws around.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the most iconic surfing manoeuvres I've ever seen pulled off in my lifetime watching this sport was Margot, I think at outside logs or at log cabins, on a 9-0, just ranching the top off one. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Wow.
Do you want to go halves in that, Smith?
No.
Oh, all right. I'll have a whole one.
Legend.
Thank you. Oh, what's in there? Oh, thank you.
That is amazing.
Matty Job on the inside.
Lovely ladies from the Burleigh Single Fin Festival just loaded the boys up with banana cake. Are you kidding me?
Fermented, you reckon?
Looks fairly healthy. Magnifique. But yeah, just the inertia of a man that big in waves of that kind of consequence, throwing turns, like it's a foreign concept to most modern day surfers to consider doing a full-blooded gouge on a 9-0 surfboard. Like, how
Do
crazy
people
is
even
that?
have them in their quivers anymore?
I don't think so. And I don't know how one goes about, repositioning a board that big. It's insane, finding the sweet spot. It's just a bizarre concept, isn't it? Only Margot could pull something like that off.
Yeah. He's going to need to do it on the opposite end of the spectrum today. His board look fucking tiny.
It's about 5'1". But we'll say, and we've got Solly Bailey, Bundjalung man, former World Tour surfer.
Pipeline guru.
Might be the first, well, he'd be the second Indigenous surfer to make the World Tour after Robbie Page. And not the result he would have been hoping for from that rookie season. But
Not really, but there was one wave at the end of his season that I think that's the wave that he wanted to get all year, and it was this fucked up big looking closeout at backdoor that he made. And I think that when you think of Solly Bailey on tour, I think he'd be stoked that he could finish his year like that. You know how the last thing that you do and there's the last thing that you remember, like, it kind of defines the year almost.
Yeah.
And he kind of, to his level, he definitely didn't get where he wanted to go, but he stood up when it fucking mattered.
He's a surfing purist, he's a core lord, so packing one at backdoor as a sign-off is very fitting, and he's just come back up here to the Northern Rivers where he's proceeded to pack go-go gadget cone after go-go gadget cone.
Quite a diverse heat, this one, isn't it? A couple from
Isn't it?
Byron, a couple from Burleigh, one from Perth, and one from North Stratty. What a great event.
It's absolutely stacked heat. I hope the waves turn up for the last 8 minutes of it, because it's a real shame not getting to see Margot flex out here. Some unfortunate incidents yesterday. Jai Glindemann, one of the most stylish surfers on the east coast of Australia, injuring his knee after one wave. Real bummer. He was looking so sharp and beautiful on the single fin yesterday, frankly. So that was a bummer.
What do you make of his surfing just in general?
Mate, it's it's kind of reminiscent of Parko, I guess. It was interesting to see him in the same heat yesterday. It's just a bummer that Glindo couldn't keep his body together for the duration of it. But yeah, incredible surfer. It's quite a strange style, like sleepy but effortless, but critical at the same time. I don't know how he manages to do it. It's very unique. He's a kind of stocky but wiry like physique. That doesn't really make sense. He's short but muscular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. He's got, I think, to be a good surfer, you need to have broad shoulders. I think that's where maybe you and I... Oh, no, you played footy. You're a bit of a weapon. He's got this crazy short, wide rig, and his surfing is just from another planet.
Yeah, incredible flow, incredible feeling. Another guy with Indigenous heritage, I'm pretty sure, through his mother's side there.
Good to see you. I met her this morning. Lovely lady. I'm sad to hear that he hurt himself. I heard he's actually in a bit of pain. So if you're listening in, Jai boy, hope you're all right there, pup, and speedy recovery.
Got a couple up at Kira. That was actually his first surf at Kira. on a
Can you
cyclone swell.
Shut up.
He did pretty
Really?
well, yeah.
How a crew that just do that, go to waves and...
Naturals.
Yeah, what a legend.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. I love that first one he got. Well, it's the first one on his Instagram.
Solly
anyway,
boy.
Just like as we see, is that Matty Job out the
I think
back?
that is Matty Shane Horan Job out the back.
But yeah, I really love that first one he got yesterday, yesteryear, the other month, the other
last
week,
year.
whenever that was. Just this single fin pump through the kind of cappuccino-y section. You know that first bit of foamy section at Kira? It's the most perilous bit, really. It's all the drop and the froth, and then the thing just goes blue and mean and runs off for hundreds of meters of glory. But yeah, he just kind of this tripped out like just effortless stand tall kind of single fin pump through that first bit, and then just set up the next tube section. Such a stylish approach by Glindo on what could have only been.
Oh, Taylor outside.
Wow.
Stop it. One more. Oh, my God. Roll the leads up. That's what you want at the 5-minute mark. The legs will be burning now on the young grasshopper. There we go. Well
Are you
done,
kidding
Link.
me?
That was special. That was a really, really strong wave. Good timing too. Needed it. Big margs. Needed that 9-0 to get through that bit, didn't he?
I reckon. What an exchange that was, though. Lincoln Taylor just going ham. What was that, like 6 or 7 turns he ripped off there? That was mental.
That was gnarly.
That's going to see him rocket up the leaderboard, you'd think.
I think so.
Yeah, so what do we know about this Moses LeGrace character?
Yeah, Mo is a
Yeah, intrigued.
Perth native. Yeah,
Perth.
yeah, good lad. I think
Wow.
he's studying over here and yeah, really enjoying himself. Saw him out, Kira getting a couple, and he looked amazing yesterday. Looks like he's got a great board under his feet. And to be honest, I haven't seen many of his rides here, but he's putting the boys to the sword.
Yeah, a couple of front side kind of power jams yesterday that was sick. Epic body lingo going down.
Yep.
Man, I just have so much respect for Perth surfers. There's hardly any waves there, and yet they still manage to produce some incredible talents. Dave McCauley, former world title runner-up, icon of the Perth surf scene. Tavita Gukulau, Cloudbreak, Kingpin.
Is he from Perth?
Yeah.
Wow.
Toomey's Lord.
Yeah. Is it kind of like you picking up like a bit of a Florida vibe there?
Yeah, well, I guess so. I mean, they're close enough to world-class waves, as we see. Is that Jacob Byrne on the inside, floating the boat? Yeah, they manage somehow to put together, you know, a pretty serious surfing attack despite the average waves. And when the waves do tend to jack in that area, which they do a lot, they're on it, chasing them down south or up to Kalbarri and the desert. And man, if you can surf, you know, waves up at Toomey's, you can surf waves anywhere. It's such a heavy zone. So, yeah, unsurprising, I guess, to see Moses, the surfing ability that he's got, despite growing up in the largely waveless metropolitan city of Perth.
Love the commitment from the big fella there. Unfortunately not coming together for young Margs. Moe can't get that one through to the inside, and we're into the 2-minute mark. It's certainly looking very gentlemanly this heat, but time does funny things to people, Smithy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate to see Solly not get the scoring opportunity. We're just discussing, you know, the waves that this guy likes are in that 6 to 8 to 10 foot and coning range, so this is not right up his alley, but...
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Margs off the end. Could this be the wave he's looking for? Oh, lovely first turn. Oh no. Not to be. He just nosedove straight into a bug roll at Rick Shaw's. Oh no, that was Solly. That was a pretty good wave. He'll be kicking himself there. Bit of frustration there from young Marks. That was audible. I don't know if you heard that through our headset there, Smith. Oh, shit.
Spitting the chip.
He was off it.
The big man is not off it.
Mate, people want to win this event. It's fucking... The name's on that trophy. It's no joke. Water splashing is not uncommon here at the Burleigh Head Single Fin. There's been 25 years of punching boards and splashing water. And potentially punching heads.
Yeah, you ever been localised out here in the past, though? Sent in a couple times?
Definitely know where my spot is out here, and it's nowhere near the top. No, I think that's the best thing about Burleigh is that there's a couple of guys that really hold it down still, and respectfully. But I think that's cool. There's certain other waves on the coast that have absolutely gone to the dogs, and Burleigh is not one of them. So good on the crew for that, and I think it's it's a bit tribal at times, but I back it.
It's got the natural protective mechanism of having one of the skittiest rock jumps going. That helps.
Yeah, that sorts them out. I once judged a heat here with Lincoln in it, and the head judge, Ben Lowe, was from Stratty, and Lincoln did 2 really badly timed bogged backside turns in the lip, and we called it perfect backside surfing. We've been calling him that ever since. It was like that wave then. A couple of late hits in the lip, but perfect backside surfing there from Lincoln Taylor to take out second spot.
What a performance from the paramedic.
The paramedic, well done. He might be straight on the O2 after that and then back out there. Bummer to see Jacob go down. I'm a huge fan of his surfing. But yeah, we'll be rolling into Heat 6 shortly.
The disco top.
My old man was Peter Crawford. He was a fanatical kneeboarder. This is like one of his cameras that he used to use. It's pretty famous. It's a Nikonos, but a lot of Dad's iconic shots are shot on this one, simple one. But these archives are like massive. It's like, they're just fascinating. Like the MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on.
Welcome back to the 25th anniversary of the Burleigh Heads Single Fin Classic presented by Billabong and Gage Roads. We are into Heat 6. Defending champ Quinn Bruce, Thomas Woods, Ryan Hipwood, the Hippo, Timmy Mack, Mark Llewellyn and Talon Guest out there now. The defending champ is looking loose off the bat. I think Quinn was walking around with a big target on his back this morning, but he hasn't been sniped yet. He's got a hell double up here. Oh, no. He'll be looking to jam this end bit. Get there, Quincy. Attaboy. Oh. Smith, another cracker heat down here on the point at Burleigh. The pav is starting to heat up,
isn't it?
And we're lucky boys. We've got another pretty stacked heat here.
That's right. A couple of cooked eggs here, sitting up on the perch. It's the surfing green. Rips one off the top.
Young Talon.
Stacked heat here. Quinn Bruce, former event winner. Thomas Woods, Kiwi Core Lord from the zone. Ex-Kiwi Core Lord. And Ryan Hipwood, the all-time cone fiend, cloud break king.
He needs every bit of that whitewash to get him through to the inside here, the big fella. Classic style, the Hip, doesn't he?
Oh, I reckon. It's incredible to see guys like him put it together in this, more marginal conditions. The guy's just so at home in the big juice, but they can grovel too when they need to. The technique is pure.
It is pure. And another North Stratty native out there in the yellow, Timmy McDonald. He'll be pretty fired up after watching Lincoln Taylor's last-minute heroics there to advancement.
The Islanders coming down south. The marauding Islanders looking to take the silverware.
Oh, mate,
home.
They've been posted up here for decades. They'll be punching local status by now, I reckon.
Yeah, T-Mac now holding down a coaching role there at the HPC.
I think I can proudly report to you that Timmy's on the tools, bruv.
Oh, he's
one of his good mates, Geordie Watson, another cone fiend. Got him on plumbing, so he's working with Geordie, and I think
HPC.
That's right. I think the best thing for Timmy is that his boss is as mad keen surfer as his, so they definitely don't miss out on any barrels. But I know Timmy's really happy in his new role, and actually knocked me up a nice little vanity the other day.
Oh,
so
well played.
Thanks, Timmy. He's stoked to be putting his, he's a clever man. He's a really clever man, so he's stoked to be putting that into a trade. And I know he's having a lot of fun with Geordie. They both absolutely dominated that last swell at Kira when there was a few busted pipes getting around Coolangatta that went unattended to.
Yes. Wow, Geordie Watson's tube out there was unbelievable.
He gets one every swell. I think it's that South Coast blood. They just know how to read the ocean, and yeah, that was special wave, really special wave. Yeah.
That kind of stand tall adjustment down the line.
How cash.
So cash.
Yeah.
That's when you're feeling it, when you've already threaded 50 to 100 metres of just slabbing tube, and then the thing goes again, and you're just like, are you kidding me?
That's exactly what he was thinking, right?
Yeah, there was a speech bubble, you could see it.
Yeah, definitely. What do we got off the end here? The big fella Hip.
Quick in and out.
Quick in and out. It's quite a hard one, Smith. What would you do? Would you be out the back or on the inside?
You'd kind of be on these rollings out the back, wouldn't you? Looks like Mark Llewellyn.
Hey, I tell you what. This guy's galleries that he gets of the swells when they come to town, I don't think surf photography is his main focus anymore. But a couple of shots he put up on his gram the other day of that swell are just fucking mind-melting.
Wow.
It's so sick. I'm a huge fan of his work. He's an incredible surfer and just got an incredible eye. Marky boy. Big fade. Low tide fade. What's he got? Oh, that was sick. It was firing, but for a select few, I think there's a certain skill set you require out there that I certainly don't possess. But it was kind of came in quick and left pretty quick. But you're right, it was really tall and sort of almondy, but definitely the odd absolute gaping hole as we see out the back. Yellow with a bit of speed. Had a big T Mac, and then on the inside, Talon. Talon comes from a good surfing family. They're pretty handy on all crafts, the Guest brothers.
Wow, a couple of mental frontside pizza tosses out the back.
Oh,
just getting the bonus
the judges have just gone chameleon eyes. Wow, Talon. And then Timmy off the end's got a good double up too.
And that's that outside peak kind of his strengths there. He's jagged one from way out the back and milked it through to the inside bowl.
If I'm not mistaken, Timmy might be riding one of his dad's boards. In his memory, which he's doing a fantastic job of right now. He absolutely annihilated that wave. He's a coach, right? First wave, just straight on the board.
Building the house, feet in the wax.
Feet in the chooks. Oh, local boy Marky Llewellyn. There was a bit of local knowledge right there to sneak away from the pack with 19th priority. He's done that a few times.
There's definitely more energy once the wave kind of hits this inside shallow bank, but the length of ride, yeah, you're kind of leaning towards getting one from up the top there if you can. It's slow, but they do come. It's just about being patient.
What do we got now? Do we have all 6 on the inside? I think we do. Or maybe one lone Piahi charger out the back still.
What would be your strategy? Sit up the top, try and wait for one, and then just enter the fray.
I think the one hard thing about a single fin is that they're exceptionally hard to turn at the greatest of times, but when the wave goes flat, it looks exceptionally difficult. So I think I'd be chancing my luck in the Shorey, actually. There's only been 1 or 2 really good waves out the back. Lincoln Taylor comes to mind, that had 2 really big vertical sections. 6-man heat. I'd probably just be trying to sneak into third. What about you, Smith?
Sneak through the heat, try and just consolidate for a latter, higher tide scenario, more off rocks, and hope for a bit more energy in the swell as the tide fills in.
I think so. They've timed it to perfection. Grind through these first couple and she's just going to be chuffing classic Rocky by the end of the day. But yeah, we touched on it briefly earlier, your trip over to Uluwatu for the...
Man, what an event that was.
That looked amazing. Give us the highlights.
Yeah, a couple of 10-point rides to the local lord. Seeing Muddy Lana do his thing on a single fin out there. The Ulu goat, you'd have to call him the Ulu Kumbing. Aussie right.
Ooh, nice T-Mac. Finish your first 2 waves. Get this guy a coaching certificate.
How's the body lingo on the inside? Just so much body talk. He'll be going to the chiropractor.
It'd be good to get a close-up on that head. I think he might be hurting this morning. I can see a different complexion of red going across the face, but it's all in a hard day's work here at the Burleigh Head Single Fin, isn't it?
Indeed. It's all part of it. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But yeah, that's an incredible contest there, and just cosmic. You pay your respects to the gods, to the universe, to the surfing pursuit in the right way, and the universe slaps you on the back and goes, here you go, sons and daughters, have a couple cones on me.
Have a couple of 3 to 5 foot roping cones.
Oh man, it was like, it's funny, especially for those kinds of boards. Chipper Wilson, Dion Agus, good to see guys like that.
Aussie right, snag a couple.
Oh,
you won it,
Aussie
right?
Won it, yeah. I think a 10 in the final, and just double chambers on a singly, just the wave read, the pure line. Yeah, it's just incredible surfing. It's incredible to see how deep and throaty they could pack them out there on that kind of low tide racetrack section. Yeah, great event. It was just cosmic, late arvo, backlit, just glorious.
Sweating your ring off up on the hill and just loving every second of it.
Nasi goreng, specials all round, bintangs. Strictly very legal ketamine nasal sprays going around from some of the Californian crew. Yeah,
no doubt.
Well, it's all it's all above board over there, Ridgy Didge.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that and the chocolate enhancements probably, and
yes, a couple tickets to the moon.
The rainbow moon. Tell me, the defending champ, he's looking good here so far, Quinny Bruce.
Yeah, give us a bit of Quinn Bruce's backstory.
Quinny Bruce is originally from the sunny coast, as we see Timmy Mack looking at just an epic little double-up roll-in. What's he got? Oh, that'll do.
That was savage.
One more. Yeah.
Got
Timmy
that in the
Mack,
right spot.
There we go. That was well done. But yeah, Quinny Bruce. He's originally from the Sunshine Coast and moved down here to the Gold Coast, down to the Coolangatta, Rainbow Bay area when, I don't know, he might have been 12 or 13, somewhere around that age, and he's been a member of the Snapper Boardriders since then. He's slapped his name on the Wayne Dean Memorial Trophy, which is not an easy contest to win. And he's managed to do that at a pretty young age, actually. Beat Parko in the final.
Wow.
Parko actually didn't bring the trophy back from the year before.
Oh, just lost in the abyss of trophies.
So we made him go home and get it. But no, Quinn's a really nice kid and a young Sparky, I think. Could be wrong. But no, he's a good lad. And, I think that's the greatest thing about this event, right? It's obviously put together by the Burleigh boys, but you can come in from anywhere, and if you do the good surfing, you're gonna get the win. And that final last year was stacked. Oh wow!
Big gouge out of the
sick.
top.
Talon.
Yeah, pits punters up against the pros.
That's right, and you might not have the biggest name like Quinn Bruce, but if you do the best surfing, which is what we're here to see, you get your name on the trophy, which is what he did last year. Sort of reminiscent of Jason Jamison's victory, I felt, when he won back in the day. Oh, Talon, he's found himself a nice long ride here. Be interesting to see what he does now, whether he just hangs around on the inside. Lachlan McKinnon, the GOAT, capturing all the action there on the inside.
Capturing? The GOAT captures.
Oh.
And Thomas Woods come a bees away from making the world tour a few years back.
Yeah, Thomas Woods is another fantastic surfer. James is his older brother, and both of those boys come over from South Africa when they were, I don't know, in the 10, 12 sort of range. Came to PBC, went to school there, was coached by Phil Mack and Ben Falvey, and then went on to the QE to do wonder things.
PBC surfing excellence, past alumni, MF. Jay Parko, Dean Morrison, Damon Harvey,
Cruzy, Freestone, some Phil Mack's record of getting crew on tour is like pretty much 100%.
Are you a PBC old boy?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to me. No, actually, was fortunate enough to be in that era with Cruzy and Jack, and I got to see the surfing they were doing, and it definitely helped me become sort of a fairly refined judge, because I kept on hanging out with them and watching them surf and going, oh my god, this is where the level's at, and pretty thankful for that experience. Actually had a great time at school.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's one of the Grom just
it might be Lando Smales just warming up for his heat. Get out of that black shirt though, boy. Getting confused with the judges. You're giving scores to potentially Thomas Woods, but he doesn't really need it. Thomas Woods is way out in front.
Yeah, talk us through that PBC Surfing Academy. It's kind of underrated for the impact it's had on Australian surfing. I mean, far out. When you call and
Timmy
Fanning and Joel Parkinson, T-Mac, the Stratty Islander.
MFAB, stop it, boy.
1 foot float the boat.
That was like knee surgery. He's got the
watch out.
Stiff hips.
He's not on the Pro Dewey anymore.
No. Outside. Who we got?
It's a risky manoeuvre.
This could be Woodsy. I mean, apologies if I got a wave mixed up before between Talon and Woodsy. Their surfing styles and rashies are looking pretty similar at the moment, but they're both doing pretty well out in first and third. We've got Hippo who's gone back out the back. He needs it. And T-Mac chipping away on the inside. But yeah, the school we all went to was amazing. We got to surf 4 times a week and hang out. We did more surfing than we did school, so it was a pretty good experience. And as we say goodbye momentarily to the one and only Jed Smithy Smith, it is with my great pleasure I welcome to the booth my good friend, 78 world champ, Mr. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. Good. Awesome.
How's your morning been? You checking out the action from the point?
Yeah. Had a bit of a nostalgic walk up the point. It was awesome.
Bring back some memories?
Yeah, always. Burleigh, what a natural amphitheatre it is. It's just got to be one of the best viewing platforms in the world of surfing.
I was talking to Jed about it. Do you think it is the best?
Yeah, I've always thought it was the best.
It's amazing, right?
You think back to the 70s. 10,000 people used to come and watch the stubbies. 10,000 people.
Yeah.
This is back in the 70s when there was only 12,000 people living on the Gold Coast.
No, for sure. It's definitely got a special feeling about it. I know, you pound the pavement at Snapper fairly regularly, going for your morning walks. How often do you get back up to Burleigh these days?
Oh, well, I was coming up a fair bit last year. Probably not so much going surfing, but I've got a real affinity with the place. I love it. It's hard to drive by. It's hard to drive past it without pulling in and having a bit of a look up on Goodwin Terrace.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some good action.
Wow, that was an amazing turn. Defending champ Quinn Bruce, proud Snapper member you are there, Bugs, and obviously Quinn is too. You'd be stoked to see him ride that one out.
Yeah, Quinn's in good form. He was just recently in the final of the club championship, and
You had a good win there, mate, eh?
yeah,
In the corner of the young fella. Well done to Jagger taking that one out.
yeah, it was a good one, mate. And Quinn was surfing great all day, so it's good to see him defending his title up here in the Single Fin Classic, and you know, he's getting his way through the draw. I mean, every heat's gnarly. I mean, look at this one, and the next one is there's some serious contenders.
Yeah, we were just talking about how it's kind of like an ultimate pitting the local tradies up against the world's best, and it all just comes down to the surfing on the day, right? It doesn't matter what your name is. If you're out there ripping, you'll put your name on the title. I think Quinn's a great example of that. As we see Talon up and riding here, and Hippo out the back. He's on a bit of a froth dog. Ooh, a couple of incompletes there, canning down into that final minute. It's sort of not what you want to see. Timmy Max put a bit of a heat together, but he's in fourth, and he absolutely needs this wave.
Yeah,
his head would be throbbing,
yeah,
and he needs a score. He's working it over.
You'll get a good finish.
The judges
here.
love a buzzer beater. What's he got? Woof! Oh! Thought he was on his Mount Woodgee thruster.
Yeah, the layback Lenny.
Not to be. No, I thought Timmy surfed pretty good there.
Yeah.
But Talon did as well, so it was a really close battle there for third. But at this stage, I don't see Tim turning the heat on that score.
Well, I tell you what, he might have if he pulled that last manoeuvre.
For sure. Give him something to think about.
You know, the other thing out there too is that back in the day, it was always getting that magic board under your feet, that single fin, the magic one. Because, you know, it was back then, it was all handcrafted. I mean, every board, you know, it was a bit hit and miss.
No doubt. I rode a single fin this morning, and my session was very hit and miss, Bugs.
Classic. Not smooth and bang, hit and miss.
Definitely. So what would you been riding then? A derby?
In the first one, I mean, I would have been riding a Gil Glover board under my feet.
Yep.
Gil was my shaper.
Yep.
And would have been, probably about a 5'10" out there today.
Yep.
You know, nice little, pretty wide in the tail, you know, squash tail, the old Bugsy model, and they work pretty good on the Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah, they work great out here.
Talk to me about fin placement. I've got a Phil Smith, forgive me, I think it might be Peter Smith, Inner Realm, and the fin is about an inch back from the tail. Where would you have your fin set today, Bugsy?
Yeah, well, the inch back from the tail ones, that's a real pivot fin, you know, and it was really, they were really good. I don't know how big that one was. They were really good for doing the side slippers. they came in big time, and then MP did a 1 or 2 inches from the tail. When the points for manoeuvre system came in, you could just rattle them off, just pivoting on that tail. But I would have gone, for a fair way further forward, because I had a big rake fin. I had a bit of a fin there.
Yeah.
And so I would have been more of 5 inches forward. My fins were really influenced by the fins Wayne Lynch were using in the early 70s.
Yep.
MP's fins, and what was happening up at the Honnessy factory.
Yep.
The Joe Larkin factory. Also there was incredible fin action happening at the Dick Van Stralen factory. Yep. It was a real hotbed of that whole shortboard revolution. It was a really exciting and dynamic time in surfing.
No doubt. I'm sure you're coming in from every East Coast low with new bits of scribble and new bits of feeling and sensation, and this worked and this didn't, and Kira didn't stop breaking for 6 years, right, in that period, as the stories go.
Kira was really good before there was any groins, and it did used to break at 2 foot because it had that groove, that 6 inches below sea level. Burleigh was the most consistent break in Australia, I tell you. Burleigh, I was, I remember Chappie Jennings telling me one day, he said, I thought you were a Burleigh local, because I surfed here pretty much every day. It was such a good, probably 15-year period at Burleigh, right through the 70s. And, I don't know, it's always that whole thing, these point breaks, the lifeblood of the point breaks is the sand.
Yep.
And it's the sand configuration, and how, we just had a cyclone that, downgraded to a tropical low, but it still did enough to mess up the sandbanks along the way.
Definitely, yeah. We're lucky enough to have a nice little bit off the edge. So we see Hippo coming in from the last heat. But where would you be at the moment, Bugs? Are you going to sit on the Rocky, or are you going to stick to your guns out the back?
Yeah, good question. I mean, if there was any way you could thread that eye and get that little bit of, slither of whitewater through from the outside back to the inside, I'd probably have a dig at that and be able to just incorporate just a little bit of a Huntington hop and get in there and get over that section. But it just seems to be enough of a gutter that's not happening. But the outside Burleigh's always been, you're going to get the bigger wave, but it's so random today.
Yeah, it is. It's all over the place, isn't it? So, yeah, with Mitch Cruz coming through to the inside now. Yeah, another head that'll be throbbing, I reckon, young Cruzy. And then Tommy Hatcher, Luke Hind, a couple of M&M and North End lads, I believe. Oh, thanks, Smithy. Little alkalised water there for the boys. And Palsy, Chris the Evergreen Brooks, and Shane Haybiddle rounding this one out. So another stacked heat. It's definitely finals day.
Oh, this is a great heat. I mean, look at the names in this heat, and also the local talent. Brooksy, Anthony Poles has always done well here. He's just such a good surfer. Louis Hind is just, one of the most dynamic young surfers in Australia for sure. I love his surfing, and there he is up and riding now. He's sitting in fourth, but this is his first wave. But as I said,
he's droning it.
And I love it. But just the fact that they're all starting on the outside now. Louis going back out. We see Mitch has come across, but that's a fair whack of paddling time. And here we go. He's going to get one here on the inside. So Mitchy Cruz, he's got that 4-point ride under the belt. He's a dynamic surfer. He's really got that solid, bottom turn, top turn combo with speed and power. He should be...
it's in the quads, right, Bugsy? He's got the quads for it.
Yeah, he should.
He's got quads, he's got glute, and he puts it to work. It's kind of, growing up watching Mitch surf, he came from that aerial generation where it was sort of that changing of the guard where everyone had to have an air reverse, otherwise you weren't really a pro surfer. And Mitch definitely has that under his belt, but geez, his bread and butter is, when he gets going with a bit of speed, he's pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, he really is. And that's the go. When he's on, he is super hard to beat. I mean, he's not going to beat himself, and he seems to get in this really good momentum, and he gets stronger as the heat goes on. It's one thing I've really noticed about him. When he's on, he is such a dangerous contender.
For sure. And then it's going to be interesting to see how the older boys play in with this younger crew that they've got. It's a good mix this heat, as are all the heats.
Yeah. Yes.
Young Jagger up here, or is he taking it easy?
No, he's just cruising. He's been a bit down. He kind of went down.
After his big win.
Yeah, it took a lot out of him, and I think he might have picked up a bit of a
sniffle,
bit of a viral load.
Yeah, it's
it's commonplace. So down, he lives with me, and I've had to do I pretty much had to do the Wuhan, where I've welded him into his room.
Got the nail gun out, put up a few boards.
He hasn't just slip a bit of supplements through the.
Yeah, exactly. Mitchell. Oh, there we go. But it's still a lot of tide to come in. I think we've got a high tide around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I think the final's due for 2-ish. So we're positioned well for a cracking afternoon down here.
Yeah, it'll be pretty. I think it'll be pretty good on this inside during the high tide. It'll be pretty clear of where to sit. I mean, at the moment, the guys are in two minds. Louis Hind's making the most of it on the outside. He got a pretty good score on that one. It was really good surfing, and even out there, there's a couple of guys sitting deep. There's a couple of sitting wide. There's two more in here. I mean, these guys are really spread out on the strategy, which is, it's hard to sort of make a game plan. Mitchy Cruz has already clearly said, I'm going to get the one on the outside, and then I'm going to come onto the inside and make the most. But you might see him go again on the outside.
Yeah, he's a bit of a whippet old cruiser. He can get up and down the lineup pretty quick. But one thing he hates, like the rest of it, is someone on his inside. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him go all the way to knobby heads with trying to get away from this hungry pack.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a couple of football fields, that's for sure.
Yeah. You get out in that last little run of swell bugs. I've seen you running down with your 9.0 Gunter one of those days.
Yeah, mate, I had a bit of a go. I mean, it was only a matter of trying to get that one wave all the way through, and that'll that's pretty much happiness.
Brooksy! Oh, that was well done.
Yeah, Brooksy.
So how'd you go? Did you find that bit of happiness out there?
Just the one each
bit
time.
Of pain?
Well, you know, then you got to carry that thing back.
Tell me, we were talking earlier about how Burleigh's been pretty well looked after. The local boys here have done a pretty good job. You know your position when you paddle out there. How do you go out snapping, mate? Do people look at you like you got two heads, or are you still getting your waves?
Oh no, where it's different down there is, you know, we've just been overwhelmed, overloved, overwhelmed, over it. But it's just difficult. You know, we just got a lot of people coming into town, and you just don't know anyone out there anymore. You know, Burleigh has done well as far as you know. You've still got that local crew. But you know what happens too as you sort of get a bit more, say, mature, is that you kind of don't want to have to go out there with that footy head on. You know, you kind of, I'm out there for peace, love, and happiness. That message isn't getting through.
When did that kick in? About 2 years ago.
Well, first kicked in.
You kicked in my face once at a club round, I think. Actually, that's pretty good. That's when I realised I'm still dealing with the bug one here.
Yeah, well, and then you start living in remorse, going, oh gee, I've been
No regrets, Bugsy. Come on, son.
No, it's funny though with the whole new crew. I mean, you know, I say, look, you know, they're going out there and got the longboards, the whole look and that. Okay, but the whole thing about 1966 was that you're missing that little bit of message, that peace, love, and happiness. That was the big part of the whole deal. You know. Now it's pretty aggro.
It is, yeah. Yeah. It's hard driving, slashing, carving, get the fuck out of my way mentality. Which, yeah, look, it's like you said, it's a shame that you have to have that footy head on sometimes.
But it's happened everywhere. I mean, you know, everyone surfs these days. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, the corporate world surfs, everyone surfs. I've surfed with prime ministers and, you know, premiers and... And everyone
take our premier for a surf. Have a word.
Yeah, yeah. No. I think there's a bug softboard coming that way.
yeah. With a little message slipped under the glass.
There's lots of messages.
Yeah.
God, the guys sitting wide out the back, they're kind of getting skunked. They've really, you know, they're really sitting. And here's someone from deep. Who's this one?
Could be Polsey.
Looks like Polsey style to me.
Wow.
Yeah, that unmistakable, powerful Burleigh style. How many times has he surfed here? Oh, look at this little connection.
Oh
I
my
like
God.
it.
This guy's 140 kegs. He's pure muscle, and he just glided through that inbit. It was a shame the wave just gave him sweet FA.
Well, he was sitting in 6th spot, so he needed that wave, and now he's decided to come over to Cruzy's bank, because Mitchie Cruzy's in 1st place. And Chris Brooks has gone into 2nd, so this inside part's really paying off. And Louis Hind, he's dropped back to 3rd now. He's looking on the outside. Is he going to get this one?
He is. Good call. Good pickup.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. It's got a little bit of thickness to it. He's going to have to stick with it. Oh, dear.
Cruzy inside him, finding a little bit more steepness. His 2nd turn there, but... talk to us about speed generation on those boards, Bugs.
Yeah.
Not the easiest thing in the world, is it?
No, but you know, I used to call it dancing, because I mean, you really, especially on the small days on the rock break, you know, you had to generate your own energy, your own speed, and the board wasn't going to help you.
Well, it's phenomenal that all of you guys managed to maintain such phenomenal styles.
Yeah,
because it's the body effort that's required to actually move that equipment is, I'd highly recommend everyone give it a go if they haven't already.
Yeah.
As we see the trophies coming in, looking absolutely spot on.
Boom! Oh. Yeah, no, there's a lot of speed generation coming from the bodywork. There's no doubt about that from the hips down, but. You know, we didn't know any better, so we made it work. I mean, that's what I always used to say. You know, Tom Curran, he could just rip the door off the hinges of your house, and he could paddle out and get a good one and surf it well. A door.
Yeah.
So we didn't know any better.
Nah.
And, you know, we thought we were on very, very futuristic machinery.
Yeah.
And we were compared to, you know, the original.
Wow.
Wow, there's good surfing.
That's a great exchange from the boys there.
Yeah.
Cruzy flying on what was bloody nothing. Boat wake, and then Polsey behind had a nice wave as well.
Yeah, well,
I read you talk about it being dancing, but I've read a lot of words over the years, and a lot of people compare it sort of to a good boxer keeping his elbows in and keeping it tight. Is that something you guys used to think about? Were you ever watching any other sports? Or?
No. The boxing stance, absolutely for sure. I mean, and I used to actually compare it a lot with tennis too. Just that whole body movement, and generating shoulder, leading with your lead shoulder, and there was a lot of body dynamics in single fin surfing, that's for sure, especially in small waves, and we used to get them going. The whole thing back then was, to ride small waves, it did count to, it was also like being a bit of a jockey. You didn't want to be carrying too much weight. You had to be light-footed, and that's why I always called it a dance.
Yeah, Tommy Bahama, what's he got? Nice there, brother. Louis Hind behind, good friend of his. Louis would be stoked to crack one in his face further down the line here. See what he's got. Oh, that was a really nice turn. What a technique.
Yeah, well, Louis, Anthony Poles, he went from 6th to 1st.
Wow.
On that outside wave, and then he backed it up. And Louis Hind, he went into 2nd. He'll go back into 1st with that wave right there for sure. So Mitchy Cruz has been knocked down to 3rd place. Now he's been mega busy. And
is that screen the right colour, Bugs, or is Cruzy's head looking a little red to you there?
Yeah, that's right.
A bit swollen.
Yeah, he'd be blowing up a bit. He's had a lot of waves. He's had a lot of waves.
Couple of different strategies paddling out here. We just saw a surfer jumping off the rocks for the next heat, and then surfer in red paddling out through the gutter here in front of us.
I used to like that one.
Yep.
Because the guys would come around from the cove, and you'd go sliding up on the inside here, shoot across on the outside, and that'd be kind of looking for you up there, and you've just picked up a wide one to start the heat.
So with 10,000 people on the point, you found it pretty easy to disappear?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a great little strategy. I like this paddle up next to the rocks.
Oh, outside.
There's a lot of stealth involved in that one.
Oh, another left. Mitch Cruz.
Oh,
in and out. It's sacrilege, isn't it, right?
Yes. The left at Burleigh.
Yeah. We had Squiddy McGrath doing that earlier. Advanced in 2nd, I believe.
So heat 7, then there's heat 8, then the quarters. Coming down to the business now.
Really,
no wonder
really chopping it down.
Yeah, the heats are getting tough. But this heat, it's still wide open. Anyone can get through.
Definitely.
So Tommy Hatcher's now moved into 4th.
Oh, he's got a bomb off the end here too. He could be heat over with this wave. Wow. Needs this finish. Oh yeah, he'll be stoked with that, the young attorney. What a wave.
Well, this is gnarly because Mitch Cruz was seemingly dominating the heat. He had that whole inside section to himself. He was in 1st and 2nd then. Now, Tommy Hatcher, is he going to overtake in the 3rd? I think Tommy Hatcher's probably going to go to 2nd or 1st.
I reckon he could go to the lead. There it is. 10 points heat total. That was a fantastic wave that he managed to find himself here. As we see young Jed Dennison rolling in with a bucket full of hydrolite and a very, very pink head. We've got our trophies behind us, Bugs. Look at these things. Absolutely beautiful crafts.
Yep.
Got an AB done by Dale Wilson there. Ernie Byrne, beautiful 6-channel single fin. And then Al's son, Jamie Byrne, off the end there with another cracking looking board.
The House of Byrne. That's awesome.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's so cool. Yeah. Unreal, boys. So yeah.
Look, I know Cruzy wants to win this event bad, Bugsy, and he's finalled a couple of times. The 2nd at TB a couple of years ago. I think he had another final somewhere along the way. He'd be shattered to see this one slip through his hands. He's looking really sharp. He's got a great board under his feet that he lent from a friend, and this last 3 minutes is going to be interesting. He's got about, I think, probably 6th prio by the look of it. He's sitting underneath everyone.
Yeah, I mean, he had it to himself in there, and he was sort of dominating, but it just seems like the guys on the outside have got that, they've been given that bump up higher score, and they're coming in here for their 2nd scores, whereas Cruzy kind of has relied, he had that 4-point ride on the outside, but he's only had a 4.23 at his best on the inside, and he's had about half a dozen of them.
Sounds like his career. He's an absolute wave-catching machine, but he just needs one to stand up for him here in this last 2 minutes, because he's got the ability, he's got the equipment, as we see Polsey.
He's looking to hold on to...
tactical manoeuvre there.
Hold on to third place. This is a big one. If he pulls this off, bang!
Wow.
Yeah, he'll be stoked. So
and now
that's
Louis Hind, the free surfer's about to, go non-free surf and get right on Cruzy's shoulder there.
Oh, yeah. How's that?
I love it.
You go back and forward, and suddenly it's like the biggest hassler in the world.
What were you saying about peace, love and happiness before? Oh, Cruzy off the end. He's found himself an opportunity.
Boom.
Wow, really sharp bottom turn.
Bang.
Oh, that was a nice combination.
Oh, if he gets the third one in.
Are you kidding me? That was such a shit wave, and he absolutely annihilated it.
That's his best one, I reckon. I reckon that's his best one.
Yeah.
Now, Polsey got a good one before that.
He did.
There wasn't much in between him, so Mitch Cruz is going to have to do better by a fair way, because Polsey got a big score.
He did. So he's looking to...
Oh, but Mitch Cruz, look at that. He's coming behind him.
10.2.
Louis Hind.
Oh, wow.
You're kidding. I thought he was looking like the winner.
Get this guy a margarita here in the Shorey with a minute and a half to go. He's looking like he... could hang on. Oh no, hang on a minute. We've had some sort of computer glitching situation, which is not the first time that could happen at a beauty pageant. The judges have withdrawn their initial decision.
Oh, it looks like is it Tennis Australia's running this event?
That's right. Yeah. But either way, with whatever happens, that was a fantastically surf wave. I do think in this competition you do need to be on the bigger, better waves, much like the World Tour. But, geez, that surfing was exceptional.
And here goes Louis Hind. And he's got a buzzer beater here, 35 seconds to go. But you know what? He's already in third place, so he mightn't... but Cruz is on the inside. What a massive effort. Massive effort. Kind of feeling for him. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. There's... potentially live heats could be averaging one score before all three are dropped in. So Chris Friend, if you're listening over there in New York, can you get your computer hackers to sort that out? We want to average all three, not average the best one. But a tight heat nonetheless. Tommy Hatcher taking that one away. We're going to go to a little break, and we might even bring back in the one and only Jed Smithy Smith.
The disco top.
But these archives are like massive. It's like they're just fascinating. Like the MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on.
Welcome back to Heat 8 of Round 2. So this is it. Top three go through to the quarterfinals, and we've already seen a flurry of activity. Jay Okalupo's coming up with a 4.5. As we see Jai Brazinas, Burleigh local. Jai's had some good results in the single fin. We've got internationals in this heat. Brad Gerlach, what a classic. Ryan Gray, Tube Ride Master. Also in the red, Steve Asmus and Kaelin Schloss. So it looks like this one, pretty much all surfers are on the inside section. So the outside has lost its appeal. Kind of worked okay in the last heat. Louis Hind got a good one out there, Anthony Poles. But this time, all 6 competitors. It's pretty tight in there for 6. As we see Steve Asmus up and riding the backhand on his first wave. Boom. So he got that second mover and he won't get around this section. Kind of lays back into the whitewater on the backhand. So Jay Occhilupo starting out with that 4.5. Last heat, that wouldn't have been a keeper. You kind of need to, if you can get around that 10-point mark, it seems like a keeper of a score, averaging 2 5s. Not easy to get them out there on this inside shore break. You'd probably have to be getting 2 open face slashes and a good finishing move. Brad Gerlach getting one on the inside. Yeah. Well, Stace, they're all on the inside for this one now.
I think they saw the Groms off the end. The Schlossmann,
Yeah.
Sunny Coast native, but I think he's made his way down to the Gold Coast in the last couple of years, and why wouldn't you, with form like that?
Yeah, well, he got a quick one before. He didn't get that finishing move in, but that time he did. So 2 very quick back-to-back waves.
Another snapper's favourite son there, Jay Occhilupo.
Yeah, he got off to a pretty good start, a bit of a flyer. You know, that heat just started and Jay was up and riding, 4.5. I was just saying, in that last heat, 4.5 wouldn't have been enough to... You're looking for about that 10-pointer.
Yep.
10-point combined score seems to be enough to get you at least into 3rd place. And at this point, Stace, 1st, 2nd, 3rd really makes no difference. As long as you make that 50% cut-off, that 50% advancement, that's all you're looking for.
Exactly.
Save it for the final.
Yeah, we got young Ryan Turtle Gray off there to a bit of a fly. I think Turtle's made about 15 finals of the last 25 years, but I don't think he's taken top honours, so I know he'd be stinging for a win. He's bloody fantastic on this board.
Yeah, Turtles, I was just saying before, he's a tube master
He is, isn't
of
he?
all time. He's a tube hunter. He's so good at finding them.
The most tubed turtle in the world.
And he just pokes that head out from the shell.
and
and
in the
stuffs
blue,
it. Yeah.
Brad Gerlach. Tell me, Bugs, you would have been running the show when Ger was sort of on the tour, or was that not quite the case?
I competed against Ger.
Yeah, so you were
right at the end of my
right at the end of your
career.
Yeah,
we had a. I know we had a couple of rounds.
Yep.
I know we had a heat in France, and
Yep.
Ger was such a. He's such a great surfer, and such a character.
Such a character. Yeah, he's such a lovely guy, and. Yeah, he's been doing some awesome work lately with some coaching online and helping out a lot of crew get better. He's so passionate about it, and he's like a walking embodiment of what he talks. Like he's got such a classic style, and it hasn't it's like you, mate. You don't lose it, eh?
No,
you keep your style.
Yeah, well, once you're up and about and off and running, it all comes back. But you just need a good run up these days.
Yeah, a bit longer of a runway.
Well, look at this.
Oh,
bit of a hassle, but he got the inside, but it didn't do him any good. And
that might have been Jay's team manager there that he just pushed the section down on. Careful, dude, it's contract time.
Yeah, that was Jay wasn't too stoked about giving him that wave.
No,
that's why.
Yeah.
So you got two sides of the story. You
Yeah.
got the contract going. Well, hang on, this is my wave, and Jay going, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm the one signing the contract.
Yeah.
I need to get through this heat.
That's right. I'm going to burn you. Ger off the edge. Not to be. Geez, I bet Ger feels like he's in a bit of a throwback right now, hassling Jay Occhilupo for 1 foot waves. It's
Yeah, well, Ger had a lot of good battles with Jay's dad, Mark Occhilupo. A lot of great battles. They really came on around the same time.
Yep.
Jay, I'd say probably Ger came on just a little bit before that. I remember Ger, I think he was around the, just before Occhi sort of really came on strong. No, probably a bit about the same.
Is he a couple of years older? Just 1 or 2 years older, maybe?
It's hard to say with Ock because Ock's never really, you'd never know how old he is.
Here we go, J-Boy. Lovely layback gouge. That was a beautiful turn.
He's always been very childlike.
Sort of Benjamin Button-esque. That was a great wave, J-Boy. Well done. And then we got the tortoise.
Oh, turtle. Oh, hang on.
His wave selection like his brother-in-law, Johnny Gillette. There. That was horrible, Turtle. Get back out there, son.
He was in two minds with that one.
Yeah.
So the program, mate, into the quarters.
You know what, Bugger One? I just thought I saw a couple of young fellas chucking their vests on, which I like that call from our contest director. Not sure how coherent he is, but that's a good call because I was watching the Groms earlier off this edge, and they were getting it done, super fast, quick and nimble, whereas a few of these bigger old battle axes are finding it a bit hard to get off the blocks. So if we send the Groms out for a few heats, that tide will keep coming in, and then the old war horses can get to work. Yeah,
they do need a bit more tide, a bit more push, and some of those outside waves coming right onto the inside bank with all their power. They need every last decimal of it.
Stevie. Nice, matey. Matey's heat yesterday was pretty frothing.
Yeah. He might need a bit more than that, though.
Yeah, he's round 2 now, mate. You've got to step your shut.
Live the life.
Yeah, he is. No, he's a great young man. Both your boys are, Bugs. You've done well there.
Yeah, well, you got to live the dream. Everyone's got their own dream of what they want to do with their life, and you just got to support it and hope it's a happy life.
Yeah, doing pretty well here. We definitely won the lottery growing up in this part of the world.
Yeah, it's been it's still an amazing place. I mean, it's we've got the massive crowds now, but it's still a pretty cool place. It's a great place to grow up. I mean, I look at my kids and I go, you know what? They don't know any different. They don't know what it was like in 1970.
Depends how many stories you rattle off at the dinner table.
Yeah, but as far as if you're an accomplished surfer,
for sure,
you can go out there and get waves.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. And you see that with other surfers that come to town here. Fitness is a big one. You might be the best local guy, but if you can't paddle against that current when it's on, so-and-so from down the road that's been training their ass off, they're going to get the wave. So you got to stay sharp, you got to be fit and have your wits about you. It's
a war of attrition when we get a solid swell here because, day 2 and 3 with that huge current running, that really thins them out. If there's you get a 5 or 6 day swell, by the end of it, I remember watching Keogh walking around the other day. He looked like he'd been riding a horse. The rash was so bad that the legs were wide apart, but he still had to go back around again, get some more.
Yeah.
It really wears you down here on a solid swell.
I just saw a quick snap there of Billabong's new collection that they did with Peter Crawford. It reminded me of a photo I saw of you online a few days ago at Cronulla Point.
PC, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Crawford had some fantastic. He had a lot of great water shots from out here at Burleigh. He was so far ahead of his time. That's really cool to see him do that.
Yeah, it's almost like every iconic kind of Burleigh Point barreling photo you see is almost one of his, right?
Yeah, he was so good at he'd get right in the barrel with you, and his timing was good.
Is that you?
That's Peter Crawford.
Oh, it's kind of looking like a bit of a bugger.
Yeah, we were twins.
Yeah, fully. I didn't know that.
Yeah, look, he's got the George Greenough fringe.
Yeah.
And he was such a one-off, classic, funniest human being in the world, and great energy. I really miss him a lot. He was one of my best friends.
And you get to see it living through his grandkids today, I believe. Dylan, Crawford, Karma.
Yeah.
And Jasmine and Grace. And
yeah.
I think Dill had a heat up here yesterday,
and
actually.
Of course, his sons, Justin and Scotty, absolute characters.
Yeah.
Justin's just a chip off the block.
Yeah.
You think they broke the mould with PC? Well, they broke about 5 miles with Justin.
Yeah.
But it's great to see him being honoured in this way, and his body of work is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. Any other photographers that come to mind from this part of the world? I see Rob Hutcho's name on a few photos.
Rob.
Any others that come to mind?
Yeah, Rob was on the money. Rob was always there. He got a lot of good stuff at Cura in the early days.
Couple of beautiful shots of Wayne Dean, I recall.
Yeah, no, Rob was really onto it. A great photographer. You had to really be you know, it was back in the day where, you know, you had to really, the science of photography and the camera and the filters, the lighting, you know, everything had to be right. And, you know, today you just hit the button.
As we have that was that wave had a nice bit of energy in it, but just that tide getting the better of him at the moment. But I'm excited to see what it does a little later. I know I've said it about 80,000 times, but I'm very hopeful for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Oh, look at this wave. He's a good setup.
Kalen.
Kalen.
Kind of reminds me of my young mate Mitch Colborne. He's got a very relaxed style, very powerful surfer.
Now the other guys, I mean, Dick Hill and Jack McCoistman, you know, Dick lived here, Jack was here for a long time. I mean, they really captured a lot of unbelievable Burleigh, mostly on 16mm.
Yeah.
And 16mm film really, you know, stands the test of time. And a lot of their stuff they shot, you know, with Tubular Swells, Storm Riders, Burleigh was just the spot. So that's been really cool too, to see all their stuff. And then there's a movie that was made in the 1970s called Free Ride, and it was featured out of here. Anyway, it's been sort of jigged. I mean, you know, got to remember back in the day, a lot of these movies were pirate movies. They stole all the music, the music rights.
Yeah, right. Yeah. As we see the pirate himself, Stevie Asmus, he cracked one there. You asked for it, Bugs. You wanted to see more out of the big fella, and he just delivered. He'd be pretty happy with that. I know.
Well, Jay Okalupo's way out in front here. He's got a couple of good scores under his belt. Jai Brazinas has moved into second. Kalen Schloss is holding on to third, but we'll see after that wave there. Ryan Gray, as you said, he's just always thereabouts. So close. He's been in so many finals. He's going to be. He needs to up the ante a little bit here because we're just down to that 5-minute mark. Yeah.
As we hear the Beachcom rattling off there, 5 minutes to go. We've got to send a shout out to our young mate Tapatis.
Oh.
Laid up in bed at the moment, but Tap, I'm sure you're tuning in, and hope you're feeling a bit better today, mate, and enjoying the action. Young Jay, stop it. Oh, Bugs, what do you make of that, mate? How's that to digest?
Yeah, that's pretty classic. You know,
classic. You reckon you threw a few of them round back in the day?
Well, no, but back in the day, there was a couple of guys from Florida, Matt Keckley, and a couple other guys that were doing sort of aerial surfing. It was a primitive version of aerial surfing, but it was amazing. You know, they were ahead of their time. You know, there was Christian Fletcher. There was
for sure
a couple of guys from California. Florida, though, was classic because the waves are so small, and so there was some aerial surfing going on single fins.
As we see the judges hard at work there, we've got Nick Ryan, CEO of Ryan Softboards. I think you might see Mitch Cruz hanging around the back of the tent there, potentially spitting chips after his heat. Now look, if I'm honest, I'd probably back that appeal.
Oh, so would I. I thought
he smashed that heat.
I did too.
But hey, he's from Snapper, so pack your bags, son. Go and enjoy a tin on the hill. It's a beautiful afternoon.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It is just a big celebration of single fin surfing and Burleigh and
Abiola, stop it.
The head dip.
He heard you talking about tubular swells and he wanted a piece of the action.
Yeah, that was a head dip.
Burleigh's #1 real estate agent. If anyone's looking to buy or sell, give him a plug. Don't think he sponsors the event, but we can give him a shout out, eh?
Sure can.
One of Burleigh's favourite sons.
Yep.
Doing very well for himself out there at the moment, hanging on to second position. It's a tight field, though, as we saw in that last heat. There was a mad flurry.
Yeah, I want to see Gurr get a good one. He's got the inside now, and they've sort of left him over there, but it seems like the wider bank is where they're starting to pick him up, Stace, and Gurr is just really waiting for that bomb, and he needs one. He's only got that 2.67, so I'd like to see him get a good one and get in the rhythm.
Turtle, another horrendous wave. I heard he went to bed early last night too, Turtle. Maybe that was the problem. He's taking it too seriously.
Oh, you can't do that.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all in good fun. Stevie flying down the line. Stop it. Jam it.
Yeah, that's. I'd say that's his best one.
One of his best waves. Certainly the fastest he's looked all heat so far.
Yeah, and look at that. Gers going, stay away.
Get
Look,
away
here's a
from me.
wave.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, has it got a bit of a double up to it?
It's split and gone the other way.
No, it's gone underneath him. What about this one behind?
Jay
Go deeper.
boy.
Yeah, Jay. This is a good-looking wave. Boom. Oh, this is just nice, solid surfing.
Nice. Jeez, you've got to have it all these days and age. And that was a great display of just some proper rail work. He's frothing. Little check back.
1 minute
Rip it,
30.
Jay boy.
I'd say Jay has won this heat big time. He's in such a good rhythm.
Turtle.
Bang.
Oh, it's a shame he couldn't find a better wave for himself. You could see how skilled he is on that board.
Roundhouse cutback, but he didn't get much else in.
No.
Come on, Gur. We've got 1 minute 15 seconds. Nothing has come to him. It's abandoned him.
Turtle doesn't need a whole lot to get into the third, but he would need to better his other ride by... We started on the waters.
Yeah.
Then we went waters and lime. Now we got waters, lime, and cucumber.
I love it.
I'm really excited to see what happens next.
Oh, look at Gur. He's going wide. And we've got under a minute remaining. Look at this wave, Stace.
Go, Gur.
It's got a big section to it. Get the speed. He's got to do something crazy. And
that was the coolest straight ride we've seen all day.
It was. It was a sloucher. But Gur's up here. Gur's just up here in the celebratory mode. He's come to support the event, which is so awesome.
Kalen.
Oh, Kalen. Oh, bang.
Looks like he's on a bit of a baked bean style looking board. Could just be like a 7.0 mid-length that he's pulled off the rack at Kira Surf or something.
Yeah, he's got the wide stance, yeah. Well, we're down to 7 seconds, and there's still time for one more wave, and it looks like Jai Brazinas, he's already in second place.
It's kind of like Bruce Irons at the Eddie when he won, just a big closeout send-off.
In the shore break.
Yeah.
So what are they doing?
I think we're going to. I haven't had an exact look at the schedule, but I think we might be going into some grommet action. So stay tuned.
I might have a bit of a break then,
To the disco top.
My old man was Peter Crawford. He was a fanatical kneeboarder. This is like one of his cameras that he used to use. It's pretty famous. It's a Nikonos, but a lot of Dad's iconic shots are shot on this one, simple one. But these archives are like massive. It's like, they're just fascinating, like the MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on.
Welcome back, joined by the one and only Smithy. Mate, it's an absolute honour to be sitting up here on the point with you.
Oh, mate, the honour is all mine to be sharing a mic that was just moments ago being held by the great Bugs Bartholomew. Unbelievable. It's like having Don Bradman here sitting right next to you.
Fucking oath it is.
He's the Don Bradman of single fin surfing.
Yeah, he's the oracle, man. He's like storytelling.
Surfing.
He's just a raconteur for the ages.
Harley
As we
Walters.
see young Harley. Wow. Oh, stop it, son. Well done. And then Grom off the end too. That was a beautiful turn.
How good does he surf, young Harley Walters? Dakota Walters, Jeremy Walters, Papa Jezza.
I have never heard of this kid in my life before, but Jack Nelson just smashed that wave. That was sick. The boys are on. Followed up by young Ty Richo, Currumbin Alley's finest. Rico Haybittle, at a recent pro junior down there in Tweed Heads. I thought he was really polished. Really polished for a young fella. And then Finn Rosenfeld. To be, well, not that he's in my generation, but of viewing that I actually was young enough to appreciate.
Oh, Rico Haybittle throwing hot sauce on the end section. You reckon he got the fin out the back?
That was Finn out the back, for sure.
Wow.
But yeah, getting back to it, I think, Rasta had a section in campaign 2 where
on
I
the
think
twin out here,
it was
eh?
basically just a
Cement
day.
mixing Burleigh cones.
Yeah, and it was so hard. Looked like it had a bit of southeast wind and a bit of east in the swell, so really sectiony. But he filmed one of the best parts in the whole movie in one swell.
That's incredible.
It's just incredible.
I remember the section. I remember the session. It was iconic. Getting pitted just kind of down through the end here, wasn't it, at times? Like just slabbing.
Unbelievable.
A little bit of onshore, like you said, and just so thick and long.
Gnarly.
That really introduced to me, in my grommethood, Burleigh as a wave and a concept. You know, you don't see the amount of footage of it compared to, say, the Superbank, especially for our generation when the Superbank came of age and it was this wonder of the world. Burleigh kind of got forgotten, but that Rasta clip really put it back on the map, and in my opinion, for sure, the best to ever do it out here. Unbelievable, and just still the best to ever do it. He's really
quite
good.
a special surfer.
He's
isn't
right
he?
up there.
An ocean man,
Absolute purist.
I do need to give a shout out to James Jimmy Lewis, though. That's still that still image.
The Mondo cone, the nuclear catastrophe in the cove, they call it.
That was next level. You guys gram that, eh? I think it's on the Swellian Instagram. That is next level.
It's
next level.
The best photo in that 50-year anniversary Burleigh book, for sure.
I think he might be on potentially an AB6 channel, just doing all the right things. I could be wrong, but we won't let the truth get in the way.
That's beautiful.
And just a crazy, crazy shot. All kinds of wrong, that barrel.
Mate, I don't know what happened to him after that shot, but
can't have been good.
Serious corner incy.
Yeah, definitely. And they are sand bottom points, these points in the southeast corner of Queensland, but they do pack a punch.
Oh, they do pack a punch. They can split you and spread you and just butter you up and scoff your hole.
Yeah. Good scoffing. What about you, Smith? Have you had any Mondo cones out here at Burleigh, as you say?
Not at Burleigh, mate. No, a couple little rock runners here and there, but never managed to. Oh, here we go.
Ty Richo, Palm Beach / Currumbin's finest.
Steezy float.
His father's a master tactician, and it's definitely showing in Ty's young surfing. He's a very, very polished young surfer. Looks like he's on a 700-year-old Phil Myers free flight. Up and over. Is this my new favourite surfer, Jack Fisher Nelson's? Oh, wow, and Oscar Salt teeing off as well off camera. I reckon you could probably have 12 grommets out there. There's enough waves and enough action going on.
It's remarkable what they're able to juice out of this marginal swell. The little groms, what do you call it? These guys would be lucky to be 60 kilograms ringing wet, 50, 40 kilograms. So we see Harley Walters on one. Quick in and out. But what an iconic guy to have on the mic today. That's an absolute treat for everyone.
Yeah.
Bugs in
How'd
here.
you enjoy him on the world tour when it came to town?
Absolutely, man. Yeah, he's an esteemed gentleman. He's
just such an
scholar,
astute storyteller. He's incredible.
Buttery,
it's an art form. Harley.
Woof. Oh, upside down. My God. End section, straight in between the flags.
Oh, yeah.
Well played. Extra points. Cop that clubbies.
Lucky I'm not down there. I'd be blowing up, getting on the PA.
So you hold down a job as a lifeguard?
I don't know. Barely hold it down. Yeah. No, pretty much work with half
the whistle, the swimmers wedged up your crack.
Yeah. Get in the rowboat. Pretty much work with half the crew that are in this heat draw. Matty McGrath. Lincoln Taylor's done a stint. Chris Bennett's has done a good stint.
It's a good milk, isn't it?
Billy James Watson. Yeah, it's a fantastic job.
The pro junior wash up, the failed Huey Call Lord.
Yes, indeed.
Straight on the paid lifeguard surfers.
100%. No, it's such a healthy job. I really enjoy it. So, yeah, glad to be doing that. And what have we got here? Yes. This is like under 20s footy, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just no defense. Everyone's just attack. Yeah. It's so sick.
It's under 20s footy with a few less concussions and dog shots.
Yeah, exactly.
But entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah. Speaking of concussions and your journey, mate, I recently saw you're pretty much the Marcio Zuvi Shaper of Sharp Eye, who had pretty much everyone in the WSL finals. You had every top article written on Stab Magazine this year, mate. Congratulations.
Oh, cheers, mate. Yeah. 10
talk to us
years
about your passions and what you got looking forward to this year. What are we going to hear about from Smithy?
Yeah, mate, I'm interested in neurochemistry at the moment. Everything that's going on in that emerging field of brain science.
That was a neuro slash.
Ty Richo opening up the neural networks big time on the end section.
Reframing the pathways. That was a beautiful, beautiful term. We'll get back to that in a minute, Smith. What have we got here? Oscar Salt. Oh, my God. How's that flick out then of wanting to pull through the back of the wave, but the one fin just saying, no, I'm going to keep going straight, and you can go out the back. I'm going through the tube. It's quite cool to see. You can kind of see the brain waves, speaking of neurochemistry, from these young fellas and where they want to go on the wave. You saw Harley Walters looking to tag that end section. He'd be used to popping fins out the back, but on that occasion, the board just going, no, young fella. Tone it down a bit.
Committed end section attack. Got to watch out. You don't want to cop the old single fin between the legs. The Burleigh circumcision, they call it. The free trip to Thailand.
And if the fins don't get you, the barnacles on the rock will.
That's right. Wouldn't be the first high-profile surfer to come out of Burleigh with a split sack. There's been a couple of big names.
Is that how Paul Fisher got his extra eye, or?
Yes, the third eye of Paul Fisher. A single fin
the all-seeing eye.
Oh,
and behind
throwing
Harley.
Caution to
Can
the
he
wind.
get there, coming from behind the section? Lovely.
Jeez, he's jazzy Rico Habital.
He is.
Light on his feet, ziffy, zaffy, dynamic.
Oh.
Frontside surfer out here. Not easy to do on a single fin in these kinds of conditions.
This has been a 9-wave exchange. Gav Hensler and the boys
that
in that
was
judging
mental.
tower are going to be... neurochemicals will be coming out their ears. Fizzing. That was a great little flurry of waves from the lads there. Everyone, it's just incredible how good these kids surf on these boards. Like, they probably don't jump on them until the week before this event, and they certainly look like they've got them dialed in. But yeah, what did you find to be the most popular articles? Obviously, they got ranked, but was your phone blowing up at any point throughout the year when you were putting pen to paper?
I think it's the op-eds that really get people going, just making casual observations on surf culture, much in the way Rabbit was doing moments ago. So stuff like that always hits. Whether it be, I've got a few in the chain, stuff like respect locals, ? Nah, how about respect good surfing? I feel like we're at that point now, anyone can call himself a local at a zone after buying coastal property there and living there for 5 years, but unless you can stick one under the lip, knife one, pack one, don't be paddling around people and playing the local.
That's quite interesting, Jed, because I would say that was sort of contrary to the other article that you wrote earlier in the year, which I absolutely loved, and it was something along the lines of angry locals. So where do you find that balance to be?
Well, that's the thing. It's an ongoing conversation, isn't it? And it's changing constantly with the influx of people into surfing. So yeah, that's part of the dynamic nature of surf culture, and I guess that's partly my job to kind of attempt to demarcate some of those boundaries with the help of surfing's finest brains, of which I am definitely not one, mate.
Oh, come on, son. You definitely are. No, I love those deep dives, and I think, particularly it's important for the kids like this in the water to understand, what it does mean to be a local. Quite often the world doesn't need another good surfer. They need another good bloke or woman.
Right.
So I think that's awesome to open those conversations up. And you can be both. You can
That's
be a bit
right.
of a hard guy in the water, but then you got to know the boundaries. And then, once you get to land, make sure you're doing the right thing. And I think that, we spoke about it earlier. I think Burleigh's done a relatively good job of that over the years. And
I think they're creating top-class humans, and a lot of it is off the back of this very contest. Liam O'Brien, the proof is in the pudding. Their current world tour attache,
fantastic role model,
isn't he?
Yeah, swings and goes, and then just on land is just one of the
Scholar.
nicest people, and a scholar. Yeah,
Humble.
We're lucky to have him as a surfer. He could be
incredibly ambassador for this part of the coast, and for Billabong and for Australian surfing. And he's got mongrel when he needs to have it. Jeremy Flores. Tell us a bit about that, because you saw this firsthand. And Jeremy Flores, no love lost between Burleigh and Flores over the years. There's a bit of a fracas here. involving him, Sonny Garcia, Stone Garcia, and then him and Liam O'Brien coming to, not blows, but it was a tangle and a serious spray on the end of it. But Lobby got the victory, got the lobster.
It's actually not the first time I've been on the viewing platform for a Flores spray, and I love
He's
his
not
passion.
shy of a spray. I love his passion.
I absolutely
He's
love
an
his
absolute
passion,
character.
and I wouldn't change him for a thing. However, I back Liam in 100% in that situation and other situations that I've seen.
Rico
Flores.
Haybiddle.
Whoa!
Wow, how's the style on that hit?
Wow,
Oh,
what a wave. Good on him.
He's going mad.
Harley must have ridden 86 waves. Oh!
Wow, that thing was vertical.
Oh, yes, the double pop-up. That was sick. That might be Finn Rosenfeld. That was sick.
The little boys are just coiling up and going backside vert alert on these, like, waist-high grovels on the inside. I don't know how they're doing it. It's incredible surfing.
It is really, they're super polished. Like I said earlier, I think a few of them could have flicked in an alternate request into the open men's and be doing some damage. They're on fire.
It's so surprising, their ability on these kinds of boards. Ancient equipment.
Yeah, it is. Hey, Rico needs a score there, and he could definitely be knocking on that spot, which is currently being held by Ty Richardson there in third. Oscar and Finn haven't quite found those long scoring rides. I've seen some beautiful individual manoeuvres from both of those two surfers, but getting back to Rico, he's jumped right up into second. Jack Fisher-Nelson's into third. Harley Walters sitting comfortably out in the lead, and Ty Richardson now chasing a score in fourth with 2.5 to go. And the good news, bomb. Oh, well done.
Frontside layback to tail drop. That thing was creamy delish.
That whole sequence of events just then for that young man was, I don't say that lightly, that was world class. To not freak out and pull the trigger on that first one, which was obviously going to be a closeout, wait for the second wave of the set and then belt it. Well done, young Richo.
How's the little, like,
straight into
fins out
third.
tail drop?
Judges did not muck around at all. Jack
love that
Fisher-Nelson's is
commitment.
now chasing a score with 1.5 minutes to go.
Rico Haybiddle up in a second. We thought that might happen. That was an incredible wave he put together. And Harley backside, Nooner alert all day.
I
first.
can't see all the scores in this heat, but I think he might be doing pretty well even on his third and fourth score as we see Rico. Oh, he could go to the
speed
lead
check
here.
turn, big
Oh,
hit out of the top. Look at this
Look
thing.
at this wave. Pull in, son.
Golf claps for that.
Well done.
Jeez, he's really taking it to Harley.
Cracking
I'm
heat.
loving his surfing. It's just so light-footed and fast.
It is. I mean, there's a couple of really nice styles in this heat too.
Suits the name, Rico.
Rico. Ufa. Yeah, Oscar needed this wave about 15 minutes ago.
That was a meaty slash.
Yeah. Surf's good. Just jumped on LSD, none other than Luke Short's short boards. I've seen him ripping around a few events, so yeah, I'll be stoked to see how his career develops. He's got a great style.
Meaty slash with a bit of salt on it.
There was a bit of pepper and salt in that one. Ty Richo, is he going to blow some fins J-Ox style? Well done. Hey, this was that was that third coffee I didn't need. That was action-packed as we count this one down.
Tap into a bit of swell CBD oil.
Bit of a swellian.
Nature's own hemp oil there.
That's going to get the neurochemicals well and truly.
Get rid of the brain
level.
plaque. Even out the coffee jitters.
We will be back in a moment with semi number 2 of the juniors.
My old man was Peter Crawford. He was a fanatical kneeboarder. This is like one of his cameras that he used to use. It's pretty famous. It's a Nikonos, but a lot of Dad's iconic shots are shot on this one, simple one. But these archives are like massive. It's like, they're just fascinating, like the MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on.
And we're back here at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival, 25th year anniversary. Another stacked heat in the water. Semi-final of the juniors. Kian Falvey in first. Tommy Whitpain in second. As the surf life-saving chopper goes over. Tane Dobbin in third. Dane Henry in fourth. Landon Smales in Hayden Smales. The Smales brothers been lighted up on the end section in the free surf, so see if they can bring a bit of that form into the big dance. As I'm joined once again, by Stace Galbraith, WSL commentator, mate. We're just dipping our toe into the Liam O'Brien, Jeremy Flores saga and the Rottnest Island performance of the Burleigh rookie. Well, he wasn't even a rookie at that point. He was competing on a wild card at that stage and went all the way to the semis. As we see the surfer in red.
It's like Tanya Dobbin.
Just throwing the absolute kitchen sink at it. Well played.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Liam sort of alluded in a chat that he had with you as we see young Lando from Noosa. Actually, no, I don't think he's from Noosa. He's from... I can't remember. Somewhere on the sunny coast. But he surfs Noosa a lot and very well. Multi-craft specialist, young Lando. Very, very good surfer. Look at that paddle back out. MPS, he's flying. As we see another, it's too hard to chew a good fat here, Smith, with all these groms riding waves. I love it. Tommy Whitpain just not showing the kind of wave selection you'd expect from a Burleigh local. He'll look to reassess after that. But yeah, look, what Liam did there at that event is exactly how you need to be when you get on the world tour. You can't be intimidated by anyone, and I think what Liam did there was amazing. And you know, he kind of alluded to you that he had a brain fade. I don't know if I believe him.
Yeah, what do you make of it? I mean, the situation was he was sitting in first, maybe.
He's sitting in first. Matty McGilvray in second, narrowly with priority. Jeremy Flores third priority. Tommy Whip going left. We know how that's going to end. And, yeah, so Liam essentially blocked Jeremy from what was a really good-looking set wave. I mean, actually, let me rephrase that. You're in a heat to win. You got first priority, you're going to go a set wave. You're not going to paddle over to the worst part of the peak, which was that shitty little right, when there's 4 or 5 foot roping lefts coming. You're in first priority. You close out the heat. It doesn't matter who is there. Now, he did have to move over to the left, in that direction. He wasn't sitting directly on the peak. But, mate, as far as I'm concerned, that's fair game. And if Jeremy was in that position, he would 100,000% have done the same thing. So I can't see... Again, I wouldn't change Jezza for a thing. I love his passion. I'm actually sad to see him go because I think he's one of the last of that generation that would ever do something like that. And I've got a huge amount of respect for his career and the way he's approached his career. But
old school firebrand from that kind of Sonny Garcia, Andy Irons, Bruce Irons academy of just hardcore surfing, living, partying, and charging maniac.
And wearing his heart on his sleeve, and that's what it's all about. And
you're going to end up in the odd fracas as he did here, and
100%
with Lobby, and it's all just part of that kind of lifestyle. Hopefully, at some point, you can kind of mellow out as you get a bit older, as we see
young Dane Henry from Finglehead.
Wow,
he smashed this one. He'll be frothing on that. Good way to get his heat really well and truly started.
It's stacked. It's lining up on this inside bank. And
I actually didn't realise we've got both the Smales brothers in this heat. That was young Caden on the first wave of the set with Palm Beach's finest. Tane, crazy float the boat.
Oh my lord, that was so stylish. I love that. So much speed to that inside running section and just backside floater, Tom Carroll-esque. Nuggety frame, just stomps it.
He does have a little nuggety frame. Great local surfer from around here, Tane. But, getting back to it, like, I would, if I was Bottle in Liam's corner, that's the kind of mongrel that you'd really be proud of and stoked to see. And
you encourage that in him,
For sure. Like,
knowing how to flick the switch when you need to.
100%.
Not be afraid.
There was a lot of chat around the event site that, a lot of opinion and whatnot, but... Look, at the end of the day, I cannot see that being a problem in an attitude perspective. You need that attitude. You want to have that attitude. If you get on the World Tour and you don't have that attitude, you're going to get so gobbled up and the year will be over and you'll wonder what happened. So
well said.
I think that Liam O'Brien is well within his right to have done what he did. I thought his article with you was very clever to save face, but I actually don't believe him. And I'm looking forward to watching him on tour this year because I think he's the greatest example, almost like one of the Gadauskas brothers in the sense of that on land, super friendly, really nice, but in the water, just you fucking do not want to get them in a heat. That
astute, surgical mind.
Yep, exactly.
Could have been a bloody doctor if you wanted to.
Exactly, yeah, like I said, but lucky to have him. He could have been talking neuroscience with him.
That's right, yeah. Got high 90s there at Benalla State High School, which is, not famous for producing neuroscientists, that's for sure. Let's do it that way.
Or surfers, for that matter.
True.
I could be wrong there.
It's pretty west, isn't it?
It is,
That's a part of Liam's story that's really not been that well told is that he's not necessarily from any easy circumstance. Grew up pretty far inland on the Gold Coast, relied on his old man to get him to the beach a lot. I think they had a family Thundercat.
They still do. Yeah.
Which they were zipping up the waterways there out to Stratty, so he's a regular there as well as down here at Burleigh. But yeah, he's definitely...
Tane off the end. Wow, that was a really nice turn.
Throwing buckets, man.
Oh.
What? Upside down.
Backhand, that is so hard to do. I wouldn't know because I never go left, but I could imagine that's very difficult. Very, very difficult. That was really well done. It's hard to find a wave with 3 steep sections out there. It's going to be a big score, no doubt, in my mind. But Smith, getting back to it, you've got a lot of interest in studying the skull, the cranium, and what's inside it coming into 2022.
I think so. I think brain science is really where it's all going down in the sporting realm and the surfing realm and just the general kind of... the general realm that we're in at the moment. That's the emerging field of just understanding human body and performance. So definitely trying to peer under the hood there and have a squiz as we see Dane Henry front side commitment in the froth in the latte.
In the Johnny Gillette. And prior to that, we saw Tommy Whitpain getting his wave selection prowess back on cue with a couple of nice turns down the line. Without scaring the youngsters, you've spent your time around a lot of sport. Where does surfing sort of land in that, category of a risk, being risk averse and whatnot?
I think it's actually really good for the brain. Neural plasticity. If you're able to out there, no matter what level of surf you're at, if you can envision a kind of body mechanics and carry that out on a wave, so you know what I mean. Imagine yourself bottom turning, ripping one off the top, knife and a drop, whatever it be. Look at that replay we're seeing here of Tane Dobbin. Mate, that is backside single fin surfing as good as you'll see. On a waist high runner, he has just put up 6 or 7 of the most, varietous backside turns you'll ever see. That was such good surfing. Just in rhythm, uncorked him and watch him go pop, fizz.
So I hear what you're saying there. I actually, here we see White up and riding.
Veritable, varietable. I don't know what's the verb of variety. Does it have one?
Here we go, the younger of the Smales brothers. And dare I say it, the one who's looking like the most likely to pounce at the moment.
Oh, no way.
Oh, foul.
Oh, end section reverse to competitor death. We almost saw our first fatality of the event there. That was risk
sick.
Coming at you from all angles. That was a wild turn.
If you want to talk about the PVC
Mate, is that a 10?
alumni.
Are we throwing like 10s if someone's pulling like a single fin club Sanger end section?
Well,
reverse?
I got scolded across the rocks a couple of years ago because remember when Parko did that wild layback? I didn't give that a 10, but I gave his wave prior to that a 10. And the reason being is it's got to be combinations of major manoeuvres for me, personally. Because I think that's the hardest thing to do on a single fin.
Yep.
Carry your speed through a few turns, which Tane Dobbin is doing.
Oh,
wow.
Couldn't stick it.
Would you say, especially someone of Joel's calibre, almost taxed him for being too good? He did like a Clay Marzo layback versus 2 or 3 big swoops with an end section finish. It's like, for this contest, I think that's what I would prefer to see.
Yeah. I think I remember they threw an 8 at him for that one single turn.
Yeah.
And it is a hard one, man. I'll leave that in the judges' hands. They know what they're doing. Tane Dobbin.
Sometimes they know what they're doing. Depends how long they spent at the crab pot yesterday, Arvo. But the boys are doing a fantastic job down there.
But yeah, back to that kind of whether it's good for your brain or not surfing. I mean, if you're careful and you're kind of really monitoring the head knocks and the minor concussions and the whiplashes, like a serious session at Kira, you're dealing with some serious G-forces, and if you rack up 6 or 7 wipeouts in a session and you're getting serious face slaps and whiplash, you really want to take care of your brain for a good week or 2 after that, I reckon. Hydrate, turmeric, fish oil, CBD oil. Really be careful because those minor concussions can build up and it can really create terrible mental health outcomes. Oh my god.
Oh!
Backside punt, are you serious?
That was sick.
Little credit card aerial from Tane Dobbin.
Poked the fin out the back. That was so cool.
Me? What am I seeing right now from this kid? Is this the star of the future? This guy's going berserk out there.
He is laying it down. I just haven't really been feeling him, though. He hasn't got a heat total above 10. I reckon there was a big session at the crab pot yesterday, Arvo. That's
big session at the crab pot.
I would have given that one wave he got with the 3 turns 8 points on its own.
Maybe they had a couple of those funny apricots that's going around the
There's
contest.
a few wild apricots getting around. They went rogue and they've ripened off the tree and fermented into the ground, and who knows what happened after that. Lando, he's got the talent, but he just needs to find some green face. But no, I hear what you're saying. I think it's cool that there's some awareness now around that, because I think for sure surfing, as like Bugs was saying earlier, peace, love and happiness, there's certainly that macho element to it where if you wear a helmet, you're frowned upon kind of thing. Whereas now you see Jeremy Flores, Owen Wright, obviously, Seabass, when he new father. I think he might even have 2 kids now. You know, like you're seeing these guys.
McCool Rothman
The other
backdoor
day,
shootout,
for sure. Like
was
if McCool
full.
Rothman's wearing a helmet out, 8 to 10 feet backdoor, then that seems to be like the tide and the social status around them is certainly
sure,
changing, which
sure.
is a great thing for preserving our youngsters' skull buckets.
Mate, there is nothing more important than the skull bucket. You don't want to fuck it, the skull bucket.
Don't fuck it.
You only got one.
No,
so.
you only got one. So yeah, speaking of PBC alumni, Kyan Falves is one. Oh, that was so sick.
That was stylish and just fast. 3.0 float on the single fin. Jeez, were they dropping any of those back in the 70s?
Bugs, you drop a couple of them in the day? Yeah, big nod from the Bug one. There we go. Tane Dobbins finally got over 10 points, which I think is well deserved. He's been ripping. But yeah, Kyan Falvey is the son of the great Ben Falvey, who was Phil Mack's left-hand man through the great, and the era is still going really, of PBC there. So we were really, really fortunate. Yeah, Ben was the one that actually got me into some judging, which then kind of led into some coaching, and now talking shit here with you. So I think the talent pathway was actually pretty lucky for me.
We've had a couple legends on the books. Malia Manuel, she's going around for, I don't know how many stints she's done on tour.
I think it's her 10th.
Wow.
Coming up. Yeah, it's crazy. The women qualify young.
Mate,
they get on at like 17. I think Steph won a title
true.
at 17.
Wow. Yeah, that is incredible. Katie Simmons, I think, is on there at 14 or 15.
Oh,
how good does that chick surf, man?
She's amazing.
She has world titles written all over her. It's scary. She surfs like a young male professional, basically.
100%. Yeah.
It's heavy.
She kind of has like a little bit of, like, I don't say it lightly, a bit of Reynolds in there.
Wow.
She's,
Is she from Ventura up that way?
Nah,
north,
she's
out
from
north?
south. Yeah, she's from south of the pier. Tommy Whip.
Whipping it.
She might be from around that Carlsbad zone. As we see Dano out the back, he's kind of pretty safe in second, but he's good at airs.
Oh my god.
Oh yes.
Are you serious? Front side
That
grab
was
on a
sick.
single fin on the end of a pretty sick combo.
Oof.
This is wild.
Well, the brothers can't be envious of one another here. They've both gone down. Oh, sorry, my bad. There's a minute to go. My apologies. So they're going to need to pull something out here.
Finishing off a single fin combo. Sorry to cut you
No,
off.
no, you're right. No, yeah.
Grab. Are you serious? What am I saying?
Lando, hopefully he proves me wrong here because I just cut him off.
Oh, look at
he's
this
got
roll
a few
in.
turns in out the back.
Huge opening section.
Foul.
Little downy ramp and
Thinks he's back at Soft Rock, Cabarita.
hangs it up there. Rides out smooth like Sade.
Who said that? Dane Beaver on one of those
Yeah,
videos?
blowing up.
Smooth like Sade sings. Jesus.
Classic line. Darren O'Rafferty, I believe, he was being
reference there.
described by Dane Beaver.
What movie was that?
Yeah, blowing up. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick.
Yeah.
Jack did 100 turns on a little stick. It was his description of Mick Fanning. Macaronis.
I think Dane Beaver lives around Hastings.
Does he?
Yeah.
North Avalon.
Just
old school cone fiend. Stonemason, Call Lord, blue collar legend. His brother, Tully Beaver. Old school Booger Lord. Little Avalon.
Yeah.
Tube Pig. I'm sure they're tuning in.
Wow, the
the
playroom.
broadcast.
Stop
Check 'em
it.
out.
Wow.
Check 'em out. Are you kidding
What?
me?
That is so sick.
Whoa.
Few nights at the playroom back in the day, Bug? Couple, yeah. All right, we're going to throw to a break. I think we've got some men's action coming back up. I might have a slash break and leave it to Smithy and Bugwan to wrap this one out. I think we're into the quarters, lads.
We'll get you on the podcast sometime. That would be classy.
That is so odd.
we're back here at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival 25th anniversary with none other than surfing royalty sitting alongside me, the Don Bradman, I like to call him, of single fin surfing. Former ASP president, he's a world champ, Rabbit Bartholomew. Mate, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to the mic.
Oh, it's so good to be here. Got so many fond memories of Burleigh, and that this event's been going for 25 years is so cool.
Oh, wow, Micah Margison. Plenty of heat on that end section. Are you kidding me? Now, surfing's changed a bit on these kinds of surfboards since your day, Bugs. What do you make of it? You know, they seem to surf single fins like a thruster. It's a whole different approach to what you would have seen in your heyday.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess for us, it really evolved. We went, started in the longboard era, then there was the cut downs, and they were just like short, rotten boards. The rails went the wrong way. It was all wrong, and then we evolved the boards, through down at the Joe Larkin factory, the Dick Van Stralen factory, the Honnessy factory, and things at good time. And that tucked under rail came, the rocker, the fins, the fin placement, really got that high performance small board surfing really came to the fore. And obviously growing up with Michael Peterson, and it was just cutting edge surfing, And then now you're so right. Like now, guys are coming back and girls are coming back surfing single fins, and they're really just adapting the way they've learned to surf. And they're taking these boards to places that we kind of never dreamed of in many respects.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? Seeing, functional aerials on single fins. Who would have thought that would have happened?
Exactly.
Bizarre. But, you're a part of, the first man-on-man surfing event here, the 77 Stubbies Classic. You weren't only a part of it, you played a big role in it, making the semis where you lost your old sparring partner, MP, mate. What are your memories of that event?
Well, that was just all time. I mean, for MP and I, that was really like that was the rumble in the jungle. That was we'd been building up to that event for 6 years. I won the 73, 74 and 76 Queensland title. He won the 71, 72 and 75 Queensland title. That was our big showdown, and we both got perfect 10s in that semi-final. It was insane.
Hunting 4 to 6 foot barreling Burleigh, as good as it gets.
And we just both knew that whoever won that was going to win the final. I mean, the other semi-final was Mark Richards and Sean Thompson. So really it was arguably the best 4 surfers in the world at that time were in those semi-finals. And, that was, MP and I was a personal thing. It was a tube riding duel. Sean Thompson and Mark Richards, that was just great surfing. But we MP and I both knew that whoever won that was probably going to win the title.
Incredible.
It was great though, it was MP's swan song, and then we all went on to do the world tour after that.
Incredible, and usher in many years of incredible tour surfing right through to the administration as we see Micah Margison get a huge float.
Oh, that's one of the rides.
Lord.
That is one of the best rides I've seen.
Wow.
That was 3 big manoeuvres, that big float in between. It was just a really well put together wave.
Yeah, he's well on his way, Micah, on all forms of equipment. His section in repulse was one of the best in the entire video. Son of an absolute surfing icon in Brendan Margison. What did you have to do with him over the years? His old boy.
Oh, I had a lot to do with Brendan. He by his own standard, he said he wasn't a great connoisseur surfer, right?
Well, yeah. When it was good at NIAS, he won.
Oh no, he was just a phenomenal talent, though.
Wasn't he?
Most definitely one of the best surfers in the world at that time. And in 1992, he was in the Australian team. We went to France, and I coached him.
That would have been difficult.
It was really a challenge, the surf was like 10 feet every day. It was massive surf. And he surfed fantastic. He went all the way through to the final.
Wow!
It was just a really good thing, and he kind of felt it like there wasn't a lot of coaching going on back in those days. This was really the beginning of surfers like coaching pro surfers.
Yep.
And he was a guy that I think if you really were there with as a full-time coach, I think he could have gone on with a lot more great competitive surfing. He did win NIAS. you know, you put him in great waves, he was untouchable.
Untouchable. We were discussing earlier on the broadcast, you know, one of the wildest clips of surfing I've ever seen is Margot on a 9.0 at Log Cabins, just doing full-blooded power hacks on a 9-foot surfboard. The head spins just thinking about it as we see Jay Thompson Bots winding up the Burleigh native. He's going to be looking to take home the trophy for the boys on the hill.
Yeah, this is a big one for Bots. I'm not sure if he's, you know, he probably has won the Single Fin Collective. I'm not sure if he has, but he certainly should have his name on that trophy.
Yeah.
He's such, you know, one of the best surfers ever from Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, incredible in the cove. No one's packed more cones in the cove than Bots. He knows his way around a thumb-screwed romper.
And
spit right out of it.
And he's really made his mark in coaching.
Hasn't he?
This year we were over at Rottnest Island. Both his charges were in the semi-final.
Unbelievable.
You know, how proud would he be? There he is again to be working with Liam O'Brien, of course the son of Burleigh.
The son of Burleigh.
He's made it into the CT. And look at Bots, yeah.
That was so sick.
So yeah, we're all so proud of Liam. And, you know, he's got the whole package. I mean, he has really got a lot of potential. He can surf all kinds of waves. He can pull out, you know, big manoeuvres. His aerials, his carving is just sensational. Great tube rider.
Oh, man. The complete package. And what a story that is, you know. Bots first laid eyes on Liam. I think he was about 12, 13, and he reckons that the X factor was there already. You could see a bit of sizzle in his style, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to nurture this kid. Take him under my wing, and that's what he did. And now they're travelling the world together on the world tour. It's just an unreal story.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, he's been working with Morgan Siblick, and Morgan had that fantastic year.
Yep. Breakout year, made it all the way to the final 5, 5th in the world on debut. That's just, you know, unbelievable.
It's
no one
sensational.
had heard of him. No one could even pronounce his name, Bugs.
And he kept, he kept Griffin Colapinto out of that final 5. I mean, that's how solid he was throughout the year.
Yeah, unbelievable. So I don't know what Bots is putting in their water, but keep putting it in there, mate. Might be cucumber, might be lime, might be spinach, might be magnesium. But he's got them flared up and ready to rip in for 2022. I hope Lobby can get to pipe. It starts pretty soon. Hope he can get there, keeping his nose clean of the Rona. It's not easy at the moment.
No, it's everywhere. And Bots is, I mean, Liam, God, it's a pretty amazing rookie class for 2022, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of Aussies, a lot of blue collar grit. That'd make you proud, Rabs. You know, you guys were self-made, working class. You know, putting surfing on the map. You know, making your own boards, just an incredibly gritty era of surfing. And Australian surfing, we kind of went to a place where we were making a lot of money. We kind of lost the camaraderie or the mongrel and the grit a bit. And I think we're back in the trenches, it's safe to say, at the moment. And I think the boys really, and the girls, came together on the Challenger Series and put in some really solid, gritty performances. I was frothing to see it. We had Dimity on the broadcast yesterday. Narrowly missed out on a 2022 berth, but just incredibly gritty surfing. Cannot wait to see what they bring to the table in 2022, Bugs.
Yeah, I know, it's a great story. I mean, this is what I have to say. I really like with the WSL. I really like the how the setup is, the structure. Yeah, the fact that the guys and girls can qualify at home. You know, I was really worried. You know, I used to say for 3 or 4 years, like, hey, you know, these guys, I gave a good example. I said, look, here's an example. This kid called Quinn Bruce, right? He saves up. He's got 3 shitty paying jobs. He works. He's washing dishes and gets himself to
washing
a one-off.
Dishes at the Twin Towns.
Yeah, well, he gets himself to a one-off QS 3000 in Chile. Cost him about $7,000 to get there.
Yeah.
Gets a 9th, not bad. But
Yep.
it really doesn't count for him because he's got to come back, wash dishes again to get to the next one-off.
That's right.
And the Aussies couldn't do it. That sponsorship pool of riches, it just evaporated. It just isn't there like it was for Mick and Parko and Joshy Kerr and Taj when they came through when they were juniors. You know, those $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 sponsorships, they're gone.
That's right.
And so it's really good now that they can compete at home Like Callum Robson's a classic example.
Oh, the Evans head battler.
Yeah, he in that last event at Cabarita came from the clouds, made it on the Challenger Series. Now he's made it through in 1 year. Made it through.
Incredible.
And that's what you can do.
As we see Hanada Azawa fresh off, packing some skits backside, cones at the Kira on Tropical Cyclone, Seth. Bringing form into very different kinds of conditions here, although it is the same cyclone. It's a very different, it's the dregs of it.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the same weather system producing these waves. What did you make of the action bugs at Kira?
Yeah, it was.
Did boy get a couple?
He was. You wouldn't believe it. He went down. He went down crook.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a bit of a super spreader at the Snapper Prezzo.
Yeah.
And then followed by New Year's Eve, the ultimate super spreader.
The ultimate super spreading event there.
And a lot of them went down. Just a lot of them went down, and you couldn't take Kira on with that kind of fatigue.
No, you can't. Paddling the points.
So that was a real shame, but I it was awesome. There was some awesome moments out there.
Who got the one, you reckon? The wave of the swell that you saw?
Parko.
That was a bomb, wasn't it? It was huge.
It was unbelievable. It was just incredible.
That thing was 10 foot.
I remember, my son showed me that, and he was so sick. He just said, that made him sick.
Does he need any more, the glutton Parko? He's a tube
Does he need any more? Oh my God! He gets the best one every swell.
Does he what?
It was such a beautiful wave.
I wonder how they how they joust off there, Fanning and Parko, for who gets the one. It seems that Parko seems to be on the one.
Yeah.
And Fanning's getting the kind of long, thick, square ones. But it's shades of UNMP out there, to be honest.
Definitely, their duel just continues on. I mean, now they're free surfing, but they're still just picking the eyes out of it.
Aren't they? Yeah, the alpha males on the bombs. And yeah, that thing was just one of the tallest pits I've ever seen out there. It didn't look like Kira, it looked like backdoor. The thing was huge.
It was like big backdoor. It was amazing. And he just stood tall. That photo of him on Kira Surf,
Best ever.
Like, it would have been like that looking into it. Like another reprint.
Yeah. Probably,
2021 version.
Yeah, another 100 metres on it though.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, Micah Markison has really taken this one, 11.83. Got a big score on that one. Hanata Azawa has moved into second place with that backhand attack. Timmy Hyland in third, and Jay Bottle Thompson not far out of the picture. Probably wouldn't need much.
Botsy, front side power hack. One thing that's kind of lost on the broadcast at times is just the sheer inertia in these boards when they get them going. You see a guy put together a smooth roundhouse rebound on a single fin, and it is one of the most satisfying things you'll see as a spectator, let alone a surfer. I can't imagine what it feels like as Bots winds up and slashes out of the top. We'll follow up hit, grinding like it's a Kiwi in Florianopolis out there.
Yeah, that was really
circa 77.
Yeah, that was a rock break Florida special.
Did you ever surf any kind of marginal heats on single fins?
Oh,
you
man.
More than a couple.
Me and a guy called Pat Mulhern from the US had these incredible, we had 3 finals in tiny surf in Florida, New Jersey.
No.
Oh, yeah.
New Jersey.
And, I used to just amp up on espresso coffee. And I'd be shedding.
Is that what you were calling them back in the?
And I'd be shedding weight like a jockey during the week.
Shedding weight? Did you say, or shedding weight? Wow. Yeah.
You had to be light on your feet, man. We're talking like 1 foot Sebastian Inlet. It's the best 1 foot wave in the world. Kelly Slater became Kelly Slater
right-hand wedge,
Sebastian Inlet. Everywhere's flat. There's a little wedge would come off. It was 1 foot, and you could do a full-blooded roundhouse cutback on it.
Oh, speaking of full-blooded cutbacks. Michael Margetson winding up. What? Is he sped up? Man, Bugs.
But one of my last big finals out here in the Stubbies was a full rock break. It was against Tom Carroll.
Wow.
It was in 1984 for the #1 world ranking.
Wow.
I went in there. I was leading the world ranking. This is back in the day where it didn't finish in Hawaii, it finished in Australia. It's coming down to the world title. I'm leading into the final. It comes down to a nail-biting 3-2 split decision. Tommy gets me, and it took me a while to get over that. In fact, it was about 4 years later, I got brushed out of a nightclub at 3 o'clock in the morning with the cigarette butts, and I went, I think I'm over that final.
Carried out. Yeah, no. Bit of PTSD. I mean, Tommy Froth paddling rings around you. Oh, savage hack. Are you kidding me? Wow, Bots just dropping the hammer on the end section, you maniac.
There's one thing losing a final, but losing the #1 world ranking with it, that can take its toll mentally.
I bet.
I tell you, it's tough. I mean, people don't believe it, but sometimes these losses they really affect you as an athlete and a human being.
No.
And there was a lot of undiagnosed mental illness in my day.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it went with the territory of surfing. It was a counterculture. It was, it was rock and roll in those days, Rabs, and it's incredible that you're here in such good nick today. I mean, he didn't make it through, unfortunately.
A lot of casualties along the way from the 70s and 80s. A lot of casualties.
Oh, that's very true. It's sad, but they've put surfing where it is today. But you just got to keep on that we stand.
You got to keep on keeping on. You got
That's
to
right.
you got to keep
Wim Hof, meditation, peace, love, and mung beans, Rabs.
And reinvention.
Yes.
You just got to keep reinventing yourself. You got to keep having dreams.
Well said.
Once you stop dreaming, that's it.
That's right, man. Well said.
Book yourself in.
Book yourself in for the full neurochemical makeover. There's some pretty cutting edge therapy coming out of all corners of the globe at the moment. Plant medicines, breath work. We're actually kind of returning back to those 60s, 70s stuff again, but now we've got the science to back it up. So.
Well, the big one is psilocybin.
That's right, mate.
MDMA. I mean, they are
therapy. That's right.
Yeah, they are giving you controlled psychedelic trips now to overcome depression.
Depression,
it's true.
6 to 8 months you'll get out of a macro dose of psilocybin in a controlled therapeutic setting of good mental health. And, that's not to be scoffed at. And I think it was Nixon and the American reptiles, the war pigs that shut it down in the 70s, the grubs, so they could keep slaughtering and murdering. And, we as surfers have always known what the true path is. It's about communing with nature, getting barreled with your mates. Couple of bamboo schooners from time to time. Didn't go astray in the 70s though, only.
Well, there was many opportunity. Like I know now, you say 6 to 8 months. I know quite a few guys that 6 to 8 months. That's right. They took so many magic mushrooms that for 6 to 8 months they were high.
High on life. A couple of those early G-Land pioneers. Peter McKay, you would have spent a bit of time with him over the years, I'd imagine.
Beautiful man.
Yeah.
Just such a great pioneer. Him and Tony Doris Eldrington in Indonesia, pioneers,
Pioneers.
and they loved adventure. They loved finding these breaks and just surfing their brains out. I mean, that is living the dream.
Mate, and you lived it right there with him. Talk us through some of your early trips to the archipelago. I mean, there's an iconic bit of footage of you, I think, at a Misto reef that's since been revealed. Well, let's not even say. We don't need to. There's no
Boom.
point. But
Bottle has just come alive. He went wide. He's sitting in second already with 25 seconds. I think he is safely through. That was a killer ride. So J. Bottle Thompson, wouldn't have surprised me if he challenges for the lead on that one. That was just... Hanada still hanging in there for third, the little goofy footer. Here he is, he's paddling for this one with seconds to go. Yeah, but it's all about holding him off. Hanata Izawa on his backhand.
Oh,
and boom. And that's it for the quarterfinal.
Mate.
Although we do have a ride up here.
You think he got in, maybe?
Yeah.
Who's that? Jesse Outram.
Jesse.
Or Timmy Hyland.
Looked pretty
hard to tell
decent.
there in the glare, but yeah, wait, when you hit them, they stay hit on a single fin. Far out. Babe Ruth hitting them out of the park. Hanada Izawa, backside blast for days.
So me and Doris Eldrington and Dick Harvey, Richard Harvey, and I surfed 15 to 18 foot Uluwatu one day.
Wow.
There was no wrongs on the hill at Uluwatu, nothing,
Wow.
like zero.
Just a couple of cattle tracks, goat tracks.
No, there was one local Indonesian Balinese guy with a bucket of warm soft drink.
Warm soft drink.
Yeah,
oh,
that was it.
Oh, cheers, mate. I've just surfed for 10 hours straight in 15-foot waves. I'll have a Fanta, please.
Yeah, and it was so
A
cool.
warm
We had
Fanta.
board carriers. The road was about a 2 kilometre march through all these gullies and
Wow.
to get there. There was one BMO in the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning and one BMO at 4 o'clock in the arvo.
Wow.
And you just surfed there all day.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal.
It was just such an adventure.
Backside out there, how'd you go? Were you able to, pig dog a few out there in those years? Or when did that come into vogue?
Yeah,
Backside tube riding at the racetrack and.
Yeah, there was on the bigger days there was some back end tube riding going on, and I did hit the reef pretty hard this one day and got some concussion.
Oh no!
They took me to the local village and I was seen to by the witch doctor, and he just did a dance around me, packed mud all over my head.
Oh, that helps.
And I went into a black room for 4 days and 4 nights.
Oh, that's great. What's crazy is that is proper protocol to deal with head injuries.
It was the mud man of Borneo.
You are kidding me. The Mudman of Borneo, early head injury protocol. But just been in the darkened room, taking it real easy on the coconut, the hydro lights, keeping really well hydrated. That's actually, mate, they're so ahead of the curve, the Balinese and the Indonesian and the indigenous cultures. They know, They know. And then colonialism comes along and poisons them with sugar and all the other rubbish.
Of course, there was a lot of us got injured that day, and obviously it came all the way back to that. The BMO driver apologised profusely because he forgot the offerings.
Oh, of course.
He forgot the offerings to the gods, and we all went down on the reef.
Of course. You gotta light the incense in the morning, say your alms. Oh! Some committed surfing going on.
In fact, one of the first Garuda flights I went on, it was a rickety old thing, and the only way we got there was because there was a nice little offering in the
cockpit. Oh, as long as there's a couple of coconut biscuits and incense, you're going to land that Garuda flight no matter what state it's in. Wow. Mate, I tell you, some of those inter-island flights I've done in Indonesia, you staring into the cockpit, you're looking at Kadek up there, he gives you the thumbs up, gives you the smile, he's got no teeth, he's about 1,000 years old, you can see all the gadgets in the cockpit, none of them work.
And you just go, like, we were just a little bit more beetle nut, and we'll be there.
Oh, there's a couple of beetle nuts, and that'll make the trip go a bit quicker. Wow. So, and did you go further afield up to Nias in those early days, Lagundri?
When Joe Angle and Thornton went to Nias, I mean they really pioneered that place. But probably one of the first crew to go to Nissel and Bogan and those outer places. And I mean, I went there with Jack McCoy, and we surfed shipwrecks and got hungry and came into the shore, and there was nothing there.
Oh,
and they chased this chicken around for us to have dinner. But the thing about this chicken was that it was so athletic that you couldn't actually break his leg off. It was just too muscly.
Wow.
So we didn't get to eat that night. There was nothing there. There was nothing there at all, but we had papaya and a few bits and pieces.
Wow, that is such core travel. Just bloody hell, man. It's hard yakka is what it is. Far out. Indo.
Oh, it was so exciting, though. I mean, surfing these breaks to yourself.
Unbelievable. They're all so on the map now. Bugs, I think, that's really what we have to thank you for. You've put surfing on the map in ways that no one could imagine, that you couldn't have imagined. A lot of these waves that you pioneered, the sport that you pioneered, the dream tour, Bugs. I mean, of all your achievements, that's got to be right up there. The legacy that you've left for the rest of us in the form of this incredible tour. And I'd love to know what it was like. That first event was at 95 at G-Land. That's essentially what is said to be the beginning of the Dream Tour.
Well, actually, you know what? There's actually a bit more before that, because for me, the beginning of the Dream Tour concept, even though I dreamt it up in 1971 when I was walking to school, it was the Billabong Challenges.
Oh, yes.
They were it.
Yes,
because we
concept.
had the best surfers in the world. I mean, we had Kelly and Rob Machado. It was insane,
the
right?
Best. I love
Shane
it.
Dorian.
Big part of my youth.
Yeah, and we go to these amazing places with absolutely nothing, and I'd make up a different format for every event, and the surfers would, have a big say on how it should be run. And there was one event we ran where I said, you guys judge it yourself.
Yeah. It was this down on the south coast. That's right. It's incredible.
And Shane Dorian won.
Oh, huge no toes or one of those big.
Well, we got insane. We got no toe. We got insane surf.
Foot. Looked like Jaws.
Yeah, we got insane surf.
Mate, what were your highlights from that journey? I mean, in terms of waves, ridden, sessions that stood out.
Well,
just an incredible concept. The surfers you brought together, it's almost unthinkable that you could even pull it off in this day and age.
Yeah, I know, and it was so cool. The surfers made it, but I mean, those ones up northwest, those desert ones were amazing. The J Bay one was absolutely incredible. That was the biggest J Bay day I've ever seen, and
how big are we talking? Was it like 8 to 10 foot? Wasn't it roping?
Oh, it was bigger. Like it was washing through from the outside, and Kelly was so clever, and there was a local guy, Shane was in it, and they were still catching like those 6-7 footers. They were coming in and doubling up and getting big tube rods. Margot was just nuts in that. Johnny Boy Gomes, it was so cool, know. Margot was getting these waves down through impossibles and just getting so slammed, but just carving, going for it big time.
Manhandling it.
It was so cool.
Wow.
But it was just that whole concept of going to the best places at exactly the right time of year, exactly pinpointed. We work with the fishermen at Chopu to go when the moon was waning.
Wow.
It was you'd listen to the locals, listen to the fishermen.
Wow.
Go on the right part of the moon. I mean, it was pretty. We were trying to really nail it down, I
love it, Bugs. It's I don't think a lot of people get that view behind the lens, That's what it took. It wasn't just, back in those days, we didn't have the surfline forecasting tools at our disposal. It was like synoptic charts. It was talking to fishermen. It was building bloody contest scaffolds on outer island reef passes.
It was me, going to France and knowing that that third week of September was when it really started pumping at Gravier and Hossegor. And, I mean, it was just a lot of my experiences around the world, and then bringing that vision I had in 71 and 72, walking to school dreaming of the dream tour, and then having lived the tour, lived my dream and being a touring pro, but then being able to actually implement the dream for, when Kelly and that whole generation, then of course Mick and Joel, Taj, and Taylor Knox, Rob Machado, Beshan.
Oh, what a stylish era of surfing that you presided over. It was golden
really
age.
Amazing.
Yeah. No, we have so much to thank you for, Bugs. We're all in an absolute debt of gratitude, and I can't stress that enough. It's real. The thanks is real, not only for the blueprint that you were able to create, but also the mana and the personality that you infused it all with. I think surfing is done in the right spirit, and that's what matters really to me, anyway.
Yeah, well, I really focused on the simple things. Like I really wanted the, I just knew the guys trusted me. They just trusted me. Like I had a really good rapport with Andy Irons and him and Sonny Garcia. They just felt comfortable with me running it because they could trust me. And I said, look, I don't care who wins, but I want the right guy. I was really big on the judging. It was the judging. We had to really, I said, let's overhaul this whole thing. Like, you tell me what good surfing is, And, it was classic listening to Rob Machado and going, like, styles, everything. I said, hey, man, I get it.
Far out. Yeah, how hard it is to nail a good criteria for surfing.
Yeah, that's right.
Incredible.
It's really incredible.
Now.
And plus, you've got to be, one, you've got to be contemporary, but two, you've got to be progressive.
And you nailed it. You did. I've never been able to argue here and there. Everyone can have their say, but you've got 5 international judges doing their best. You can't argue with it 99% of the time.
No, that's right. It's generally... like, put it this way, having gone through the primitive days, I know every trick in the book. I'd say if I see prejudice, if I see bias, if I see parochial judging, you're out of here. Yeah. And that's why, I had Perry Hatchett from WA as my head judge. He was a
staunch figure.
He was tough, right? I needed a tough head judge. He was a bit gruff and a bit tough. But you know what?
Mate,
He got it right. And we'd be standing there at Sunset Beach at Pipeline, and just him and I would just be going, hey, you know what? Here's the criteria today. This is what we're looking for, you know?
100%. That's really interesting that you chose those bullish archetypes.
Yeah.
You know, Richie Porter, another one from Frankston, a tough man and an uncompromising Australian, because you had to be able to stand your ground against your Johnny Boy Gomes, your Sonny Garcias, your AIs, like, you know, and the rest. Bloody hell, mate. There was plenty, you know, Rob Bain. These guys could all give you a serve. Being a head judge was no easy feat, far out. And these were days when you could storm the judging tower very easily. Wait, what's your best story? I love the one of Sonny Garcia shaking the judging tower to its foundations with Renato Hickel in the top of it up there. What's got it? Freaking out in the top of the booth.
I had a bit of a meltdown one day in South Africa where I was shaking the tower, and another one in Japan. There was a time when, you know, again it was the #1 world ranking on the line, and I lost a 3-2 decision. And this is and this is the last time that I blew up so hard, and it changed it, because this is the last time you're allowed to have 3 local judges and 2 internationals. The 2 internationals had me winning by a mile. The 3 local judges had me losing by 0.5. And I went, that there's got to be internationals on the panel. You cannot be going to these places with 3 local judges.
Ripped off like boxing, yeah.
And that's what it was. It was like boxing. This is back in the day, you know. And
glad you stamped that out of it early.
But it was only due by, you know, making, you know, you'd have to have a blow up that would make John McEnroe look like a choir boy. I mean, that's the level of the blow up you had to have.
You can't be serious. Smashing the single fin on the rocks. The rocks start exploding though. The boards were that thick. Yeah, far out.
So, and you know, there was a lot of colourful characters, and obviously, you know, I love that whole gamesmanship and the personalities, and making they're bigger than the sport, you know. I used to love, I love Sonny, you know. I mean, I did a lot of work.
You would have copped some sprays from Sonny.
Well,
someone would have been copping sprays.
Well, I coached him when he was 17. He came to the Stubbies right here at Burleigh Heads. When he was 17, he got 3rd place and off and running in his career. And, you know, I love Sonny. I mean, I just think about him all the time, you know.
Incredible surfer. And in those early days, you know, a wiry whippet, very much the early forerunner to someone like Zeke Lau today. You know, you kind of knew him as a world champion 2000 when he was a bit more stocky and nuggety, Sonny, but
when he was young,
he was a whippet,
Yeah, he was really wiry. You know, he didn't have an ounce of fat on him, and you know, you kind of had to be, because the tour it wasn't a dream tour. You know, there was a lot of events that, you know, on the East Coast USA and Japan, and like really small wave events. I mean, there's some of the best small wave surfers in the world. I mean, Rob Machado, Tim Curran, you know, some of those young Brazilian guys. Armando Daltro, and insanely
incredible underground surfer from the zone, local zone, North End, Burleigh. As we see, it might have been Drew Adler there on the end in blue.
I think it might have been Dave McGrath. Oh, here's
Drew
Adler. Look at Drew Adler. You can't miss him. He's on this one. Oh yeah, he's got this section going. He needs to do something. He loves the aerials. Bang.
Wow.
He's just finished that one off.
That's where I know the name from. Drew Adler, early kind of Quicksilver air show guy. He was the early aerial innovator.
Yeah. Oh, well, the Adler's is a famous name in Queensland. I mean, his grandfather, Kenny Adler, you know, just one of the pioneers in Queensland surfing.
Wow. So many famous names in this draw today. Margesons, the Byrne family represented.
Yeah.
The Woods.
Okalupo.
Jimmy and Tom. That's right, Jay Okalupo representing. Some iconic Burleigh surfers. Who's the best you've ever seen do it out here, Bugs?
Oh, gosh.
Local guy.
Oh, well, you know, obviously, you know, early in the day, I mean, back in the day, Paul Nielsen was he was a king. You know, Peter Druin and Paul Nielsen were unbelievable out here in the early 70s, probably late 60s, early 70s. Incredible. Druin was just such a showman out here.
Wow.
He was amazing. Mickey Stafford. But the Nielsen brothers, Paul and Rick Nielsen, they dominated Burleigh. Paul was amazing. And then going into the 70s, you know, Peter Harris and Guy Elmerod, really great surfers.
Harris brothers, yeah.
And Dwayne, Joey Angle, Thornton Philander. Gosh, there's just been so many good surfers. Peter Roberts is a guy, he's passed now, but he was early 70s. He was a bit of a rival of mine in the junior days. He was so good at Burleigh. Peter Roberts.
What about, I've got a famous name to throw at you, Bugs. Jeremy Oxley.
Jeremy he was from Kingscliff.
Oh, he's from Kingy, right? Yeah,
and really good surfer. He was a Queensland junior champion.
That's right. Yeah.
Before the Sunny Boys.
Before the Sunny Boys.
And the Oxley family. Yeah, we knew them well. I mean, they were really more Tweed Coast family, Kingy boys. But Sunny Boys, wow.
Mate, probably the greatest Australian band of all time.
I think
right
so too. Thank you very much. I just think you listen to their music is timeless.
Timeless.
It just says surf.
Oh man,
it's surfing.
It is surfing.
Oh,
it's
Tunnel of Love.
A bit of trivia. One of Quentin Tarantino's favourite bands.
Is it? Oh, so there you go. The Sunny Boys. So glad you said that. And I mean, I know Tapper is probably their number one badge holder. He's not with us today, but yeah, gosh, we just go. I remember taking Sunny Boys to Hawaii with me, and people just going,
"No way.
Who are these guys?"
No way. Talk us through that trip.
Oh,
how'd you pull that off? Was that a?
No, I took their music with me.
Oh, okay, just tapping everyone in over there. Yeah, I thought you were on a tour with the boys.
I could have easily been on a tour with them.
That's right.
Jeremy's a really good surfer.
Mate, it's remarkable his career. Queensland state surf champ.
Yeah.
Sunny Boys, and an artist. He kind of did it all. Just a remarkable brain. One of the all-time Australian, just enigmatic figures. Just a freak, a force of nature.
Oh, he really is. It was so good when they came back together again. I was so pleased.
Yeah, I actually got to see him down there at the Enmore in Sydney.
Yeah, and I saw him at Byron not that long ago, and you know what? They were as good as ever. They were just as good as ever.
So sick. Jimmy Woods, fresh off a serious Kira pit.
Yeah.
The other day. One of the better ones anyone saw anyone get out there. Very different conditions here today, but mate, still in the lead.
Yeah, he's really solid out here. I mean, I don't know if his name's on the trophy, but you'd think it would be. Drew Adler. He's moved from 6th to 5th, but he probably needs a bit more than that. So it's that battle between 3rd and 4th. See, where's Kai Chandler? I think he's up and riding on this one.
Have a quick gander, bro. Yourself to a Pims if you want. Pommy ale. Is that what it is? Yeah, it's Pommy. Stretch the back a little.
Wayne, it's good to be back.
Ah, good to have you back, mate. All time. This has been another great heat, Stace.
Oh, Haka-san, stop it. Tell you what, they're all built like Adam Robbo when they come from Victoria, aren't they?
Yeah, Xavier's.
Oh, my word. Who was that? These colours are really starting to mess with me.
Yeah, I think that
was Tandler. That was Tandler. Wow, that was huge.
Okay, so 30 seconds remaining. One more surf down the line. James Woods on his own, way down the line. He's dominated this heat. There's no doubt about it.
Kira Point Surf School head coach just unloading. What a cool story that is, eh?
Yeah.
He opened up a business there. Kira Surf School. Lucky boy. Good on you, Woodsy. Big heat win there, brother. Squidward, he needs a score here to knock his fellow North End member out of competition. I don't know that's going to be enough. And that'll be it, Bugs. We're going to throw to a little break and we'll be back shortly.
My old man was Peter Crawford. He was a fanatical kneeboarder. This is like one of his cameras that he used to use. It's pretty famous. It's a Nikonos, but a lot of Dad's iconic shots are shot on this one, simple one. But these archives are like massive. It's like, they're just fascinating, like they're MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on.
Bhagwan, what a time to come back. The paramedic off the end. Beautiful first turn. He just can't help himself.
Boom.
Pushing that single fin to its absolute limits. He'd be happy with that one. Link Taylor. Beautiful way to start the heat.
He's such a good surfer.
He is, isn't he? Yeah. Good morning to Murray and Lou if they're tuning in. Sister Amber and all the family up at North Stratty. Starting to look a little bit like North Stratty down here, Bugs, with that wind starting to fluff up. That was young Perth surfer Moses Legrice in the white. Thomas Woods, the action's starting to heat up now. No dead rubber anymore, Wayne.
No, this is on now. We've got Matty Jobs, another local in this heat, Quinn Bruce, Talon Guest.
I was talking to Quinn earlier. He said he felt like he had a bit of a target on his back walking around the event site.
Yeah.
You'd know all about that, Bugs. How do you shake that off?
No, you just embrace it. You embrace it. And he's going through he's through to the quarters. 50% advancement. You know, that's the beauty about six-man heats. 3 get through. You can just sort of sneak your way through the whole pack. Third's good enough.
That'll do. Up and riding. I think that's young Talon. I mentioned earlier, both him and his brother are fantastic surfers. They can surf anything. Oh,
wow.
Crikey.
Headbutt.
There we go. Lucky he's got a paramedic in his heat. Link was looking in there. He could probably sort him out, actually. Quick patch-up job. Or maybe not. He might send him in.
Send him in for a head.
Send him back in for a bit of nose reassignment surgery. How's your record out here, Bugs, back in the day?
Yeah, I had a pretty good record. I mean,
forgive me for not knowing.
There were 10 stubbies.
Yeah?
And my last result was 9th.
Okay.
I got a first, 2 seconds, 3 thirds, 2 fifths and a 9th.
That's really good going.
Pretty solid.
You'd take the high and the low out of that. You're probably averaging a 1.5, I reckon.
Probably averaging a third.
Yeah. Oh, was that Matty Job? That was such an amazing first turn.
Yeah.
Shame the wave sort of petered out. How hard is it to turn the shoulders on these boards like that?
Oh, yeah.
It's looking so fun now with a bit of water on it.
Oh, it's looking good, isn't it?
Tommy Woods.
Thomas. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a dangerous customer at this point of the tournament.
He definitely is. Definitely is. But so tell me, a lot of your heats out here would have been the infamous man-on-man.
Oh, they're all man-on-man.
How do you deal with such a big playing field?
Yeah.
When it is, like you said, you got 6 people now, 50% progression. You could sneak through in third, no one even know you're out there. But man-on-man, there's no hiding.
No, there's no hiding, especially the big crowds on the beach. I mean, but we had years where it was the rock break. We had years where it was Barrel and Burleigh on the outside. So, it is a very tidal break though. You really got to keep on top of what the tide's doing. when that, on that higher tide, that rock break really does come alive. But there's always that time in between where you got to, do I stick on the rock break? Is there enough juice on the outside as it dies in here? And quite a lot of playing the chess game out here. A bit of positioning's everything.
Lovely exchange there from Talon and Moses. I think I like the look of Moses' equipment so far. He's had a couple of good heats. I must admit, I didn't actually see too many of his rides from an earlier heat, but he had an amazing total, so I trust that he was ripping. But on that little wave then, he looks super sharp. Where did he find this board? Could be an old Albine. Oh, the Burleigh point erupts with Matty Job finishing that ride there. Oh, they've just brought in a new brolly for us there, Bugs. That feels pretty good.
Oh, that's mine. Okay.
Thanks to everyone tuning in at home. It's the 25th anniversary of this fantastic contest. It's it'd have to be the hallmark of the Burleigh Boardriders year. Potentially, dare I say, even bigger than their President's Cup. They involve the whole community. Everyone comes from far and wide across the country, internationally, and it's such a great display of what they bring to the coast as a club and everything in between. So yeah, stoked to be down here and stoked to be a part of it. Yeah,
it really is special, and it's a celebration of single fin surfing and everything Burleigh stood for over 50 years, and well done at the Burleigh Club for hosting this and making it such a famous event.
And letting us up the stairs.
Oh, yeah. On the top deck.
Yeah, that's right. We've made it all the way to the penthouse.
Oh, look at this wave.
Could be Talon off the end here.
Oh, good recovery.
Done. That was really well done.
Good recovery. Here's Quinn, is it?
I think that might be Matty.
Matty Job.
Yeah, unlucky.
Well, he's leading the heat, though.
They weren't really feeling the paramedic on that first ride, only a 4.33, but he got a quick backup after that.
We liked it.
Yeah, we liked it. I mean, I was saying to the guys earlier, Bugs, I don't go left, but I'd imagine it's hard. On your back end anywhere around the world.
Yeah, we don't go left too much up here,
no.
That's for sure. Certainly nice sitting on this balcony, though, and checking the surf. What a good viewing platform.
Yeah, first time up at the Pav, is it, Bugs? I wouldn't imagine you to frequent this area too often.
Oh, it's the first time, watching the surf from this. It's just awesome. It's so good.
Oh, Quinn, how's that little shuffle back on the tail there? He's got that thing dialed. The wave was dog shit, but he's definitely, you can tell he's got the skill to unload if need be. Stace Galbraith alongside 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, it's awesome to work with you last year through the World Tour. And,
we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a great time. Couple of Chardonnays there out in West Oz.
It was so good. The whole thing was great. Looking forward. Really excited about this year's tour. The lineup of talent, the venues. It's just 2022 is looking all back on again. Just got to get through this little rough patch right now.
Yeah, this little Cyclone Seth and beyond.
I mean, and there was another cyclone brewing way up north.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about that. You're the Oracle. You've usually got a direct line upstairs. What's going on there?
Well, I mean, I kind of got a feeling we're going into a pattern, It's looking like a bit of a 70s pattern.
Upward spiral, would you say?
Well, yeah, we might get a few...
70s pattern, so you're saying 6 years of Pump and Kira.
That'd be good. But the thing is, like, sometimes cyclones, be careful what you wish for. We had the perfect banks going, and we really, you get those couple of days of Kira, but then, geez, you pay for it on the other side. The banks aren't too destroyed, but Burleigh looks a little bit, shot to bits right now.
Can you tell me, do you think there's a sort of a correlation between surfers from the Gold Coast, like yourself, Chappie, Wayne Dean, Parko, going to Hawaii and sort of tapping in over there?
Well, I think it's the same. We've got the same shaped waves. Just on a much bigger scale over there, but that first 2 foot of the takeoff is really similar. Behind the Rocker Snapper, Kira, Burleigh, even like D-Bar, South Stratty. We've got so many waves that are so similar. So it's, and it's just
Oh, the 2 for 1. That was nuts.
Wow.
A float to carve transition. Woof. Oh, that was sick ride.
Sick.
It's kind of like as out of control as you could want to be, but also full control.
Oh. Well, Thomas Woods has dropped down to 6th place. He needs to get going again, but here he is.
Does. I wonder what Talon will get for that last ride. As we see Thomas, Jesus,
Boom.
speed generation's out of control. Probably on a door, a board. Sorry, a door, a wooden door,
Yeah.
a wooden board. They definitely make those things look much better than what they are. I went for a little surf this morning to just try and calibrate with what was going on out there.
Good.
And yeah, struggle street, mate. Just a few waves off the end on the low tide, a few nosedives. And,
Low tide is.
Yeah.
It's not a real low tide bank at the moment, is it?
I will say though, like, no disrespect to our modern artists, but fuck, there was some cool decals back in the day.
Yeah. No, they were works of art. I mean, guys like, Shane Egan and Martin Worthington down at Hot Buttered, and I mean, they were works. They were sculpted works of art. The artwork on the surfboards was amazing.
And even AB has 19,000 different logos for his own one label.
That's right.
It's so cool.
No, it was a creative time. It was a really creative time.
Oh, Quinny boy, that was really nice. Jeez, he's a modern classic, that kid, isn't he? It's like
Yeah,
modern
he is.
surf, and that fits a single fin so well.
What was really gnarly back then is that there's so much work at going to a board, and they were so hit and miss. There was not, they weren't machined. They were, every board was a bit different. Getting that magic board under your feet was everything. And so, someone like Shane would do the most amazing artwork, like the Mona Lisa, the Sistine Chapel, Leonardo da Vinci style of artwork, and then you get on the board and go, yeah, it's a dog.
Oh, no. Oh, you're killing me. You know what's funny? Is that I think that's still a thing to this very day.
Yeah.
The better the spray, the worse the board.
Exactly.
Fucking don't
Put
spray
the
it.
mocker on it.
Yeah, just give it a big dog shit spray, and the thing will be a magic carpet, and you'll end up riding it the whole year.
Yeah.
And people look at you funny, but no, I think that still applies to this modern day and age. But I definitely think, back in the day, you saw some crazy airbrushing, full board sprays, and yeah, no, it was funny. And talk to me about the self-promotion. MR. Obviously shaping and winning titles on his own surfboards. G'day Mark if you're tuning in. And he's had wetsuits with his own, and you were very much the same. Talk to me about the difference between now and then.
Well, I mean, back then, you look at the MR logo, it's the Superman shield. I mean, I had the Bugs and the Warner Brothers.
You got a letter about that, didn't you?
I got more than a letter. I mean, once again, he got away with it. But
what didn't you get away with? Was there anything you didn't get away with?
I didn't get away with anything. But obviously, Bugs Bunny was very famous, and
you had Louis B. Mayer.
and I had
on your
also
door.
WB Warner Brothers. I had Mal Blanc, the creator of Bugs Bunny, the Paskowitz family from San Clemente, a fantastic surfing family. They called him Uncle Mal, and they said, "Come on, Rab." Well, they took it to him. He thought it was hilarious. He thought it was fantastic. But he was 96 and he passed away, and then Warner Brothers sued me.
So you're Lincoln, wow. He might have board in two pieces there, or maybe a leg off the end. Oh my God, that floated. Tubing! Stop it! Of course, it's Matty Job. Well
Matty
done.
Jobs actually was a barrel.
No,
it was more than a shampoo.
That
today, that was a barrel.
That was proper.
What are they going to give him?
Huge score. Burleigh Surfer at Burleigh Point.
He's
getting
already
a Burleigh
winning.
barrel.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a few things that you need to tick off here, and that he did about all three of them. But yeah, right, so you had some heavies knocking on your door. Is it a gnarly time to be involved with the Hollywood movie industry?
Mate, when your name comes up at a Warner Brothers board meeting, you are in trouble. The guy that did my boards in California got the heaviest phone call in the middle of the night, and next day he went on a trip to Mexico.
Forever?
We're all bandits, so because even though all the surf movies, you'd pirate all the music. Everything was like.
You didn't have Keith
we're
Richards
just going, we're
knocking
just
on your
surfers,
door.
no one will notice us.
Yeah.
But they did.
They did. They certainly did.
Copyright was not a big deal.
It's almost come full circle.
Yeah.
There was a while there where you couldn't put anything on your Facebook or your Instagram, but now it's almost like it's just open slather again.
You've just been overwhelmed. What are they going to do? Chase down every
4 cents from a song play, which I do find a little bit sad for some artists. They work their ass off, but
that's true.
You know, you got to find a way to adapt. But that's another story for another time. We've got some hi-fi ripping going on out here. Matty Job, as to be expected.
Massive score. Massive.
Here come the Burleigh lads now. They want to get in the booth and just talk about it all day. Got a 4-second lip to the head and got a 9-point ride. No, just kidding. No, it was better than that. Well done, Matty. Huge score.
Well, he must have got a 9.
It's a big score. I can't see what the tallies are, but he's absolutely comboing the field, it would seem at this point. Quinn Bruce.
Got very, very excited about that Burleigh barrel.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the theory of relativity, that was a barrel under today's conditions.
100%.
It was well rewarded.
You got any bugs formulas? Any theories of relativity bugs that you want to share, some pearls?
Well, I think everything is a theory of relativity, you know.
Do you think you create your own reality sometimes in situations like this?
Absolutely. You got to. I mean, today is a day where it's a dance. It's a you know, the rock break used to be a rock dance. You know, you'd have to dance along with those big single fins and not get them ripped out on those rocks. There was a lot in it, you know, just weaving back and, you know, weaving rail to rail, zigging and zagging, and then getting a manoeuvre in, then zigging and zagging, getting another manoeuvre in. We see Joe Calupo paddling out for his 4th quarter final, sneaking along the inside of the rocks, hoping no one notices him.
Young competitor.
Yeah.
Up and riding. Moses, this board looks phenomenal. I think he's the dark horse of the event so far for me. If he can get a finish here, it's going to be a massive score. Oh, he went 70s on us instead of 2000s. He should have just fucking jammed that last bit. But that's okay, Moe. Back to the drawing board. Well done, son.
Oh, I can't believe Thomas is down in 6th still.
Yeah, well, with surfing like what Moses and Matty are doing, I guess you can understand it.
Bang.
Wow. It's so ridiculous how hard these guys are pushing through their turns with this equipment that they're riding. Really talented. Oh my.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Quinn Bruce is up to 2nd. Moses sitting in 3rd. Lincoln Taylor's just been hovering in 4th.
That was 2 trips to the paramedic for Talon Guest in one heat.
That's right.
That was a double
Okay, here we go.
snap.
Lincoln Taylor.
Come on, Taylor. That's it.
Oh, he didn't like it.
Off the end. Woodsy. Oh, he doesn't fuck up. There we go. Well done, Woodsy.
Yeah.
He needed that to get back into this heat.
Yeah, we've got a great day going here at Burleigh Heads. The sun's out. We've had a couple of pretty crappy days at the end of Cyclone Seth. Is that alcoholic?
Quincy.
Quinn Bruce gets a stonker. That could seal the deal. We're down to 90 seconds.
Can you believe the talent that is finding themselves in the elimination part of this heat?
No, it's
Tommy Woods, Lincoln Taylor and Talon Guest all had fantastic performances earlier in the day.
Well, Thomas Woods has moved up to 4th, but Quinn Bruce, I think, just really solidified his 3rd place. He might even move up a bit there. That was a pretty good ride. I think all scores are in except for Quinn. So Thomas has got a bit more work to do.
Oh, he wants tube action. He saw the score getting lifted earlier. He was going for the lead there.
Lincoln Taylor's dropped to 5th.
I told a story before about Lincoln Taylor that went down like a lead balloon, but long story short was Lincoln Taylor's got a mental backside. If he can find some green face, it lights out 5th to 1st, but he just needs to find that wave.
No, he really has. He's such an awesome surfer.
.30 seconds on the clock. Maui So yeah, Matty Jobs convincingly taking this one out. Moses Legrasse in second. Quinn Bruce, defending champ, getting through. And unfortunately, at this point, it looks like eliminated for Thomas Woods, Lincoln Taylor, and Talon Guest. Bug, I think we might throw it to a break, mate, and come back very promptly. Sammy. Or Nuggy. Hey, Jack. Legend. Thanks, brother. We've been spruiking them. I'm not going to crack one though. I'm going to keep hammering these. Mate. Sammy Norwood or Nagioto. Anybody at home there? Welcome back to the 25th edition, the Burleigh Single Fin Classic. It's just been non-stop action all morning since that tide filled in. The gents are really taken to action out there. We'll have the women up a little later today with a pretty stacked final. Bugs, you enjoying your day up in the sun, mate?
I'm loving it, mate. It's so good. It is sunny and nice, and you know we've had a bit of rain lately. The sun's out at Burleigh. The rock break's happening.
Bit of rain and a bit of hoo-ha.
The surfers some of them are going a bit deep, and that tide coming in, that hopefully that rock break goes back up the point a bit.
What do you reckon? That tropical cyclone / East Coast low might have dug a bit out just recently, I think.
Oh, it's just gouged it out, mate.
You got a button for that, don't you?
Yeah. Down south that we do.
You reckon they're lobbying for one up here out of the creek?
I've always thought they should. You know, they put the sand here on the beach. They just should pump it around the cove. Just let it come through naturally. You'd make perfect banks all the way.
Might help us out with the crowd too.
Be so good. Just let it come. Just let they have the outlet just north of the Tallybudgera Creek, and just let it flow around that point and make.
Stop it, Palsy.
Perfect banks.
Hang on, no, my bad. Jai Brazinas. Lovely ride from start to finish. He probably didn't have that explosive manoeuvre that he was really looking for, but great flow. Great first wave for him. Second wave, my apologies. J-Boy, that's that modern attack, isn't it, Bugs? Going right up and in the lip, driving through these turns.
Yeah, he got a nice rooster tail to start this one with.
Oh, and a little look back. I love it.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to win this thing, from the juniors, or not that Jay's a junior anymore, but he's a young pup compared to, say, someone like a Fabsy. They all want to win it bad. It's all fun and games until those singlets go on.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of guys surfing pretty deep up the point.
You got a message for them?
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, they did move up the point, didn't it? But today, I'm not sure about that.
So it obviously was all going down in the water back in the day, but did you have any point altercations before your heats, Bugsy?
Oh, I had to, look, out here one year, I had an absolute unbelievable altercation with, you know, look, we're pretty good friends, but it was a pretty bad one with Derek Hind, and I ended up coming with blood coming out of both my shins. the altercation was with our. It wasn't a physical altercation. It was more of we shared a wave, and he attacked me.
Define shared.
He attacked my fin with his rail into my shins, and and there was a bit of an altercation, blow up on the interference with an appeal, and it ended up going my way.
Atta boy.
But Derek was a great surfer.
Yeah, great mind too.
Great, and he's just the lines he drew were really different. He had an incredible floater, his layback cutback, and yes, it's just a different way of surfing. Obviously now, the finless J-Bay stuff you see is out of this world.
And I guess probably, coaching wise was sort of at the forefront of that high performance pen and paper.
Yeah.
Down the beach, really.
He was a Billabong coach for a long time. We're working with Gary Green, Ocky.
Yep. Shane Horan for a bit before that.
Oh no, I don't know about that one. No, I don't think Derek was coaching Shane. Shane wouldn't have taken that on board. But I mean, Derek worked with Andy Irons when Andy was really, really young.
Oh my God! That was the young attorney, barrister, conveyancing officer, Tommy Bahama Hatcher. That was next level.
Yeah.
That was a huge score if he pulled that off. He knows it too. The office boy doesn't bust them out too often. If he had pulled that off, this little section of the point would have erupted. That was really, really cool. I'm Stace Galbraith, gladly joined by 1978 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, they've let two snapper boys up the stairs here at the Burleigh Pavilion, and we're like two pigs in a trough. Best day of the year.
Yeah, so good, mate. It's a great little setup. It's a natural amphitheatre. There'll be a couple of thousand people on the point. Got the prizes behind us. The House of Byrne.
The full House of Byrne.
You've got Ian Byrne.
Oh, thanks for that, Jack.
Yes,
you're a good lad.
Because Dale Wilson was Al Byrne was his mentor, and Dale, incredible shaper. Channel bottom.
Glasser and Sander for many years, I believe, and then he took the throne.
Yeah. Well, you won't find many people that'll be really keen to sand those deep 6 channel bottoms.
Not only keen, but just a life full of passion. And, to do it the right way. And I think we're lucky we've got three of them behind us here.
Well, of course, Al Burns, such a great surfer out here at Burleigh. Such a great surfer. Backhand.
You on the beach when he got second at Pipe?
Oh, I was in the final with him.
So I heard there's a bit of talk about that one. You happy with the placing there? As the years go on, I think we think AB might have won that one.
I don't know. AB and I were there together. We went and celebrated with Simon that night, and there was.
There's just
really
a bit of talk around the point that's grown legs over the years, maybe.
Probably. We're all in it to win it, and Simon got a pretty good backhand barrel. AB, he was very close though. Yeah, very close. And if it went his way, it would have been totally accepted too.
Yep. How many surfers in the final in that
6.
era? 6. Tommy, after the big fall on the massive punt, what can he do to put himself back in the heat here? He's got a couple of customers on the inside to contend with. Head went one way, board goes the other. That'll do. Can you sort of break down environment for me? Because I think when I watch Kalen Schloss surf, I just cannot unsee Mitch Colborne. And they both grew up in the sunny coast surfing together. And I know you had a sort of similar experience here in your life growing up, and the surfers you surrounded yourself with and grew up, and the waves that sort of moulded you.
That's true.
How important is that to surround yourself with good not only competitors but sort of day-to-day rivals?
Oh yeah, you don't realise how much they rub off on you, and then there's other times when you blatantly steal stuff off them. You go, I really like that. That one slashing turn, and you emulate it in your way, and then add your own flair to it.
Speaking of flair, Fabiola.
Ah, Fab.
No open homes today for the big fella. He's on fire. Polsey outside. Whoopah.
Polsey's a sleeper. He's a sleeper. You don't notice him, and there he is. Boom. And let's see where he's sitting. He's sitting in fourth, but that was before that wave. There's Jay Okalupo.
Oh, my God. Wow.
I'll tell you what.
Are you shitting
He could
me?
be a real danger.
Yeah.
Jay has gone to the top of the leaderboard in this particular quarterfinal. He's looking so spicy and dangerous today. But where's Louis Hind?
Next level. Louis Hind has just dropped anchor out the back. I don't know.
I mean, but if they've got a... Is he actually out there?
He's a pretty clever guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he's one to miss a heat. You know what? He's right here. He's holding it down.
Oh, he's holding it down.
He hasn't stood up yet. I'll be very interested to see if... you're going to have to cut me some slack here. I can't tell if that's Polsey or Fabsy. I can just see Chrome, Dome.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting to see whether they give him the next wave.
I'm pretty sure that's Polsey.
Gentleman's rules, or whether they give him a bit of heat up the inside.
Well, he needs to get going.
He does. Here, he's having a look at this wave here out the back. It kind of looks like a closeout, but we'll see how we go. There we go. Well done, brother. On the board.
Oh, it took him a while to get going.
He won't be too happy with that.
He's on the board, though.
10 plus minutes for that wave. But you know what? He can turn this round, though, right?
He can. Well, Joe Calupo has furthered his lead, 13.10. It's going to be absolutely well enough to get him through to the semi-finals, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But he's going in there on a wet sail. He's looking so solid.
It's pretty classic name of winners here, as we see over the years.
Yeah.
Wardy, Bottle,
Ricky Smith.
DeVex kind of did the AI almost,
Yeah.
2000 to 2002.
Wow, Ian Byrne, that's so good.
That's a classic.
Thomas Woods.
Rasta.
He's won a few.
Rasta kind of took a couple of decades to chalk up a couple of titles. He went 15 years in between his two drinks. Sort of
Wow.
like, kind of like Parko and Snapper almost.
Yeah.
Joel's got his name on there a few times. TB, Creed McTaggart, that was a popular victory. He's kind of that new guard, you know, younger fella, but just got a classic old school style about him, and just his ability to sort of push and pull when necessary. Never looked like he was forcing anything. I've been a part of a few of these headland celebrations over the years, and like you were saying earlier, it's got to be the best vantage point in the world for professional surfing.
Oh, geez, yeah.
What do you do now if you're Lukey Hindbugs? Do you just cop it on the chin, or do you start
Well, no,
freaking out?
he's gone a bit wider. I think wide is the go if you're behind the 8 ball. And he needs to, he just needs to get a move on. Could be an interesting little wave here for him. Polsey looking at it, no. Boom.
Oh, he saw Matty Job.
Oh, he so nearly made that.
Polsey's going to need an XXL tube if he wants to fit his chassis
Oh,
inside
yeah.
that. But he's more than capable if the wave presents itself. I think today he might be reaching, though. It's looking a little bit microscopic on the Burleigh tube front. You need a chassis like Matty Job. So, Bug, we saw a couple of new talent get on the tour this year for the men, namely Liam O'Brien, obviously from Burleigh, one of Burleigh's favourite sons. Are you excited to watch him go around?
Big rap for Liam. He's got the whole package. Very excited to see him on the tour. Yeah, we saw him over at Rottnest Island, and he got that big placing, 3rd place. And I mean, that was basically his debut event. To get 3rd at that level, it was big time.
Can you give us some insight into what it must feel like to start your season in Hawaii at Pipeline.
Yeah.
What are we dealing with there? We haven't seen that in my era.
No. No, well...
Surely the rookies are shitting bricks.
Yeah, look, I think it's really, really hard for the rookies all round because, you know, you've really only got, 5 events before they do the cut. Gosh, that's tough, you know. I mean, you got to hit the ground running and, you know, you basically the rookies in those first events are coming up against the top guns in round 3. So it's like they've got to break through against Medina, John, Italo, you know, to hold their ground. You know, Philippe Toledo, they've got to actually beat those guys in round 3 to hold their ground, or else they're off tour. I think it's super tough on the rookies. But if there was ever a place, you know, to do that, it'd be Pipeline.
Up and riding, Mr. Luke Hind. He needs this wave. Wow, that's some really beautiful surfing. I think he'll be stoked to get that one on the board, and then we'll see what he does here. He might be able to sneak away from everyone. They've kind of drifted up a little bit. Deep, it looks like. Palsy. This looks like a nice, slow-tempoed wave. He can probably turn his shoulders a few times on this one. Tommy Hatcher off the end. I wonder if Tommy's been able to drop that mistake from earlier and just focus on the rest of this heat. Oh, there we go. He has just been a wave magnet these last couple of heats. That was...
He's looking like, you know, one of the sharpest surfers in the whole tournament, though.
Absolutely.
He's a sleeper.
He's a full sleeper.
He could well and truly slide up into the top 3 on that effort. Jay Ock sitting pretty safe out there in first place. Jai Brasinas just weaving his way through the field.
Oh, big Fabs. He can taste a quarterfinal here.
He can.
Sorry, my bad. A semi. This is the 4th quarterfinal.
Oh, yeah, you can feel it.
He can feel it. He's got one foot in the door. He's been there numerous times before. He knows once you make that semi, you're only 1 or 2 good rides away from getting your head on that trophy, which I know he would love. It's a rough head, but it'll do. In the red.
Jay. Probably won't go into his top 2.
Nah, he might be looking at.
He's looking solid.
Yeah.
Louis Hines, the one that's really just has not actually, you know, fired a shot.
Nah, not yet. Be interested to see how that last score comes in. I think that probably wasn't his best effort of the comp so far. But you know, sometimes when you have a slow heat, the judges, they still want to see you do your thing and get through. So maybe if they can gift him a 4 or 5 or a 5 there, it puts him right back in it. The totals aren't that high so far. And obviously Luke, a really talented surfer, a really horrible hassler. So I don't know what he's going to do in this last 3 minutes with 6 grown men, or 5 I should say, all sitting on top of him. Palsy just splashing him in the face there as he comes past.
They're really sitting on him now. That Jay Okalupo's taken the inside.
He wouldn't be from Snapper. Can Luke sniff this one off the end? They're going to let him go. Very dangerous call here. Someone of his caliber, I wouldn't let him sniff at anything.
Boom, it's a small wave. Oh, no, it's not really offering enough for what he needs. Tommy Hatch has moved into 3rd place.
And Luke is going to need not a massive score here.
Well, these guys are holding themselves off waves now, you know, up the top here.
I kind of like the position that Luke's in. He's sort of off the edge with no one around. I'm pretty sure that's yellow in the next heat, so... Are we going into some sort of legendary classic here? That looks like Gerlach.
Yeah, I think I saw...
Why aren't you out there, my man?
I saw
Let's get a Rashi on this guy.
I definitely saw an older head paddling out through the rock break before.
Not as old as this one. Get him out there.
No, not as old as that. No.
Nah, stoked to see you surfing last week, Bug. Good to see you charging hard still, mate. It's a real special thing to see you out there still and doing your thing and getting your waves.
Don't know about charging hard.
Oh, I saw you charging, mate. Don't be playing it down. Oh my, Fabsy, he knows it. He's on a wave here. He just needs to get the end of this thing. Right in Luke Hines' face.
Yeah, and there's Jay behind him. They dominated this heat. And it's Tommy Hatcher who's just...
J-Boy, what a performance.
Oh, yeah, big performance.
Sorry,
We're
mate.
under a minute. I'm just thinking that Tommy Hatcher is he's kind of like my wildcard dark horse at the moment. Here he is.
Oh, speak of the devil.
I've just really liked the way he's been approaching this wave. What's this all about? Oh, look at him.
Wow, okay, he got us.
Okay, he got me big time. He faded.
Yeah, no, he knew.
I'm liking him. He's my dark horse from
Yeah,
here on in.
Well done.
Yeah.
Speak of the wolf and you'll see his tail. That was brilliant.
I reckon he's going to move into second spot big time on that wave.
Yeah.
Could be the highest score of the heat.
How was that fade?
Yeah,
I didn't
the
know where he was
fade.
going. Yeah, no, he did well.
I was going, where are you
Yeah.
going?
Yeah, that was all time. I know that Jay's got his mum down here, May, watching. I know he'd be stoked to surf a few heats in front of her, and recently finishing school and I think turning 18. So it's all happening for J-Boy, and I know he'd be stoked to chalk up a few heat wins here in front of her. That'd be pretty special surfing in front of your family.
Oh, yeah. He's got. Well, I saw the whole Lockalupo tribe here before. There's a lot of family here.
There is indeed. Louis, I think that might have been after the buzzer.
Oh.
But Rab, it was awesome to call
Yeah.
a couple of heats with you, mate. We'll let you get a little
Yeah.
cucumber water into you, and we'll probably see you back. I'd imagine for one of these finals coming up, it'd be awesome to have you back up here.
Okay, mate.
Cheers, mate. Well done. 3.8 metres.
Anniversary, that's pretty massive.
25 years is a hell of a long time to run a comp.
25 years of one continuous contest.
It's our 25th wedding anniversary, eh?
It's a huge achievement for the club. Pretty amazing for a small grassroots event to be 25 years going and getting stronger every year.
Starting in 1996, progressed so much, mate.
It's come a long way, like from the first comp where we had a little tent on the point to what it is now.
It's become like a full-on big festival on the point.
It's pretty much packed point like back in the Stubbies days.
Depth is growing too, like the surfing, the standard is amazing each year, and
it's about surfing a single fin out of Burleigh and having fun. Mate, having fun is half the fun.
Our tribe gets out and surfs the old school boards. That's how we've looked at it.
It's a highlight of Gold Coast surfing calendar.
Single fin? The single fin's everything, mate.
And here we are, back at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival of Surfing in its 25th year. Looking like we're in the Legends final of a couple of rock runners. The boys going the traditional route and hugging rock on single fin. Throwing caution to the wind. Some massive names in this lineup. Are you kidding me? Former world number 2 Brad Gerlach. Iconic Burleigh underground surfer Dwayne Harris. Ian Byrne, one of the great shapers. Peter Harris, brother of Dwayne, another one of those early Stubbies competitors. Unbelievable to have him so active in the club still to this day and ripping. Packing Mondo cones in the cove, are you kidding me? Ash Humphries, the champ. Here goes Paul Sermon, winding up. Hugging the rocks. Watch the single fin on the bottom there. Oh, narrowly avoids disaster. Matt Hoy, of course. The great Matt Hoy. Merryweather's finest. Power hacking supremo. Praying for a bowl for Hoy to just go mad on. As we see Dwayne Harris Showing that old school single fin style. He's going to have a real good, solid handle on these boards. Doris, and of course Shane Horan, my man, Scum Valley's finest himself, the 4-time world title runner-up. McCoy aficionado, Laser Zap aficionado. Oh my lord. Caution to the wind there. Right in the rocks. As we await the first scores from that exchange. What a lineup. So much history. These guys put pro surfing on the map. Really looking forward to seeing Matt Hoy unload on one. Hopefully he can just find... Oh, here we go. Oh. Stace, look at the names in this lineup, mate.
Oh my word!
Historical, to say anything about.
How did we just let the bug walk off set? He was tonguing for a break, but this is the heat that he needed to be around. This is so sick. I'm sure you've already done the run through of the names, but stoked to see Tony Eltherington out there. What an absolute icon, been living over at North Stratty. Grr, what a character, man. This heat's sick. Might just have to give this heat a bit of fucking airtime. Less waffle from us idiots. These guys are half the reason most of us have even got a fucking job in the surf industry or have anything to do with surfing. There's some icons out there. Not the champ though. Nah, just kidding. Love your champ. Is he still sporting that ridiculous rat's tail?
I love a good rat's tail. It's as core, burly, bogan as you get.
Yes.
Up the champ.
Up the champ.
Who was the previous champ? Who did you
There's
have to knock out to get that title?
There's only been one champ, I think. Oh, Thumbelina!
What?
Oh, yes! Let's go and get a chicken burger after this one. On Brizzo. You got a favourite? Are you allowed to pick favourites?
I'd have to go with Scum Valley's finest.
You do,
himself,
yeah.
Shane Horan.
Yep.
It's a no-brainer.
Might have to check the spelling there. Looks like a bit more like Shane Moran.
Shane Moran, the Cronulla Kiwi call.
Is that what he was? A Kiwi?
Yeah, something.
Man of many talents.
I think he competed in a heat somewhere at some point.
He might have done a club round somewhere along the years. Peter Harris, Dwayne Harris. Brother duos don't get more iconic than that.
Yeah, tell us a bit about the Harris brothers, the imprint they've left on this club. They were competitors in those early Stubbies Classics. And they've been packing pits at the Cove since before I was even thought about.
Yeah, and likewise. I'd have to say that I wouldn't know too much about their careers and the impact they've had, but I would have felt what they delivered to the next generation. Guys like Bottle and Vaughan and James Lewis and that kind of crew, and then what they've then trickled down to your Liam O'Briens and that generation, Matty Jobb and whatnot.
Oh, girl alert!
Dude, are you kidding me? Like, you just don't...
Wow, how's the flow? Mr. Wave Key. Here goes Shane Horan.
Yes!
Rainbow Power, are you kidding me?
Did he custom order that Rashi?
Dude, dressed to impress. No
sick.
one gets the rainbow
No
strip. Only
chance.
Shane Horan.
Yeah, that's amazing. Shanos Horanos.
I told you he's in my colours.
Yeah, man.
He's been dipping into that fruity bag apricot.
Oh,
so I'll tell you.
100% he has. They've fermented well and truly into his bloodstream, and he's having a good time out there. But yeah, I think like Burleigh's cool. Rab and I were talking about it before. Like, you still know your spot out here, and I think that those guys and that generation, they could be proud of the younger generation of how they've kept it. A spot where you do have to earn your stripes, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. With a
jousting on the drop.
Archie. Brizzo, hot pink. Yeah, if you could custom order colours, he's definitely there's no problems there.
Oh, it suits him to a T, doesn't it? That is an iconic stitch up.
What a weapon!
Hot pink.
Nah, he's a good man, Brizzo. Don't think he threw any coin at the event, but he's got a good chicken shop across the road. So go and check it out.
Bird.
Yeah. chicken schnitzel burger with a coleslaw will do me just fine. What about you? What's your lunch order?
Ooh, being a Bondi boy, I'd have to go for the Bondi burger with extra chili, thank you. I don't know if that's the
lovely.
Portuguese style, but...
Are you running some sort of vegan program at the moment?
No,
or
paleo.
No? Paleo,
Yeah.
not so just meat and spuds.
No, it's meat, nuts, fruit, and vegetables.
Lovely. Okay,
Yeah.
so
it's what we basically ate for 2.5 million years.
Before now.
Yeah, and then we've been eating other crap. for
Before
another
we got
10,000.
gentrified, as you say.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Acai bowls and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sugary nonsense.
You've seen a few of them in Bondi.
Oh, there's more than a couple. I don't know. There's all kinds of Amazonian delights getting peddled in that suburb, mate.
Oh, up the top. I think that was a non-competitor, judging by the agility of those hips. Is this a 9-person heat?
Oh, here we go. Shane Horan in Mr. Rainbow, dropping in, looking for the section, packs it. Reminiscent of, I don't know, it could be Biggest Wednesday
I
almost.
know. So this heat, we put another 10 minutes on this heat?
Give him a set. We just want to see Hoy really open up his shoulders on one.
I think is that Doris? I think so. Oh, I can't tell. Is that Peter Harris? There's all kinds of different colours and that flying around out here. Good friends with Jarrah, Tony's son. He's a good lad, fantastic skateboarder. Wonder if he's not scared of a beer either. He's probably down here enjoying the action as we
Doris,
see.
yeah, one of the first guys to really get the charter scene going up there in the remote Ments and Indo, right?
Yeah, and from what I'm led to believe from tales of young Wayne Rabbit is that he sort of was the first one to get eyes on South Stratty.
Wow.
Yeah, I think,
Wow.
I'm sure there's a few people that will probably try to stake a claim to that, but fuck, it sounds pretty good. He's an adventureman. He's seen all corners of the globe, so...
Incredible, those early generation of surfers, their ability, they were just ultimate watermen.
Yeah.
Sailing boats as well.
Yeah. Tying knots.
Yeah. Not just a blood knot.
No.
Other knots.
Yeah. Brizzo, that was sick. Gurr, steep and deep. Oh, he could get some green face here.
Oh, stylish hit.
Oh, that was a shame. He's in a
So
good part of the
much
bank,
style.
though. He's got 10 minutes to just give us one of those big back foot Gerlachs. Hoy was struggling earlier. I think he surfed an open heat and a gentleman's heat, so he'll be stinging. But if anyone can do it, it's him. He's got some good nutrients in his body, and I think he can pull through.
Yeah. Matt Hoy, he's brought the Merriweather microbiome
Oh, the
supplements packet.
Yes!
Just went
He
vert.
belted that one. He's eyeing off the judges too. He's looking for a score there.
To Wayne O'Harris. Kicking out. Just the history, man. That is a remarkable story about Doris. Discovering Stratty, discovering remote Indo. Imagine the insides of the pits that dude's seen.
North End specialist. Jet ski specialist. Josh Douthwaite getting ready for what I believe would be a semi-final. Yeah, I know, right? Imagine that. Imagine stumbling across those
Bizarre.
joints. Bizarre. I will do nothing in my life that will come remotely close to that.
Nothing.
Nothing.
But what's
Hey, here we go.
important... Oh, here we go.
Hoy, come on. One for Newey, son. Get on the back foot.
Oh, my Lord!
Shut up!
Pull it. It doesn't matter. Whatever. It was worth the price of admission alone. You got what you came for, ladles and jelly spoons. That
100%.
was neck lev.
I'm very
Meat
sorry
hack.
if I exploded your speakers at home. That was gnarly.
That was skits.
That was skits. That was right up there. That was full of Newey steel, that one.
Oh, man,
that
the
was
Steel City
Yeah, he
lives.
really did give it
Shane
some
around
Steel
the
City.
end section.
Wow, piping.
Little shampoo.
Come on. What
Come
more
on,
can you
give
do?
him a score.
Yeah. I'd like to see the judges go above a 10-point heat total in this one. They haven't even dropped any scores yet. Well, we're going straight final. Prezzo, a bit of suspense.
How was the read on that section from Hoy? I mean, it was like a closeout, but there was a weird little ramp in the middle of it, and then he kind of skipped across the ramp.
Do you
and
reckon
just
he thought about
dropped
hitting the ramp?
hammer. I didn't know which part he was going to hit. It didn't matter. He found a section somewhere in the mix
Yeah.
with all that speed and
Yeah.
just let it rip like the madman that he is.
He is indeed.
Oh, man, that was a turn and a half.
Oh, there's a board ghost riding out there. No rider attached. Who is that?
Oh, Brizzo, packing Lacone. Little pit on the inside. The man in hot pink doing the Burleigh crew proud with that effort. That was sick.
Hey, we might need a jet ski in here. We've got a surfer with a missed board. Actually, I guess fuck it, make him paddle, eh?
I guess it
it's a
would
single
be the
fin.
case. Looks like Ian Burns.
Oh,
lost his
not
car.
Ern. Let's get him a ski, eh? Maybe he wants to come up to the Pav 8 minutes early.
Yes, why not? You've earned it, Burno.
Oh, he's doing the lifeguard test right now. Look at that swim stroke. That's enough to get you a full-time start, I reckon.
Here we go, Dwayne Harris rolling into one. He's got a nice wall in front of him. High line.
Classic high line. Yes, Dwayno. That was
Oh my
sick.
God. Are you serious?
Champ. Champ's only like 38. What's he doing in this heat?
How was that frontside power jam from Dwayne Harris, then stylish little la-di-da kick out?
How was that little la-di-da shuffle? That was brilliant. Hey, is Ern all right, actually? We need to get a lifeguard tube onto him. No, don't wrap it, son. Get back out there. It needs to come out the rickshaw's rip and just get straight back out the back.
The tuk-tuk out the back.
Yeah, come on. Call him over, Hanarts. Do something, mate. You're a coach. So tell me you haven't had your head mushed into a rock out here by someone with a tribal tattoo or a chain tattoo.
Yeah, I'm yet to really enjoy that side of the hospitality here. I mean, you can't really earn your Goldie stripes without having had a run-in with the tribal tat wearing mafia. But those times have changed a touch. It's, you know, fairly family-friendly zone these
Absolutely.
days. As evidenced by the Burleigh Pavilion here, kind enough to host us. Looks like we got...
Is that Doris?
The man himself, Doris. Wow.
He
What
needs
an
a left.
icon.
Let's get him a big open-face left. Come on, Ern, come back this way. We've got a beautiful board behind us here. One in the middle there, done by none other than Ian Byrne. It's got the beautiful curve channel, single fin. Looks like a bit of a 6mm cedar stringer there. The one on either side from Dale Wilson and Jamie Byrne.
Talk to us a bit about his late great brother. I mean, you would remember some of the incredible feats at Pipeline from back in the day.
Well, I was just a speck in my father's eye at that point, but I certainly remember the stories as we see Rainbow Warrior here, Shane Horan.
Oh, you kidding
yes. I went to school with AB's kids and good mates with Plugger, who made this board over the back here. If you're tuning in, g'day Jamie. Might see you down here later if you're not already here. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those things around town. Like they had the Burning Spears shop out Crummer Creek Road, and it was just like, yeah, it was a part of the fabric of the town. You know, it still is to this day. I think I was talking to Bug about it earlier. I think AB had about 50 different logos for one brand that he was running, you know, surfboards and clothing, and they just pop up everywhere. I think, you know, you see Harry Bryant just order a couple of freshies for his stint in Hawaii, and he's got the hand up the nose. You know, my personal favourite is the one we've got behind us here with the surfboard eye. I think that's a pretty classic one. And then there's heaps though. You can go back through the archives. You've got the flames through the fins, and
wow,
yeah, it's epic. So
incredible.
yeah, incredible
that is such
legacy.
Cool history.
It is. It's so cool.
And not just at Pipeline, Alan Byrne, but you know, paddling huge kind of outer bank pits. Here we go, Gurr, winding up. Oh,
just like you said, part of that era
Mental
that were
era.
like just real ocean wave enthusiasts.
yeah, no jet
and-
skis.
Well, no,
in
that's
those
actually
days.
not too true. AB and his mates have that classic doco where they're, it's online somewhere, I forget the name of it, but you can find it, I'm sure, where they're towing behind their boat in the flat water of New Zealand. And they're surfing, I believe, the island over there off Mount Maunganui. And it's sort of like a strategy setup, and they're wondering how to get into the barrel better and whatnot. And they're refining their designs behind the boat.
Wow.
So long live jet skis. Nah, just kidding. But it's interesting to see like the research and development even back then. You know, thinking him getting his ideas out of aeroplanes and whatnot, and I think
mate,
he was.
glad you to pull us up on that historical fact check.
Well, not really pulling up, more just justifying my own jet ski idiocy. But those guys were on another planet, and then the way they were looking for design, and not like this day and age, right? Like you and I just order a board and it's fucking on our plate and it works.
High five, please.
Yeah, exactly.
One
So
monster
yeah,
box.
those guys were on another playing field, and yeah, stoked. We're kind of celebrating all of them today,
Yeah,
and
so
particularly
sick
in this heat right here.
Here we go, Gurr on an outside. one. Oh, he's working hard for it.
Yes!
Getting the bingo, bango, double up.
Oh, Brizzo wants a tube.
Little shampoo.
Saw Matty
To
drop
what's
earlier.
remaining of that. Famous do. Once upon a time, famous do. A couple of follicles getting the tickle.
The Gurr and Hoyo still fantastic heads of hair.
Doing
Doing
well.
well.
You to deserve that, but yeah, he's lucked out in the genetic pool there.
It's good to see him up here. I know that sort of travel's been restricted throughout the year, whatnot, but no, it's open slather now. Let it rip.
Bots.
Bots. Last
We're off and
time
up
he
for the
won.
final. Here we go, Hoy winding up. Oh, slash. That was sick.
It's been a while since Jay Thompson's lifted the trophy. 2007, he had an epic battle with Parko in 2019. You know what? Jay had one hand on the trophy, but Parko being Parko.
Look at that winners list.
I know. How
Quinn
good's that winner
Bruce,
list?
2021. Ethan Ewan, 2020. Parko, Taj Burrow, Creed McTaggart. And then the local call lord, Thomas Woods, before that. What a list.
Timmy Highland's done it twice for the Goofy Footers, the local Goofy Footers. Pretty popular victory there. Rasta's done it twice. Clipper, Jason Jamison. Fuck off, Thomas Woods has won it twice. Holy shit. I didn't know that. Gurr off the end. Hey, this is a nugget. Get around it. Oh, spewing. Well, are we allowed to say who we think won?
I'm not too sure. Let's double check that.
Well, it's only a guess, right?
I'd
Stage
have to
Galbraith,
say,
Chad Smith. You enjoying your day up here, mate?
loving it, mate. Loving it. I mean, the crowd favourite was that Hoy hack, but I don't know if they'd call a completion on that.
What over are we running here? Over. What? 7-2 around.
So yeah, he did the Kiwi leg here in Australia. Hanada narrowly missed out on a Challenger Series berth, but what do you make of him? I mean, what can you tell us about Hanada's story, and
well, then
where
he packed up his gaff and his quiver of Axod 7.2s and headed over to Nalu, didn't he? With his handy cam in tow, and just he's actually got something wrong with him. He has the biggest go in crazy waves, like closing out pipe, big Nalu.
Wow.
Hanada's got a screw loose.
Wow. That's
so
incredible.
I think he fits in well here at Burleigh Point.
Yep. Dyed in the wool Burleigh boy. Part of the junior development program here that's basically the best in the country.
Definitely. No, they've done a fantastic job here developing their juniors, and as well as their officials. It's one of those things where I think Australia has a shit ton of the world's best surfers, but they also have a shit ton of the world's best officials. And Hanada's a fantastic
Here we
judge
go,
as
winding
well.
up.
Whoa!
Oh my lord. Couldn't stick it, didn't really time it. Didn't really offer up that nice kind of tapered landing pad for him.
Do you reckon the coach has put the pressure on him early with that 5.33? Off the edge. Jumas Woods. Not quite finding the green face he was hoping for there.
Botsy, Yoda, out in front, holding it down. So Hanada's in his stable as well, in the bot stable of surfing greatness?
Definitely, yeah. Hanada's a long-time member of the bot stable of greatness, and geez, I think the best thing about the Bochel, I can't even talk, mate. The Bottle Surfing Academy, MAP Surf Coaching, is that all these kids, they're just legends. Like Liam O'Brien, Hanada, Morgan, Matty McGilvray, they're all such, and I think it's a credit to Bottle. You know,
It really is, man.
He really is a fantastic
He's a great
ambassador for our sport, a great
really is.
human, and yeah, stoked to see him doing so well with his
like a holistic coaching method. He
Yeah,
said
definitely.
to me actually in reference to Liam O'Brien, the thing that makes him so proud is just the calibre of human that Liam is. It's not his accolades on the tour. You know, be what they may this year.
And I think a lot of people
who he
throw
is.
that around. Oh, he's a good bloke, you know, blah, blah. But no, that's actually not to be used lightly in
And
this
Morgan
situation.
Siblick, man, a credit to that kid, like the way he keeps his head on his shoulders, despite what an incredible breakthrough performance that was.
Definitely.
2021, the year of the Morgborg,
Wasn't
sending it,
that?
scalping name after name. But still just that down-to-earth Merriweather kid. classic kind of blue-collar, gritty Aussie talent. As we see Hanada stroking into a wide one. Oh, can he get around the section here? Oh!
What? One more.
Oh, give it to him. That first float was tremendous.
Sick. I think he might have surprised himself there.
He was fanging down the line. I didn't know if he was going to get there, but he got to the section and just sailed across the roof of it. That was so sick.
But yeah, Morgan actually, speaking of Bottle, Morgan's the product of a couple of really awesome little surf towns. The Yamba and Gowrie region. As we see Bottle up and riding. How's that speed generation off the takeoff? You're shitting me. Oh, absolutely robbed of an end section there. That was such nice surfing up until that point.
Can't wait to see one of those patented Bottle single fin wrapping rebound cutbacks. They're just a sight to behold. Some of the greatest single fin surfing I've seen on this point is Bots in his element, off rocks, just doing the most savage roundhouses
as well.
Off rocks, off chops, but just wrapping it up like a loosely packaged kebab. Meat chunks going everywhere. Souvlaki, sir. I'll take it.
Just
with
flying.
a lot. Lettuce, tomato, onion.
Tahini, boy. No, it is a sight to behold, because particularly if you try to actually surf one of these things yourself, it's ridiculously hard and not that enjoyable at times. But these guys certainly make it look very, very easy.
I mean, what are we looking at here? It's a swell in the 8 to 7 second range.
Yeah.
As we see Bots stroking into a wide one. Big blast off the
wow.
top. Drops the hammer. That was savage.
You got to be happy
He's
with that
schooling the students. He's got a bloody. It's a coaching clinic right now, kids.
A live coaching clinic.
Copper spray in the face. This is how you drop the hammer.
That was some expert local knowledge there to not paddle too far out the back and just have a little slow paddle on the way back out, with this tide filling in the amount of double ups that are going unridden across that bank there, with more than ample scoring opportunity. Bottle just maximising his chances there. That was he didn't look too rushed, didn't look like he'd freaked out, even though paddling into that wave he knew there was two big sections that needed dealing with. Here we are, replay. Wow, that was sick. Yeah, let's have it again.
Again and again, I could just watch that on replay as I'm going to sleep at night. That thing was just technical brilliance. As we see Joshy Douthwaite. Oh, I love that stylish slash.
Oh.
What?
Penny's got some knees on him that do some weird shit. That was like, the wave had nothing in it, and he was just able to get so low to his board and push through his
It's a real
turn.
meniscus terror.
It is. He does. I don't think he has any meniscus. That was sick. Hakkasan. Yeah.
Hucks it, son.
That's some Victorian wave selection there for you, mate. Sorry, brother.
Back to bedrock, buddy.
No, we love having the young kids up here, particularly Xavier. I know he's had a bit of a harsh run with a few injuries and whatnot, but I think he's really starting to come into his own now. And I think, weirdly, this event could be a little springboard for him, because although he might not see the seasoned pros that he's used to getting, the competition in someone like a Penny or a Fabsy or a Bottle, obviously, it's right up there. Even though you're not going to see them at the next QE, you still feel that fire, if not more, from some of these old boys, as we see Penny stroking into an absolute nugget. Oh no, it was too deep. James.
Oh,
wow.
Body talk. Let me hear that body talk. You hear the limbs snapping, the fingers cracking. That was some cracking surfing. Jimmy Woods.
Not the Taipan.
No.
Not to be confused with the Lennox Head Taipan.
Namesake, the Lennox Head Taipan. Wish the Taipan the best of luck down there. I'm sure he's tuning in. He's an early proprietor of the Rainbow Coffee, in fact. Loves Rainbow Coffee.
Hey, you actually hit all sorts of records this year. The Ball and All podcast, you were one of their most viewed guests.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
How does it feel to just be on top of the world in 2021 in what was a shit fuck of a year for most people?
Oh, it was a shocker. It was a Barry Crocker. An absolute melter, synapse melter of a year. But, when the going gets weird, the weird gets going, as they say, Stace. And
you can write the manuscript on that, my
find
friend.
them weirder than the 2-time Gold Cone Piece Award-winning surf journalist, Scum Valley's finest himself, the punch drunk pike.
Can we break some
Sultan of
news
psilocybin.
here? We need to break some news here.
Yes, carry on.
You're for sure 3-time Gold Cone Piece winning.
You reckon there's a third in the
Oh,
works?
mate, I reckon you've already got it.
Jeez, I'd love
We'll
one.
send it out to a vote
Love
later.
one right now.
I think
Michael Margussen hitting it, and it stays hit. He needs this wave.
Oh, how's that body language kick out? That's what you want to see. Get into it.
He's flared up. There was more body language in that one kick out than in his old man's entire competitive career.
I think so. I got a good one for you. Last week, Fire and Kira. Micah hears the word go. Go, 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 Micah. Turns in, it's his old boy calling him in. Yep, sweet, I'm good to go here. Only to see his old boy kicking in his face and swinging underneath him and knifing a Mondo cone.
Wow.
Take a back seat, Grom. Big Margs is coming through.
The big man
Yes.
on the 6'7",
Yeah.
just knifing one
Yeah.
and standing tall,
Yeah.
getting spit right out of it. Ah, what a bloody legend.
Yeah.
Such a nice guy. Such an unassuming underground character. You know, he was a surfing hero to us. But then just as easily slotted into being a baggage handler at Coolangatta Airport, back on the tools, working class, legend, no frills.
Penny boy.
Great father, great family man, beautiful human.
Micah off the edge. Oh, that was a crazy
And
first.
he goes,
Oh, wow.
the fruit of his loins, putting up a vert hit. Rocketing
That
into
was
second
better.
place.
That was better for Micah.
He's finding his feet late in this
Yeah.
heat. He was always the favourite. He's the favourite of the event, I still think.
You like him for the win?
Yeah, I do.
I think he came third here as a junior a few years ago. I think he's riding the same board. It might be the board that Jason Jamison won on, actually. Bit of Cabarita connection there. Cabarita Chronic.
Yep.
Might check with our cameraman
Tweed
here,
breed.
Jackson O'Brien. Jackson. Yep.
He's giving him a thumbs up.
Is that the board that Jamo won this event on? Micah? Yep, he said it was. Lovely. A bit of I think it's an Albine. I think Albine's from Westals, I think.
Is
I
that right?
could have got all of that wrong, but we'll
Wow.
send it out there anyway.
He's come up with the winning formula for Burleigh. I don't know how.
Yeah.
Very different waves.
Yeah, exactly. Snake Paddo might have something to say about that.
Micah Marginson in first place now. Taking the lead from Botti, the student. The master relinquishing the lead to the apprentice. But I thought he was going to strike at some point, and he struck. Micah. As we see a few little fun inside ones rolling down the point. That iconic headland in the background. So much history here. 25 years of the Burleigh Single Fin Festivus. For the rest of us, it's good to be here, Stace. Absolute pleasure. What a treat it was to have Bugs on the mic before. And we'll get him back.
I think he's
Grab it.
off. He's getting his tonsils sorted for a big afternoon, I reckon. We need him back up here. I think we're going to get down to JB Hi-Fi and get a third headset. I think we'll get Mitch Cruz out on the roving, the Cron camera, and make it happen.
Here we go, Botsy winding up. I love that levering way he gets speed and then just slashing out the top. Look at this one behind it though, if they can get some cameras on that. Jimmy Woods putting it up. Holy steak and potatoes, Batman, what?
Are you saying that Batman had a bit of a paleo thing going on?
Oh, I think he might have.
He must have.
Joshy Douthwaite, the North End Stratty icon.
Oh my God.
With the second.
Wow, I'm
to
telling you,
end all
there's no
secos.
meniscus in there. There's nothing. Xavier off the end.
Matthew Hoy would have
Yeah.
been proud of that meat
Yeah.
hack. That was bull. Shit.
Save. Bang. That'll do.
Joshy Douthwaite, give him the scores. It was a one-hit
Here
wonder,
it is
but it was
again,
a
here it is
savage
again.
turn. Here we go. Dutso.
Oh, mate.
Style for days. Are you kidding me?
That was sick. I reckon he'd be the fastest down that fireman's pole, given those knee extensions there. That's some next level shit.
The fireman's pole there, up there at North End, or the stripper's pole at Shooters, mate. He can wrap his torso around anything and spin like his life depends on it. And your life, for that matter.
Or your cat's life, for that matter.
That's right.
Yeah. Nah, Pinny and Bearsy, who I don't think surfing today, had a bit of a bung ankle, but yeah, they both got on together. Fieries, doing their bit for the community. And,
4 days on, 4 days off. Very nice roster for the Tube Pig.
They do both get very barreled.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
No one gets more barreled than firemen. You think they're in it for saving lives and all that, and they are. But let's be real, it's the ultimate surfers gig.
Wow.
Hinata Azawa going turbo skit. Backside hacky sack attack.
Hacky sack? It's kind of a lost art here with the old Sunday bongos that used to happen down in the park. I don't know what happened there. They probably got shut down with every other
the drum
thing that
circle
got
down.
shut down. Yeah.
Senior Sergeant Gary Conehead, no doubt, with his taser, just tasering the bejesus out of the drums. Get that djembe out of here.
Used to be a crazy petri dish of just pash sessions down there in the park with the old bongo drums rifling off in the background.
Oh, but, the soundtrack to your youth.
Oh, where's it all gone? Rattled. Kids these days, what do?
Just scrolling.
Vaping,
scrolling. As we see Joshy Douthwaite on drone cam. Another Lazar, a meniscus tearing Lazar. I heard he had his meniscus removed as a small child.
I think so. He used to have this ad in the magazine. That was when the meniscus was removed. His psycho layback under the lip. I remember it like it was yesterday.
It's fanging. Look at the speed of the man.
Oh. Torquay time tunnel off the end there. Zave's done well to get a couple up and into that one. The judges are going to have to go full chameleon eye this last 5 minutes. There's been rides going down left, right and centre.
The split vision of the judges, eyeballs going every which way, zoo, spinning like a Cleopatra feature.
Hey, Micah Marguson is on wave of the year.
Micah on the bomb. Oh, he kind of... Did he rush it a bit? I feel like
Bottle. This is wave of the year. Oh, it's just a little bit too deep.
They both kind of snatched at it there. There was a section to be had, I thought. Micah just snatched at it.
Just had to reaching.
Just had to hold out, draw a deeper bottom turn and just smash it. But, you got to be...
You think Papa Margot just had a bit of cold sweat going down the brow then, watching that rushed bottom turn?
The green wall. It's an intoxicating thing to see here, and it can do crazy things to a man's mind.
It can. Hanart's off the end. What's he going to do? Oh, he looks a bit deep.
The action really is at the bottom end of this draw between Hanata and Jimmy Woods. And Xavier and Josh all battling it out for this third place and a berth in the final.
So I made a joke about it earlier, but in all seriousness, what Mike has done here...
Oh my God. Throwing the bucket.
Oh, Zave off the end. This is his last chance. Wow. Oh, the judges love that sneaky, shitty angle too.
Here we go, Hanana on an inside runner blowing it.
That's the full Kelly Slater angle.
There's waves all over the shop. Hard to keep your eyes on all the action.
If you get a wave down
Jimmy Woods trying to stick a last-ditch frontside aerial on the single fin, looking to get up into second place, consolidate his position. Hanada.
Bottle. Wow, crazy speed drive.
That was sick.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get a wave down the end, all you need to do is just put your board near the lip 3 times. The judges will give you a 9 because you're pretty much at North Burleigh by the time you finish that wave.
A minute to go. Hanada Azawa is the man who needs a big score at the moment. He's searching, he's scouring. Jimmy Woods trying to hold him out.
Getting back to it, you know, this event is one I feel that is very fairly adjudicated. But if you find yourself in a heat with Jay Thompson, James Woods and Hanada Azawa, you do not want to be Xavier Huxtable in a duke out. What Mike has done here is exactly how you need to dismantle this Burleigh crew if you want to take this thing out, and he's wiped the floor with them. Bottle's been on some pretty good waves, but Mike has got the better of him, and he has been a little rushed. We'll see how he goes here. Oh, that's nice timing.
What?
It can be no doubt in the judge's mind who wins.
No.
When you are up against three of Burleigh's best. And what Mike has just done here in the semi is what he's going to have to do to win this event.
That's right. To win this event at Burleigh, with the cockeyed judges they have here adjudicating, you got to knock the champ out.
Nah,
it's that old adage from
it's
boxing. Isn't
anywhere around the world. When the world champs, which everyone from Burleigh is, if you ask them, when they're going for a single fin title, if they're not going to give it to a surfer from Burleigh, you got to wipe the floor with them, and it's able to be done.
Yeah.
Mike has just done it here. Unfortunately, we've seen one of the form surfers of the event, Xavier, just fall out of the mix. Some poor wave selection, but he'll look back on that, and I'm sure not be too devoed because it is a bit of fun at the end of the day. But well done to Micah there, peaking at the right time. We'll see if he can carry that through into the final.
And it's finals time here at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival in its 25th year. Some incredible surfing going down on this storied headland, the birthplace of modern pro surfing, back in 77 at the Stubbies, and to this day carrying the flame. Got semi-final, heat number 2, and look at the names. Are you kidding me? Jay Okalupo locking in his score of 4.0 already. An absolute icon of Australian surfing there, represented. Oki, his old man.
Absolutely doing
and Jay is
the name
just
proud.
coming up with plenty of heat of his own.
Before we get too stuck into a couple of 4-point rides, unfortunately, I missed a great bit of information that I feel like we can share now because we can do whatever the fuck we want, Jed. Zave was on one of Troy Brooks's old single fins.
Wow.
And apparently this board had won over 10 Torquay Boardriders Club single fin events. So
Zave, via the old man, Rod Brooks, I'd imagine even.
Maybe.
I mean, it's single fin.
Something here about a raffle or some bullshit I can't really read. And then for Zave to come up all the way here to a semi-final, young fella. I think he did his club and everyone proud. So thanks for that tidbit, Kale. Love you, mate. And hopefully see you soon.
On you, Kale. Legend. Cale Bell-Warren.
CB Dub.
Torquay surf coach legend, former QE Lord, and
My dark horse.
Champion of the Lift podcast, the surf statistician Rain Man. He's the Stephen Hawkings of surf stats and QE mathematics.
He's actually saved many a QE career, not just this year, but
just purely by crunching the numbers.
No, I'll tell you what, it's a big deal when you're talking differences between 3rd and 4th for the last event of the year.
Seriously.
Definitely okay, a couple of Schooner Bell Warrens over the years, so yeah, CB. And getting back to the live action, me dark horse is looking so gnarly out there. That wave that Moses just got them was
Holy
absolute
Moses.
Piece of rubbish, but if he gets himself on a good wave,
the
it's going to be
trig
lights
point
out.
tearaway.
And the trig point tearaway, that's right.
Quinn Bruce looking to go back-to-back, the first in the history. Well, not the first in the history, but the first and the last.
Kyle DeVecchio 3 in a row will have something to say about that, but that was nearly 4 decades ago.
Since, oh, jeez,
I think
in recent memory.
TB split Parko down the middle. Yeah, he did. And
Kyle
then,
Robinson
yeah,
in the early
it's been a
noughties.
while.
But it's been a while since someone's gone back-to-back.
We've got a member of the public here whose shirt we're reading off the back of, and he thinks that we're not looking at him, but we are definitely looking at him. And if you could just stay still there, mate, that'd be fantastic. As we got Polsey
Here
up
we
and
go,
riding.
J-Boy on the end section. Surfing green. Here we go, finishing the ride off. Still milking points out of it. Tell us a bit about Jay. What's your read on him? I know you would have spent a bunch of time in the lineup with him, probably in the gym too. Is he part of your stable of talent?
Just quickly, I'm a huge fan of the Burleigh Single Fin, but I do not know every winner off the top of my head by the last 25 years. Thank you to that gentleman over there who kindly bought the merchandise from this year. Yeah, J-Boy. Something that really strikes me about Jay and everyone, well, not everyone, but most kids that come out of Snapper, they really come into their own pretty quick behind the rock, and they make it look ridiculously easy, and it is not.
Talk to me about behind the rock.
It
is one of the most technical and treacherous waves on the planet. Yeah. Like, more tech, I reckon, than backdoor or any of those joints. It's like, you got so much coming up the face at ya, weird wonks and wedges, the crowd. Oh,
I think
the
technicality in backdoor is probably, well, depending on what wave you choose to try and kill yourself on, but it's usually the back 2/3 of the ride that become warbly, and you see Slater going up and down foam.
That's
and coming out doggy door on that. Snapper, it's all about the first third.
It's the drop.
It's the drop. It's the backwash. It's the rock. It's the crowd. You know that not only is there 18 cameras on you, there's 1,000 people on the shoulder hoping that you're going to poke the nose. So yeah, it's all there. So a lot of similarities to backdoor, but I would say having surfed neither at their best, it would be the differences in the ride. Backdoor, backdoor's the last 2/3, Snapper's the start.
That's right. And I think the entry point in waves of mortal consequence, that's what it's all about, knifing it. And for mine, that's why Behind the Rock gets the nod in terms of technicality, because of just how difficult the drop is.
We do have another
backdoor,
wave.
you can get the odd wedge there, you can get some dreamy ones with a pretty dreamy takeoff scenario, as well as the throaty heart in mouth ones. But
I've
behind
seen
the rock,
some heart and mouth out the back door.
Yeah, I've spent a couple months over there. I'll never go back. I don't need to spend that amount of time there anyway on the North Shore. But yeah, I did my stint. You got to put in your time over there and get one at backdoor. Aints it was actually, stand tall at Aints. One good wave out there. Took me 2 months.
The Laurie Towner zone. We've got at the top here, defending champ Quinn Bruce. He's right up the top. This is probably the first best wave we've seen from what would be a more classical rocky.
Oh.
Wow,
he's put one together there off the rocks. That was such good surfing. First we've seen in these semi-finals, rock running. Plenty of down the line play. Not as steep and tall, but holy smokes.
Oh my God, that wave was nearly big
look
enough.
At it just run off, coning on the inside there.
For Fabsy to fit his rig inside of, but not quite. Moe. Oh, okay, so this is where it gets hard for these young kids. I reckon he knows he's onto a winning formula here. And he just needs to settle down, put himself on the right wave, and let the board and the wave do the talking. Because the rest will just happen. It's incredible how good that board looks under his feet. He just needs to get himself on a good wave. But yeah, getting back to it, Jay is representing the family well, and yeah, I think he's got his mum down here on the point watching, so I'm sure she'd be stoked to see him hopefully take this one out and go all the way through to the final.
Behind the rock, snapper specialist here up the coast a bit at Burleigh, as we see Quinny Bruce, huge hit out of the top.
Wow!
Oh my! How is the transition there?
Wow.
Buttery, just getting it done. Bingo, bango, boingo, game, set, and match.
What did Makua say the other day? Bingo, bango, pico, mango. That was amazing. He did such a good job at Haley Ever, I thought.
He's such a good commentator.
Oh, he actually was really, really, really good. But yeah, that was definitely a bit of whatever that was. That was
great
sick.
commentator. Jeez, he knifed a couple in the backdoor shootout the last couple of days in the
It's not always a
Spartan
guarantee,
gaff.
right? To be able to knife one at backdoor and then be able to translate what you're doing into a commentary role.
No, that's
But
right.
he did that amazingly. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, do you want to get some more ice in that bad boy? We'll get him propped up. Keep the boss happy,
yeah,
you know?
thanks, man.
Yeah, just getting a bit of a restructure. on
Just
set
getting refreshed here.
Um,
Want to make sure the commentary team are nice and refreshed.
But yeah, no, that was a great exchange. It's like single fin surfing is so hard to do, but I think the hardest thing to do is to have flow. And although I wouldn't say Quinn Bruce had like one absolutely excellent maneuver on that wave, he had a series of really well put together, like you said, transitional maneuvers, and that's why he finds himself out in front. And I think that is the style of surfing that we will see needing to take this thing out. For instance, I know Jay Okalupo has that style of surfing in him. He also has the style where he can blow the fins out. And I think we saw a few years ago with Dave Rastovich and Jack Freestone in the final. We know who won. It wasn't Freestone. And Freestone was a lot like a young Jay. Very, very talented above the lip. Crazy nimble. Could get a score on a dog shit wave, no drama. But what I want to see, and I think what the judges want to see, is that classical linkage. Like we'll see a Fabsy here. Oh! And just that beautiful flow and transition between turns, what we've seen from Micah, Quinn, and a few of these other surfers today. So it's going to be interesting to see what game plans do roll out. But yeah, from my perspective, that's what I'd be looking at.
The pure read of the single fin, it demands it.
And I mentioned it before, I think a surfer like Moses has that, but it's quite evident, Micah as well, when they're trying too hard. If you're trying too hard, it looks like shit, and the judges can see it, we can see it, and they can feel it. They know. It's like when you hit a bad cricket shot or a bad golf shot, the shaft rattles, and a single fin does that on about 98% of your rides, I reckon.
You got to find the sweet spot and get in rhythm. Otherwise, they are a horrendous thing to surf. But that's the beauty of them. It demands good surfing. It forces a pure read and a pure line. And if you don't get it right, they just simply don't work.
Yeah. I got a good rip-off Barley Doco once. I think it was called the Pure Line. It had like heaps of Andy and Bruce in it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tip of the nose, a tap of the nose,
that's right,
a wink of the eye.
Yeah.
A few pure lines getting
I'm
around.
dead set. It was called something like that. Like, oh no, it was a J-Bay Doco. No, it was a J-Bay Doco called, and it has heaps of Sean Thompson and stuff in it. And it's called the perfect line or the pure line. And it's no pun intended. Smithy, my boy. No,
talking about J-Bay lines, not Guinea-Bissau lines.
That's right. Is this the local attorney? I think it is. Tommy Hatcher. Has he found his end? He's had a couple of cracking heats to start
Hatcher
the day.
restoring some law and order to that inside section. Special victims unit, call somebody.
He nearly did the biggest straight air of the whole comp earlier today. It would have been highlight reel for decades to come. I think he'll be reliving that at the office with a few years to come, I reckon. Nearly pulled it. It was massive.
Tell me a bit about the man, the defending champ, Quinn Bruce. Snapper guy?
Yeah, snapper import from the sunny coast, but very loved, very respected around the snapper community. He's a winner of the Wayne Dean Perpetual Trophy at snapper, which is not an easy one to win. Beat Parko at a young age. Moses.
Oh, that was a stylish carve.
Oh, he's just kind of trying to make it happen. Matty outside.
Oh, plenty of sizzle, electric end to that wave.
Let's see if Quinn can do what we're talking about here and just sort of put flow before manoeuvres. And maybe not on this wave, but you can kind of see his approach there. He's looking to generate speed before he's looking to turn, and I think that has to be the key to winning this event. But yeah, Quinn, one of the youngest ever to win the Wayne Dean Perpetual. I gave Parko a bit of a rinsing before, and I'll rinse him again. He actually didn't bring the trophy down.
Oh, kidding me, Parko.
And so we sent him home to get
Lost it in the abyss of
yeah,
silverware.
well, he had about 100 of him, and he was due to win his 101st. At that point, I think the next highest amount was Chappie Jennings with 6 or 7.
Wow.
I think Parko was up to 9 or 10, and deservedly so. And then, Quinn pipped him at small D-bar one year, and that was it. It was sort of the changing of the guard there. Quinn kind of forced a change with that young snapper crew, Josh Glennon, Jagger Bartholomew, Mitchie Parkinson, and now you sort of see it with everyone else that's coming through. So
why hasn't there been the that translation into tour pedigree of previous years at snapper? It's like we've kind of let the foot off the pedal a bit from the Cooley kids.
Oh, for sure. And I think, as we see J-Boy here putting one together for the new Cooley guard, he'd be pretty stoked to have an end section on this wave. He's going to need it if he wants to pip Fabsy. Oh, not bad. He did well to get across that dead bit. Look, I think at the end of the day, Mick and Joel and Dean,
once in a generation.
Yeah, man.
Never be equaled.
I mean, it's they're really fucking good.
I guess it was the end of a golden era of Gold Coast surfing. Here we go. Tommy Hatcher, the lawyer. He's objected fiercely to that and stomped it right in the barrister's head. That was amazing.
I think memory can play funny tricks on you, right? Like, what was before them was a bit of a gap.
True.
And I think we're having that gap now, and unfortunately we might have just gone through 2 cycles of a bit of a gap. Cruzy and Freestone definitely tried their hardest. I think, Jack made a pretty significant mark on tour. Obviously, Mitch is probably doing some of his best surfing post-tour, but, there was flashes there. Now we've seen it with Liam O'Brien getting on, and I just hope that, there's other surfers getting on like Callum Robson and that, but obviously from Evans Head we cannot lay claim to them. Ethan Ewing, obviously, Jack Robbo. So
Jack
for Australia, they're really lifting the card, but for Gold Coast specifically, it definitely has been a bit of a dark age.
Oh, watch out.
But
Air
I'd
reverse
love
on
to
the
see
single
Liam
fin.
get on and just stay on.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I guess it brings the conversation back to that point break skill set. It's a bedrock of Australian surfing. Every good Australian surfer of the last 10 to 15 years has it in their arsenal, the ability to put a wave together on a point break. But that just doesn't get you the coins from the judges anymore. It's all about aerials these days, and I just don't know how well served that classical. That was a crazy vertical hit on the end there.
And
just hucking the body. Waha!
You need to realise, though, is that as we see Jay up and riding,
surfing's moved ahead, hasn't it, since
the
Cooley kids?
It definitely has moved ahead, but you watch someone like Gabriel. Oh my
God! That scared me. I don't know where
heavy.
that fin just went.
Were you talking about circumcisions and that before?
Oh, dude.
That has happened, surely.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, look, those guys have reverse engineered their careers. Italo winning Bells Beach is no joke.
That's
he didn't
right.
do one air to win that event. So for these kids, whatever you want to do, however you want to do it, Griffin Colapinto is a great example of that. Aerial whiz became Parko reborn.
Rail master.
You know what I mean? So
good point. It's a great point.
Whatever way you want to do it, just don't neglect one or the other. Ethan Ewing's the same.
Great point, mate. Great point.
You can do it. Whatever way you want to do it, put your head down and you can do it.
That's why he's on the big bucks.
I sound like a dad. I am a dad. But you know
that's
what I mean?
why he's one of the best surf coaches in the country.
Don't get
Stay
too caught
Scalbraith.
up on doing fucking bullshit airs all your life if that's not your thing. Freestone's a great example of that. He aired his way to a career, and it worked beautifully for him. Cruzy's the perfect example of someone who turned his way to a career, and it worked beautifully for him.
But to really challenge that top brass on the tour, you got to have both.
You got to have both, but you can reverse engineer one whichever way you lack in.
Yeah, I guess you can. I mean,
it just takes a lot.
Aerials, the sort of aerial proficiency. Oh, Quinny Bruce, is that just falling off on the last turn there? Yeah, building that aerial proficiency late in your career, I haven't seen as many surfers do it.
I think Ethan and Griffin are great examples of that and how you could go one or the other. And it would seem like Griffin has the nod at the moment of reverse engineering your career to perfecting a strength that was a weakness. As we see, are we getting too deep?
No, I don't think so. I think that's what we're here to do, is really break down professional surfing and where it's headed, especially with, mate, it'd be remiss of me not to make use of a surf brain as quality as yours, Stace.
It's been turned to mush a little bit in these last 2 years, I will say. But no, I've actually been surfing more myself, which is actually interesting to listen to the own gargle that I give other people and then try to perfect it on yourself. I think that's the best way to
No,
try
it's a
and
great
do it.
read. It's a great read on where professional surfing's at. As we see Quinny Bruce.
I could just go on about it all day. Like, Philippe Toledo carved his way to a near victory at Trestles.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, he's got one of the best rail games of all time.
Yeah.
It's so underrated. It's incredible that he hasn't won a world title. He's got the purest, most stylish rail game imaginable, and need we even talk about his aerial repertoire.
And how that relates to this is that it starts on these boards. You can't fake it on one of these boards, and you can't fake a good carve. So if you're looking to learn, go and get on a single fin.
You got to. I think a lot of surfers in that adult learner or intermediate category, I think everyone can benefit from doing a stint on the single fin.
100%.
I think it just teaches you so much about reading waves.
Reverse drone, get that on the camera.
Are you?
Yes. Some bloke just rode a wave all the way across the Rocky backwards.
You talk about risk.
That was psycho.
No, he was looking for a free craniotomy there. That was wild. That didn't make it to the camera, but
no.
A bloke just rode backwards a rock runner from the top of the point. As Quinny Bruce puts up one last blast and takes out the Vic Bitter. Matty Job in second. Holy Mother Teresa. Moses Grace in third. We'll take a break.
Well done. 3.8 metres.
Anniversary, that's pretty massive.
25 years is a hell of a long time to run a comp.
25 years of one continuous contest.
It's our 25th wedding anniversary, eh?
Oh, it's a huge achievement for the club. Pretty amazing for a small grassroots event to be 25 years going and getting stronger every year.
Starting in 1996, progressed so much, mate.
It's come a long way, like from the first comp where we had a little tent on the point to what it is now.
It's become like a full-on big festival on the point.
It's pretty much packed point like back in the Stubbies days.
Depth is growing too, like the surfing, the standard is amazing each year, and it's about surfing a single fin out at Burleigh and having fun. Mate, having fun is half the fun.
Our tribe gets out and surfs the old school boards. That's how we've looked at it.
It's a highlight of Gold Coast surfing calendar.
Single fin. The single fin's everything, mate.
And here we are back at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival in its 25th year with the final of the juniors in the water. The favourite Harley Walters up from Angourie looking to take the silverware back down the coast. Dane Henry, the jazzy Rico Haybiddle, Tane Dobbin, the Goofy Foot, Ty Richo and Kyan Falvey. 18 minutes on the clock, stacked final.
I think Kyan Falvey will be coming into this final with a very wet sail as he just snuck through semi-final. I think they're the surfers you got to watch out for. He probably thought he was done. He was toast. He's found himself in the final. He's got nothing to lose. I'll be stoked to see him let it all hang out here.
As we see Harley quick in out. It's challenging conditions. Onshore, pretty short period, east swell. Good direction. There's going to be the odd set
Definitely.
Every now and then there's a bit of energy,
We've
coughing
seen-
up a bit of energy, still tropical cyclone south.
We've seen plenty of good residue left over from tropical cyclone south.
Plenty of residue in the toilet bowls, in the streets, in the ocean. The residual effects of tropical cyclone south on show here. Quality swell, still producing.
Geelongi Slab checking in.
The Bunjalung Warrior, Lungi Slab.
Uncle Joel Slab just ran the Waybara Surf Camp down there for emerging Indigenous youth. Looked like they did a fantastic job sort of managing the swell as best they could, as well as a couple of awesome guest speakers. So, yeah, I was stoked to see that play out. And then sponsor a few groms at the end of it. That's what it's all about, right? How good's that? How stoked would you be?
Kenny Oath,
yeah,
mate.
that's all time.
That's classic.
So on your Joel and the rest of the Slab mob down there.
Yeah,
at
they're
Fingal.
iconic, man.
Yeah.
Love that family. Love the incredible community work they're doing down there.
You've been
Just-
dipping in down there a little bit, eh, Smithy? You got something coming up in the works?
Yeah, there's something coming out in Stab magazine pretty shortly, or on the online version of it. But yeah, incredible story, Lungi and the family, the Slab family down there. They're just absolutely just doing their people, our people, everyone proud.
6 people paddling. Harley Walters up and riding.
Oh my lord!
Dane
Oh,
Henry.
he's claimed it!
Oh!
Claimed the Inno.
Oh, okay.
Shades of Damien Harbin and Tom Carroll.
Oh, Tane, what's going on here?
Oh my!
Oh!
Risk.
What?
Commitment. All the above. It's really just
Rico.
popped off all of a
Oh,
sudden.
Beautiful Burleigh arc there.
It's all happening.
Oh, that was...
As Bill Laurie would have put it.
How good's-
Waves
how good's
everywhere.
Kerry O'Keefe been in the
fins.
cricket?
Oh, he's in his skull.
The
gotta love him.
skull. Holy smokes.
What an exchange that
yeah,
was.
Look,
What do
I'm
we
not
make
gonna
of that?
see that go too harshly there against
The Innos,
Harley.
not
Nah, look,
calling it.
I didn't see a lot of
Not in the
scoring
spirit.
opportunity in that way.
It's too deep.
You got to be, yeah, it's not, yeah, it's a tough one. Put it this way, I've seen a lot worse not called at this event. The judges are probably a few single fins deep, and they're probably pretty happy to let that one slide. Would be my call. However, I am not a judge. But then again, Smithy, I am. Yeah, welcome back to the booth. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And you know what, Bug? We are all going to do the final.
Hey?
We are all going to do the final together,
Yeah,
mate.
good.
Me, you, Smiv. Going to break it down. We might do the men's and the women's. And it's a cracking afternoon. How have you been, mate? You get some shelter out there?
Yeah, mate. Oh, Harley's in it. Yeah, good.
Harley just thought he was at snapper and just fully faded Dane Henry. But
Wow.
it was a bit of a closeout, so I'm thinking the judges are going to let that one fly. But we'll see. We will see. Shout out to Dane's mum and dad if they're watching at home or they're down here on the point. Dane's a great young surfer from Fingal Head. He's up against Rico Haybiddle in the yellow from Burleigh as we see Dane off the edge here. Tane behind. Tane's a bit of a hybrid, palmy local, snapper rocks board rider.
Yeah.
Fantastic backhand.
He's got a great backhand, hasn't he?
I think Ty Richo's kind of the same from that Palm Beach Currumbin area.
Yeah, that's right.
Proud member of Snapper. And
Yeah.
then Kyan Falvey attends the Palm Beach High School there, but is from Cabarita. So it's a well-represented final all the way from Burleigh to Angari.
Yeah, mate. Whoa.
I was just saying to Jed, Kyan just scraped through his semi as we see him up and riding in the black singlet here. It'd be interesting to see kind of if he doesn't comp out and try to, you know, go back to the old formula of just trying to get to the end of a couple and keep that attitude going of just high risk.
Yep.
It pays off. Kind of go for that first or sixth approach.
Yeah, you got to go for it now.
Yeah.
It's a good looking final though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really diverse. Got 2 goofy footers, 4 natural footers. That'd be about the ratio of the public, you'd think.
And it's really stayed down wide, hasn't it? Hadn't really moved up the point.
Saw Quinn get one up there earlier.
Yeah.
But he had to do some pretty exceptional surfing to get a
Oh,
score out
Shane
of it.
came in. I saw Shane around. Haven't seen him for a while. He was blowing up.
Oh!
He reckons he got hassled in the expression session.
You don't lose it, eh, Bug?
No, it was beautiful. I love to see him blowing up about it.
Tane Dobbin just whipping it around there. It'd be interesting to see, though. I was talking earlier about, Jay Okolupo. Well, actually, I'm going to just cut myself off there and throw down to my good mate, Mitch Cruz. Mitchell, can you hear us?
Hi, guys, you got me?
Oh, yeah, Mitchell, mate. How are you, mate? You well, mate?
Hey, we are live.
Oh,
we
are we live?
We are live as fuck. There's people are down here at the Single Fin. We're deleting beers. There's weapons all over the point. Talking about weapons, we got a two-time winner, Dimity Style, going out against a good pal, Macy. How are you guys feeling before the final? How you ready to rev this up?
Ready to rev it up for sure. I'm just give it to the champ.
Dim, how would it go? How would it feel getting the three-peat in this event?
So much pressure. The pressure is immense this year, and I mean competition is stacked.
And this whole event and things like that. Like, what do you love most about it? Like, what's the go? Like, you've been enjoying the beers, the place, or what's the go?
Best comp of the year, really, hands down. Can't beat it. Look where we are. We're at Burleigh Heads. Some people might mistake it for Europe. It's that beautiful, but we're in Australia, and look at the environment.
So this is the first time you've ever done this event. What's the first sort of vibe on the event so far? Like, are you frothing?
Yeah, frothing. I've always wanted to do this event, but I've always been away or doing something.
Tell us how much you want to win.
How bad do you want to win?
I want to win.
There it is.
Do you want to hold that trophy up or what?
Yeah, it'd be the bloody first.
So you're gonna try and stop Dimity from winning a three-peat?
Well, we could try.
All right, these girls are gonna go and
In
get
the
their
field.
rashes on. They're getting the field. We're gonna send back up to you guys. Stace,
Mitchell,
Stace,
well
Bugs.
done. Yeah, well done, mate. Love you, brother. And fantastic check in there. Buggyola.
That was awesome. Bit
One
of
a
colour
kind.
there.
More than colour. That was more colour than Shane Horan's Rashi, the custom-made one. Fantastic. And you know what? These chicks can carry on and say that they have a bit of a... It'll be on.
Oh, it'll be
on
out there.
once they're out there.
Oh, Macy and Dimity. Oh, my
on.
God.
Yeah. And there's no doubt, I think 4 other competitors they will be up against that. You know what? They're the things you're going to got to watch out for, right? When these rivalries happen like this, you got to worry about 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th competitor in that heat. They're the ones that come from nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
You know, one of the Groms, I think Charlie Hatley made the final. She could sit off the end down here and not even make a fuss about it.
No, I'll see ya.
So we'll see. We'll see if the flamboyancy pays off or it will be an underdog for the win in the women's. But at this point, it looks like we are holding scores close to our chest for this junior men's final.
Aren't they?
Tane Dobbin, we might be holding it for the
Oh,
Prezzo.
there's a good one. He's got the inside connection. He's got a great wave choice, Tane, always. Nice big float. And there's Harley behind him.
Hey!
Oh, I like that.
Oh. So we will not know if Harley has been adjudicated or not to have interfered earlier until the Prezzo. So he should just be going for it by now, I'd imagine. Dano.
Yeah. Dane Henry. Yeah, it's a top little final, isn't it?
It's great. But yeah, I was talking to Jed earlier about Jay Okolupo, and Jay's obviously a surfer who has multiple strengths.
Yeah.
But I sort of was leaning on the fact that I think to win this event, you'll need to be showing the strength that is a little more traditional, good flow. You're letting the board do the talking and the wave. And I think that's what Quinn Bruce and Micah have been doing beautifully so far.
They really have.
I think the one big manoeuvre could get you out of jail if you need.
Yeah.
But to win the thing, you're going to need to be a little more classic. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
No, I agree. I think to win, I mean, look, it's also going to come down to those waves that really connect and, you know, they back off. They're hitting the bank properly, allowing you to do 3-4 manoeuvres. I think the wave choice will be a factor. And then comes into play what you were saying, just that traditional single fin approach. But I think you've got to throw a few buckets along the way.
Yeah, a bit of everything. As we see young Rico here, that's certainly looking like doing that so far. It's looking like he might get a really fun little end section, just a hammer.
Well, this is really on the rock break now.
Oh, it kind of disappeared on him. But I
And
think
that's
we're going to
what-
throw it down to another Burleigh youngster, Mitchell
Yeah.
Cruz with Matty Job.
Yeah. Hey guys, good to be back here.
Oh,
We've got this
yeah,
tiny little bloke, and he's in the final also with Moses and Matty. How do you guys feel? This is the first final for you guys. What's going on here?
It's my first single fin.
Yeah, this is my first final. It's been I think like 3 years in the Opens, trying to get there. So I'm very excited.
Any sort of strategies or anything that'll kind of work out for you, or what do you reckon? What's been going on? Moses, fill me in, mate. You're surfing better on the singly than you are on your shorty. I swear to God, you're surfing so fucking gnarly. What's going on?
I don't know. Just been surfing the 20 heaves. I feel like it kind of translates a little bit, but I don't know. Been having fun. Surf's fun.
One less fin.
I went from 3 to 2. I might just stick to the single fin from now on. Make a career out of
Hey,
it.
Cruzy.
Yeah. Hang on, we got a
Tell
bit of a
these
question
guys-
from
No,
Stace.
all good.
Yeah.
These kids, they've been watching the TV too much.
Yeah.
Enough of the 2 points, boys. Tell us what you're really going to do out there.
Yeah. Like Stace said, look, you guys have been watching too much TV, and you're all, absorbed in the whole thing. Yeah, Stace is live. Yeah.
Can you? Oh, hey, Stace.
Matty, mate, rip some
Boy, I
heads
just wanted
off,
to
mate.
shout
You're
out to
from
the Potty
Burleigh.
Day. It's pretty mad. Gets me through the work day. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
but let me throw it down to you, brother. DeVecchio did 3 in a row back in the day. Kyle DeVex has done 3 in a row, and he wants to see you lift that trophy.
Guile DeVex has done 3 in a row, and he wants to finally see you lift that trophy. How does that feel for you?
Oh, it's an absolute honour. Are you kidding? 3 in a row direct. Vecchio giving me the rap.
Let's
Thank
go
you.
1 in the road to Jobbio, and we'll get back to you guys later. We've got some action heating up here
We're
with the
going
Junior
back
Boys
there. We're
final.
going cross over to Stace and that.
Well, that was all time.
Sorry,
Mitch
Bug.
Cruz.
We carried on a bit there, mate. We left you hanging.
Oh, no, that's perfect. We want to hear from the finalists.
Moses has been surfing a twin fin, he reckons.
Yeah.
Can't even think. I don't know how that's helped him on the single fin.
Nah. Well, we're down to just about 5 minutes here. We don't know the scores. They're really they're holding on to them this time.
Unfortunately, I've got to do this, Prezzo, and if there's ever been a beauty pageant where they read out second as first, it'll be today. So, yeah, watch out for that, kids. Oh, Hulls. Wow.
That won't go into his top 2.
No.
We saw a couple of good rides, though. We saw Ty Richardson probably got the cracking ride so far.
Classic.
It was a beauty.
Such a good competitor, young Ty. Great young surfer.
Here's Tane. Tane,
oh, this has got a bit of a
smallish
bowl.
wave, but, he's a grommet. It was time to surf.
Definitely. Do you think that's kind of the attitude you need to have regardless of your age?
I do. Just keep surfing.
Keep surfing.
Although it didn't work for Cruzy, did it?
Oh, no, I'm claiming he got absolutely scorched.
I do too. We both had him getting through that. But
Yeah. Nah, all good. He'll be back next year.
yeah, he'll be back next year.
Yeah.
Another scorching.
Another year, another scorching. No, he's laid down a few scorchings in his lifetime. I think he'd still be up in the numbers. But what do we got? 4 minutes to go here. I really can't pick this one. It's been a good battle. Dane Henry's had a couple of good waves too.
Yeah,
I'm sure every parent of every child thinks their child has won. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner. So get ready for that 5 and 6 disappointment.
Saw Rico get a couple of good ones too,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Tane Dobbin.
Oh, Rico's picked another gem. He's got that classic little bowl. It's kind of looking like Angari almost, how it stands up at you. Should suit Harley down to the ground, but Rico's found this little double down. That's the only problem with a few of Rico's waves. They just haven't given him that end section.
Huge float there by Tane, but will he get more in? Yeah, he did.
All right, well, we're going to throw it down to an interview, and if you have your kids at home, I would suggest you potentially get them away from your TV screen right about now. Mitchell Cruz with the champ.
Hey guys, how you going? I got a Burleigh leather-skinned, weathered old fella from Burleigh here. We got champ. How you feeling, mate? How many years have you been in this, like hanging around, knocking about this comp? What's the go, and what do you reckon of this year's event?
Oh, mate, it's since 1966. You know, the event's been going, and it's just getting bigger and bigger, and then the sponsorship, you know, like Billabong, Cage Roads and Fizz, it's just getting bigger every year. The people, it's just like, you know, having...
And Mitchell.
You know, a few coots now, like Parko, Joel Parkinson, and Mick Eugene Fanning, and the likes, and yourself. No, it's just unreal, mate. Like, it's just the best contest, grassroots, through and through, mate.
And, like, how do you feel having, like, a bunch of just blow-ins rocking up at your point and coming about and just raping and pillaging these waves? How does that feel for you?
Yeah, no, well, I guess we got to cop that, you know, with the event just getting bigger and bigger. You know, it's like, and look at the day, magic day, weather, good surfers, good people, and you know, it's amazing having everyone here, mate. It's unreal.
Have you been you've been deleting a few beers today or what?
yeah, you know that, huh?
Should we delete these beers together?
Well done on your champ, on your Cruzy. Great on-field reporting. And Bugwan. What a display. There we go.
There's Burleigh Single Fin classic style.
That's right.
The champ has been here for all 25 events.
He has.
And then 10 more before that, when it was man on champ.
Champ on hill. Oh, my God. Rico, I'd love to see him get an end section on this wave. Crunch the first bit.
Yeah.
Hey, this could be the wave.
Oh, nice little cut back there.
That was
it's
really beautiful surfing.
Oh, it's got a little something inside for him. No. Under a minute to go.
Kyan doing air.
Oh! That would have been the one. That would have been a winner.
Right, we're counting this one down at under a minute. I believe next we would have the ladies' final up, which is going to be an absolute cracker. Don't go anywhere. Bug, how's your schedule, mate? You
hanging in there, mate.
Hanging in there?
Yeah, it's good fun.
Of course, the Prezzo will be held a little later. That's why we're holding scores. So all you nervous mums and dads and aunties and uncles and grandparents watching online, let me assure you, your child won. And we'll do the Prezzo later where we can blow up at the judges and whatnot.
Oh, here we go. 5 seconds. The last wave will be Tane Dobbin. Nice little dive over the back. That's it.
Well done.
Great junior men's
Good
final.
job, boys.
What?
That was sick.
What a lineup.
Great
it was.
event.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome.
All right, we'll take a slash. We'll be right back.
Okay, mate.
Well done. 3.8 metres.
Anniversary, that's pretty massive.
25 years is a hell of a long time to run a comp.
25 years of one continuous contest.
It's our 25th wedding anniversary, eh?
It's a huge achievement for the club. Pretty amazing for a small grassroots event to be 25 years going and getting stronger every year.
Starting in 1996, progressed so much, mate.
It's come a long way, like from the first comp where we had a little tent on the point to what it is now.
It's become like a full-on big festival on the point. It's
pretty much packed point like back in the Stubbies days.
Depth is growing too, like the surfing, the standard is amazing each year, and it's about surfing a single fin out of Burleigh and having fun. Mate, having fun is half the fun.
Our tribe gets out and surfs the old school boards. That's how we've looked at it.
It's a highlight of Gold Coast surfing calendar.
Single fin. The single fin's everything, mate.
Here we are down here live. We are absolutely live. Thousands and millions of people down here just carrying on. I've got James Woods. He's come grab me. He's like, hey, can I come do an interview? He's in the final. And, mate, what do you want to say? Like, you want to do an interview? Like, tell me what's going on.
Well, yeah, I just started a surf school. So if you want lessons, come to Kira Point Surf School. To all the thousands of people out there.
There's millions of people tuning into this event. How does it feel to paddle out in a final, have a beer in hand before the final as well, to go and put on a show for these trillions?
It's a bit overwhelming, to be honest. There's millions and millions of people watching this, so I don't really know what to say.
No, in all honesty, is your brother in the final as well?
No, I'm a bit surprised because he is a lot better than me.
Yeah, that man.
I've been living in his shadow for years, and it's great.
Oh, we don't want to go all fucking deep, but
it's good to be out of the shadow just this once.
Well, there you go, James Woods, mate. He's in the final. He's about to rev it up, and yeah, let's see how he goes. Hopefully he gets a win and gets out of his brother's shadow.
And here we are, live at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival in its 25th year for the women's final. Some World Tour pedigree in this one. Macy Callahan, Brodie Doyle, Grace Karma, Charlie Hatley, Dimity Stoyle, Juniper Harper, former champ, or the reigning champ in Dimity Stoyle. Narrowly missed out on World Tour qualification this year. Looks like Charlie Hatley scooping in. Oh, big backside hit. Macy and Dimity, two of the established guard in women's pro surfing, coming out of this country and this neck of the woods in particular. Both competed at the elite level on the World Tour. Few sets approaching, tide starting to fill in. Marginal conditions on offer, but not uncontestable. A little bit of energy remaining from Tropical Cyclone Seth. The trick is obviously to be patient and find those ones that have that bit of extra run on them. As we see the surfer in green, that looks like Dimity. What a pleasure to have the great Rabbit Bartholomew on the mic with us today. What a legend. What hasn't he done? Hey, brother.
Quick guest to tell us his picks for the final. I know you spend a lot of time surfing with everyone in the draw here, Lungy. Welcome to the commentary booth, my man. How's your day been?
Pretty good. Wow, this is weird. Huh?
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, it's sick.
You listen to me talk shit all day, every day, and now here I am in your ear.
So good.
So good. How'd you go out there? A little free surf before? You get a couple?
Yeah, I got a couple. It was pretty bad, like as straight as, but yeah.
Yeah, and we got a pretty stacked final here with Mace, Brodie, Grace Karma, Charlie Hatley, Dimity Stoyle, and Juniper Harper. Have you got a favourite?
I'm gonna have to go with Dimity. Yeah, she's pretty much she's good. She's my favourite.
She's going
I
for
love
the
watching
three-peat.
Surfing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's won a couple there.
Yep. She's going for the three-peat. If anyone's going to stop her, I think it's one of the girls in these final could absolutely do it.
So stacked.
Now, we gave Uncle Joel and the boys a bit of a shout-out before, mate, but could you go into a bit more detail about what you've been up to this last week?
Yeah, we ran a little camp. It's called the Weber Surf Camp. Yeah, we had 16 kids down at Fingal, I think it's 16, yeah. And we were just teaching them more about their culture, and yeah, we had a couple of coaches down there teaching them tips when we were surfing. But yeah, it was all fun. But yeah, we were just surfing, coaching, and the two winners, like there was a boy and a girl, the two winners got a year sponsorship from Volcom and a quiver off Aloha. So yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
That was so
How cool is that? Good to see all of obviously your father and your uncles coming together and sharing their knowledge. I got to relive that through Instagram, and it looked amazing.
Yeah.
We are counting down the clock here. I am Stace Galbraith, joined by none other than Lungi Slab and Jeduam Smith. We're actually up at the Pav, which feels a little strange. Got ourselves a little private booth here. Don't turn around. Do not turn around. Keep your eyes out this way. There's some bad things happen back there. You don't want to be a part of that. But bad things can happen out there too. So, yeah, no press. But, no. Oh! Lungi, mate, we really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
I'm stoked with everything you've been up to and your family and that. You should be really proud of everything you've been going on. And I'll see you through the rest of the day. We're going to throw down a cruisy.
Are we live? Are we live? Here we are. We got Stace. We've got Stace and Jed, the dream team, sitting up here like they're doing their live webcast. I've got these tiny little children. They've come in from their final, and I basically have the whole final. Is there anyone missing? All right, and so what's the go? Who won?
Oh, probably Tiny.
Where's Tiny? Oh, that little. Here he is. This tiny little clump of muscle. He's coming. Ty Richo, here we go. We got the whole junior final here, and we're going to kind of get. We're going to. The results are held. We have no idea. How'd you go?
Yeah, got a couple fun waves, eh?
Yeah, that's him. How'd you go, Kyan?
Oh, I fell a lot, but yeah.
We got Harley here. He said he got an inno.
Yeah, I faded Dane, so I don't know.
Is there innos in this event?
No, I reckon he was sweet to keep surfing.
You're sweet, apparently, from what they say. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it was a good final. All the boys are ripping.
Young Dano, how you go, son?
Yeah, much rather a single fin than a thruster, eh?
He loves it. And here we go, son. Little Rico, tiny little boy. What do you reckon? You get the win?
Nah, not at all. But I have hopefully, but
Some sad faces. Some sad faces around here. They're not very enthusiastic. We're going to fucking come back over to him. Mate, you've won it a couple times. How's your ego?
Oh, it's pretty high.
Yeah, we can tell. We're gonna cross back over to you guys. It's a junior final. Absolute legend kids, tiny little kids.
Gold Cone Piece award-winning surf journalism there, Mitchell Cruz. That was top brass sports broadcasting. You'd expect nothing
Karaoke
from the Burleigh Single Fin Festival in its 25th year.
The Skull needs to step aside. The Cruise in, Skull out.
Just an absolute cruise control.
We'll keep getting that colour as the day rolls on. But we have a cracking final in the water right now. And I'll be honest, with our little chat with Lungi and down to Cruisy, I haven't seen anyone really take hold of this final yet, Smithy.
No, it's a bit how you doing. It's tough conditions out there. Defending champ Dimity Stoyle looking to lead
it's not
her
tough.
mark
It's firing.
on the field.
It's firing.
Oh, it's firing.
Come
What
on,
do you
it's
I don't
firing.
know what I'm looking
No,
at. What
no,
are you
you-
looking at,
no,
Smithy?
yeah, no,
Get
it's
your
not
eyes
tough.
checked. Are they painted on, mate? It's cooking. 6 foot and offshore.
Mate, it's
Tropical
fine. Here we
cyclone
go.
Seth.
Shimmy disco. Do not muck around.
Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Frontside Ladybird.
On that beautiful
Waha.
MR single fin.
4 decades on it, and it's still looking pretty sprightly under Dimo's
It is.
feet.
Looking really sprightly.
Shimmy Disco, the DJ,
Yeah.
Yas Queen. She drops bombs on the D floor. She packs bombs. Akira and the Stradbroke.
Of surfing, filmed by Dan Scott and
that
the
was
gang.
a sick film,
Mate,
wasn't
Shimmy
it?
Disco
Mental
came in around there.
section.
Doyle! Huge hit off the top.
Oh, Doyle rules.
Macy, this is a heat-winning wave. Big hit off the top. The judges love a wave with a bit of size in it. If she can get a finish here, it's going to send a shiver down the spine of her competitors. Well done, comped out, but we'll get that on the board. Hey, there's a big set coming, Smith. If I were the girls, I'd be paddling for the channel. This is maybe one of the biggest sets of the day. It's actually not going to break outside.
They might have
It's
to
gonna
ditch the
unload
6.5s here. and just
perfectly on the first reef here at
wrench the
Rocky.
leggy, dive for the bottom.
They've let the first one go. Could be a good call. It was a great leave, actually. It was a fantastic leave. Let's see what these next couple do. We got, it could be Grace Crawford-Karma. Gonna let that one slide. Good leave again. Maybe I'll take that back. Maybe it's not firing. Maybe it's a straight closeout.
He looked promising on the outside bank, but it's really hard to tell how it's going to behave once it just rears and gurgles along that inside shelf.
We're going to throw it down to Mitchell Cruz.
Here we are, guys. Like Micah's been buzzing around the camera and the mic. Like he wants an interview real bad. And
go on, give him one.
Like, yeah, so
Give him a couple.
we're gonna give him a bloody interview before the final. This is fucking huge. Like you're in the final of the single fin. How are you feeling before the event?
Mate, words can't even come out of my mouth. I'm so excited. Oh, whoa. No,
he's having a conniption.
It's a privilege to be surfing the Burleigh Rocky with some lords, and yeah.
Cruzy, I've got a question for young Micah.
Yeah, Jed's got a question for you. Fire away, Jed.
Are you kidding me?
He said, "Are you kidding me?"
Yes, I am.
The rail surfing that has been done from this young lad, Markinson blood pumping through his veins. You reckon you're going to bloody put this thing to bed or what?
Oh, that's the plan. Nah, I don't know. A couple soul arch high lines and hopefully get through.
How's the misso? Is she frothing?
She's frothing. She's been coaching me.
Micah's got a brand new tiny little surfer girl misso that's down here as well watching, so it's good to see him. He's going to paddle out for the final. Cross over to the Absolute Brothers station. Jed up in the booth. Good luck, Micah.
Yeah, SGB. Yeah, Jed. Let's do it.
Go on.
Do it.
Micah. Good luck, mate. Wow. Mitchell, I mean, you hand out the gold cone pieces.
Mate, I give them out, and they don't give them out for nothing, and that is some gold cone piece-worthy sports broadcasting from the former World Tour. Great son of a concreter from Gerringong, Mitchell Cruz. He is just an absolutely esteemed part of the fabric of Australian blue-collar surfing culture.
100% he is. Oh, wow. World Tour domination. Paddling in on the outside. Oh.
She sold her a lemon there.
Charlie Hatley actually did really well there to stand her ground against the wiser, elder competitor, Macy Callahan. Unfortunately, her positioning was just a little too deep. But that's the kind of Liam O'Brien, Jeremy Flores shit we're talking about, where you don't back down to the big horses. You got to hold your ground. And she did that really well there. Just needs to find that open face and show us what skill she's got once she gets that right wave. She might find a little double up here, sneaky underneath everyone. Wow, good awareness. She wasn't rattled, wasn't phased by it at all, and just put on a nice score on the board there. Like I said, we are holding these scores until the final, which scares the bejesus out of me, because I think one of us is going to have to read these out later, and no doubt we'll get it wrong at some point. However, there are 5.5 minutes remaining. Welcome to everyone tuning in around the country and around the globe. Going for the three-peat shimmy disco.
Here we go, Timo.
Enough of that. Rip in.
Oh, vert alert, big front side Nuna. Can she finish it off? Oh, couldn't get the completion, Stace. This should be docked.
Could have been that 3 a.m. Berlin set she was banging out last night. I know.
Thought she had the grit to keep her going on that dribbly inside groveler. I mean,
hey, that was a wave.
That
was the
wave.
wave.
When it comes to the D floor, she has more get up and go than almost any you can think of from this part of the
Macy
world.
Callahan outside. Pretty much calling a World Tour heat here, Jed. Oh, wow. Oh, that was sick.
Stylish floater.
Floater's underrated in my book.
The go-to move on the singly. Great transition move. Carries all that inertia and weight in the fiberglass surfboard. 3 inches thick, these things. carried across the roof and then just straight into a drop wallet hack. That would be the winning formula.
Yep.
I'd imagine.
I think so.
Opening carve,
couple
speedy
up and
transition float, frontside gouge. I'll take it.
That's how you and
the
I
win.
would win this thing, eh?
Absolutely. I've envisioned it happening already. Had I not bombed out in my opening round heat.
How'd you go
6th place
yesterday?
finish. Yeah, not the
6th?
best.
That's all right. No, you're right.
Yeah. Do my best.
Yeah, you dodged all the bullshit in between and surfed the heat.
That's right.
Yeah, good. That's a win in itself. Get your T-shirt and your prize pack and head home. 4 minutes to go. It's a funny one. I often think about world titles won in yesteryear. They were surfing all their heats like this. They were surfing blind. 6-person heats. Yep. 3 of you can win the world title. You 3 can't. We're going to send you out pipe, and you know, it's like it adds a
You'll
different
be up to
element
Jack
to your
Shipley or
surfing.
some other scandalous character to decide whether you won or not.
Exactly. Jack Shipley is was represented well by his son Davey up until recently on the World Tour as a judge. Good Hawaiian bloodline there, but shout out to Jack if you're listening, and Davey. But yeah, you're not aware of what any other of your competitors are doing. It's full, you call it club round style. You don't know if you need an 8 or a 2, or if you're in first or you're last. And I actually think that adds an element of sort of freedom to the heat. You kind of just want to surf every wave to its maximum potential. You're never going to hear you need a 5.93 to win this thing. You just got to assume that every time you stand up, it needs to be the best of your ability. And I actually really like that.
It's a good point. It's just all on feeling at this point. For mine, though, Macy Callahan is well out in front. Couple longer rides, some smooth transition floats. Nice frontside re-entries. World Tour pedigree. Fresh off packing a couple of stoinkers at Kira too.
Yeah, she's in good company out there.
Getting better and better
Young
out
love
there.
with Sheldon Simkus, the Prince. And he definitely has taught her the lineups. She's doing really well out there. Here she goes. I think she's got one really strong wave. If she can get to the end of this one with some good performance, I think it'll be hard for anyone to top her.
Oh my lord, the spray is still settling from that hit.
I think Shimmy Disco's 3-peat is in jeopardy as we see Juniper Harper just caught behind there. Like to see Grace get a wave and open up.
Bugs looks like he's ready to join the call. I'm going to pass it over to the great man, Rabbit Bartholomew.
Down the end here, Bugs, we've got 2 minutes to go. The men's are paddling out the cove now, I'd imagine, jockeying for position. Shimmy Disco's at risk of not putting the 3-peat together here, with Macy Callahan putting on a pretty strong performance.
Yeah, that was a great manoeuvre by Macy before.
We were talking about the float, the up and over, keep your speed. Go, Grace. Oh, that was sick. Yeah, pretty tricky out there on the backside.
Well, Cruzy's done the big intro for the men's finals. He's got them all primed.
I could only imagine they're raring to go after that. A Wayne Bennett-esque rev up. Shimmy D.
Oh.
Oh.
Looks like she's got the big gun out.
I was going to say, she pulled out the 7.2 off the rack and started chasing him down from the outside.
Yeah, she usually rides really short boards. But
that thing looks really long, eh?
I think she's stepped back. She's right on the fin.
Yeah, yeah. 45 seconds to go. I think Brodie Doyle has an okay wave, but I really haven't seen anyone put 2 strong scoring rides together like Macy. I must admit, I was off with the fairies for a little bit there at the start of that final, so I could be proven wrong. But yeah, certainly the closing stages has been all Macy Callahan.
Yeah, she's showing her class. Well, that tide's really come in a big way.
It has, hasn't it? Did we will it on too much?
I think we have, because it's actually a little bit...
It needs a little bit of low, right, to crumble it up a bit.
Or else you might want to consider sitting a bit wider even.
And that'll be it. Well done, ladies. That was an awesome final.
Good final.
And it looks like we might be having a little bit of a break, unless I get told otherwise.
Well, there's no men in the area.
No.
Cruzy just continues to rev them up.
Cruzy's going to rev them up down there on the headland. We're going to go throw to a little break, and the men's final will be not too far away. So get refreshed, and we'll see you soon.
Well done. 3.8 metres.
Anniversary, that's pretty massive.
25 years is a hell of a long time to run a comp.
25 years of one continuous contest.
It's our 25th wedding anniversary, eh?
It's a huge achievement for the club. Pretty amazing for a small grassroots event to be 25 years going and getting stronger every year.
Starting in 1996, progressed so much, mate.
It's come a long way, like from the first comp where we had a little tent on the point to what it is now.
It's become like a full-on big festival on the point.
It's pretty much packed point like back in the stubbies days.
Depth is growing too, like the surfing, the standard is amazing each year, and it's about surfing a single fin out of Burleigh and having fun. Mate, having fun is half the fun.
Our tribe gets out and surfs the old school boards. That's how we've looked at it.
It's a highlight of Gold Coast surfing calendar.
Single fin. The single fin's everything, mate.
To the disco top.
Here we are back at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival in its 25th year. Joined here by the esteemed Gold Coast and Australian and global surfing legend, Rabbit Bartholomew. Mate, Rab, so good to have you here, brother. And yeah.
What a great looking final we've got coming up.
It?
The swell's dying. What do you reckon? They should... we just saw a pretty good wave before, but in the women's it was a little bit hard to find it, wasn't it?
It was lackluster. The swell is really deteriorating. The conditions are deteriorating. But there's still the odd pulse here and there. There's the odd... there's a good shape when they come.
But is there enough for 6 of them?
Yeah, definitely not. You wouldn't think so.
There won't be. There's going to be... Could be a bit of a dogfight. Good. The finalists, look at them.
Here are our finalists. What a long and winding journey it's been. Jay Bottle Thompson, Micah Marguson, Quinn Bruce, and the munted, ultra zoomed in head of Mitch Cruz.
And is that Dwayne Harris introducing him in the background?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I think it is.
Yeah, there's a bit going on.
But Cruzy just wants to be in on the...
Very serious and very emotional. Very emotional, and yeah, see you later.
There's a couple of commentaries going on here. It's good.
It's all happening.
What I'm looking for is, is there any first time, is there past winners in this final? Is Quinn Bruce in that final? We'll see in a minute, but we'll see if there's going to be a fresh name going on that trophy. Such a tradition.
So much history, Bugs.
Yeah.
Mate, no one has more history with this headland than you. Well, there's a couple, but you're right up there on that list. You've watched surfing take shape, the modern form of it here. You're part of history. What would be the strategy heading into the final in these kinds of conditions?
Well, I might consider even going wide and getting a couple under the belt, and then coming over and sort of trying to dominate the lineup, because it's going to come down to, getting that gem of a wave that just links right through. There's not many of them. It's not really an option to sit right up the point either. The rock break itself isn't connecting right now. We've got a dying east swell, and it's just hitting this little slither of sand out there that's just enough to make it break, but only on the sets. So, it's a tough one to make a game plan. I don't know if they've even got a game plan. I think they're just going out.
Whenever you get to go out, it's always a win, as George Greeno says.
Oh, yeah, I go with that one. You appreciate it more and more, but, you could argue that, Burleigh Heads is the home of professional surfing. This is where Man on Man was born. It really was that 1977 March was the beginning of the world tour, and it's continued on to this day. So this is a historic venue. There's no doubt about it.
And the best you ever saw do it on a single fin? I mean, you and MP, prior to the arrival of the twin fin with MR, were, I don't know if anyone's surfed them better, yourself, Sean Thompson, but the best single fin exponent you saw?
Oh, well, growing up with Michael Peterson was pretty special. I mean, seeing MP in his at his absolute best was something else. And surfing with him, I mean, I was a few years younger than him, and we went to Hawaii together and slept on the beach. But then when I hit the Open, we became bitter rivals. I mean, like you've never seen before. Like spy versus spy, skullduggery at every. But it was a lot of fun surfing with him, though. I mean, he was so aggressive and he just attacked.
Yeah.
But another guy, Sean Thompson also, I give him a lot of credit. I mean, Sean's a great single fin surfer, as was MR. MR before the twin fin, he was on the Stinger, the Ben Iper Stingers. He was doing some pretty cool surfing on that. But I mean, MR used to come up to surf Rainbow Bay when he was like 10 years of age, and he had this really, he had this kind of gawky style. Like he'd knock-kneed and his arms were flailing. He hadn't put it all together yet. Then one day I walked up the top of the hill at D-Bar, and I looked down, I saw this guy do a roundhouse gouging cutback at D-Bar, and I went, it doesn't look like MP. And I went down the bottom and I went, my God, it's that kid. I used to call him that kid. And it was Mark Richards.
Wow, on his way to winning 4 straight.
Yeah.
And becoming one of the all-time greats of the sport.
Yeah, so you definitely picked a couple of good, if there was 3 names to pick out, it would be Michael Peterson, Sean Thompson and Mark Richards in my books.
And how are their approaches different? Someone like MP versus Sean?
Oh, so different. I mean, Sean was like the gentleman surfer from South Africa, but a fierce competitor. But MP he just used to terrify people. MR used to always say he was just white knuckle terrified of MP, and he just would give off this vibe. I mean, he was the king of psych.
Wow.
The king of psych. I mean, a lot of people give me a lot of credit for my fierce competitiveness. At MP basically taught me everything I knew as far as he was gnarly. He was a gnarly psych out merchant. He'd just stand in front of you like Muhammad Ali. He'd just stand right in front of you and just psych you.
Wow.
Before the final.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, it was so good in those days.
Oh, that's incredible. That is, I mean, there's just so much battler grit in a guy like MP. He's not coming from money. They're just scrapping to... You guys were all in that kettle, just scrapping to pay your way around the world, just doing your absolute best, shoestring budgets, the works.
Yeah.
And there's desperation in that.
Well, you can never beat a desperate surfer. I mean, at airports, we used to travel on these bogus air tickets with these revalidation stickers, right? And I went all around the world in this ratty old ticket I bought in Bali. It was so bogus, it was unbelievable. And by the time I got to my last flight from Honolulu to Sydney, right at the end, I've been traveling on this thing for 7 months. I had a stack of revalidation stickers, one on top of the other. And the guy at the airport lifted it up and looked at the bottom one and saw Bali, Kuta, And he just looked at me, and then he went, you know what? Just get out of here.
I've seen your kind before.
Yeah,
raggedy ass, shoestring, taking the piss surfers. Get out of here.
Too much paperwork. Just beat it. Get out of here.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
I know, it was so crazy. I mean, surfers were just, we had to be, not scammers, but we had to be just
honest
desperate.
scammers, mate. You weren't hurting anyone. You just want to, get a couple tubes.
I mean, there was a great tradition of
win
it.
a couple
I mean,
comps.
Mickey Dora was the original, and we went, well, this is how you get around the world. I mean, if you can beat the airlines, catch me if you can.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And guys were paying their way around the world with any means possible.
Yeah.
As we know, I mean, the G-Land guys, McCabe, Ricky Rasmussen, Boyum. I mean, there was that chapter. There was, they left no stone unturned in their quest to chase tubes and chase ratings points. And, mate, you had to do what you had to do in those days. So.
And all it meant was that, like, if you won $1,000, you got to spend an extra 3 months in Hawaii. Fantastic. What a result. So it was desperation stakes. I remember, spending my last $10 in Hawaii at the Kuilima Smorgasbord. And
loading up on a plate lunch.
And I walked out of there with roast beef stacked around my waist. And we got down the beach the next morning. Waimea Bay was 25 feet, right? And for the final, it was 25 for Waimea. And we got down there, and this is where the reputation came from. And these Hawaiian guys came down and said, man, those Aussies, they're animals, they're savages.
Yeah.
They're down there chewing on raw meat. And it was
not quite raw. It's come from the plate lunch.
It was prime roast beef. Anyway, there's some funny
Day old,
stories,
but not raw.
We had to win our way to the next event.
Oh,
I mean,
mate.
and we were all in the same boat. There was no sponsorship, and it was kind of cool though. That we had a lot of camaraderie, really.
Unbelievable.
No sharing, but camaraderie.
Unbelievable, yeah. Now you had to fight for every meal ticket. As we see bots slashing, hooking, magnificent opening carve.
Well, there's a bit of a distance here. We've got a few guys. I kind of think now, is that these guys are really spread out. So we got the 6 finalists, right?
Yep.
Look at them. They're still coming from around the point. This thing's going. This final is on.
It's game on. And
White is still around the cove.
Into the lineup.
And Botts has come straight down to this bank. He's got it to himself. Micah Markison's down here.
Oh,
hang on. Hold the phone.
End section drop wallet deluxe. I love that Moses LeGrace.
Way up
Trig
the
point
point.
tearaway. As we see the surfer in white, that's Quinn Bruce on a rock hugger. Watch out, coming through. Oh my lord, it is bone dry in there.
Oh,
Shades of bugs at Sanua Reef back in the day.
Well, that's where the Stubbies was along those rocks there. I mean, that was shades of the Stubbies Classic. So many of them. I remember, Dane Keelow versus Mark Richards on the rocks at Burleigh.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Dane was a great surfer on his twin fin. Just such a great surfer.
Backdoor exponent, pipeline legend, Hawaiian hard man too. Not messing with Dane back in the day.
Yeah, he was so awesome.
The Hawaiians, they've been coming out here a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, they
this
have.
event, the Stubbies event.
Oh yeah, well I mean, look, Australia, we're the friendliest country in the world. We're a hospitable country. We love international surfers coming here. They get treated like kings. And it's the way we are. We love it.
Moses LeGrace, the Trig Point tearaway, they've spelled his name perfectly throughout the entire event till he gets to the final and they're fumbling vowels. Moses LeGrace he is for the next 17 minutes.
Moses LeGrinch.
Holy Moses, holy Joseph, Holy Mary, Holy Mother Teresa. He's on one. The unheralded West Aussie looking to cause a major boil over.
Here's a bit of a double up here. This could be interesting. It's got a nice little flow to it. Big section and great float. So it looks like, was that James Woods?
I think that was Jimmy Woods.
Yeah, Jimmy Woods is a danger man. That's for sure. And the last year's winner, Quinn Bruce. Could he do it again?
All right, we're flagging Lindo. We're over it.
He'll need a bit more than that one, I think.
Look at Mitchell Cruz luxuriating down there in the competitors area.
Hey guys,
with
how you
Jai
going?
Glindemann.
We've got a bit of an interview going down, or what? Are we live? Hey, yeah. So we got like young Jai Glindemann here. We got young Glindo, mate. What happened? He's had a bit of a bung knee. What's gone down? Fill us in.
All right, first wave yesterday on my first heat with Parko. Me and him were sitting down the end bowl. Took off my first wave, couple cutties, and then I've tried to go for a little foam climb on my single fin, and just blown my knee out.
Oh, that is the most heartbreaking thing in the
That's
world,
heavy, man.
Like,
That is so
but what do you reckon of the event anyway? You've been watching all these guys rip it.
Well, I haven't really been watching because I'm sitting so far back. And
Yeah, we can't. Where we're sitting, we are tents and people, so we can't actually see. But
What's he got to
what
say
have you been
about
up to?
Micah Marguson? I know they're sparring partners.
Jed's asking a question. What do you got to say about Micah? Like, you guys are a bit of sparring partners. What do you reckon? You frothing for it?
Fucking oath. I hope Micah wins this thing. You know, fucking surf's that good, sick style, and I know I haven't really even had to watch his heat this time because fucking I'm so far back in the tents and there's
Yeah.
so many crew.
Yeah, we're sitting like there's fucking hundreds and millions of people in front of us and everywhere. So we're just in a corner.
Speak of the devil in your peers, Mikey just ripped one off the top.
Oh,
That was
there's
mental.
a few crew. Absolute Micah is going to town. Good hanging, Glindo. Hope the knee heals up.
Yeah, cheers, Cruzy.
Back to you, boys. Back to the Jed and Bugs.
We don't want to see that, though, do we? We don't want to see knees blown out. That's not happening.
No, that's really sad and unfortunate. I'm sure it's nothing too serious. Surely doing a foam climb is
Yeah.
not enough to
No.
create a serious tear in the knee area. Hopefully it's just a mild strain, a 4-weeker, something
Yeah,
like that.
4
maximum.
weeker. Hard to keep a grom out of the water, but the old knee, you got to look after him.
Oh, don't you?
But it won't be an ACL or something, will it? Surely.
No, you wouldn't think so.
Well, Matty Jobs out there too, and Matty's keen to get his name on that trophy. Holding inside pole position, Jay Bottle Thompson with a nice set rolling through from the outside bank. This one is going to come down to wave choice. He's not interested in the first one, but it looks like someone is. And that'll be Jimmy Woods, huh?
Looks like Jimmy indeed. Oh, committed end section turn. Couldn't ride out of it though. Oh my lord. Surfer in green up the point on the rocks, ditching one onto bone dry chaos. Matty Job, in fact, surfing blue. Yeah, that set did materialise, but yeah, no one really got the rub there. It was kind of one hitters all over the shot.
A wide one for Micah Marguson, though. He got a little wide one with a double tap. More than a tap. He blasted that thing. Quinn Bruce. Well, Quinn, big success last year. Good to see him in the final, though. That's a good. It's a good to a true defence of a title.
That's right. Not since Kyle Robinson in 02-01.
Back to back
has
to
there been
back.
a back-to-back champ.
Yeah.
In fact, he won 3 on the trot, Kyle Robinson. Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? He's now heading up Burleigh's junior development program, one of the best in the country, probably the best in the country.
Yes, they've got a solid program, the Burleigh team, Burleigh club. Really solid.
Bit of a lull in proceedings, but something's shaping up wide on the bank here.
Yeah.
Looks like Jimmy Woods having a sniff. No takers.
No, that set really lined up outside then and went wide, and here's a good-looking wave. Is he too far behind it, though?
Oh, he's done well to get around that section
did.
and get a second turn off. That was...
He wrestled that one.
Oh, did he what? Mate, that was A-grade grovelling.
Well, we've got Matty Job. He's sitting right up the point.
Yeah, he actually just got a really psycho rock runner.
Yeah.
It's bubbling up and boiling up. You don't really know how much water there is there. It's unbelievable they're managing to finagle their way through that section and get manoeuvres off.
And that's the whole deal with the rock break, is getting manoeuvres off. You're just racing, you're dodging rocks, you're getting around sections, but are you getting big manoeuvres off? Is there anything getting blown off the top of the wave? Very difficult.
Who would you have in the lead so far?
Well,
Bucks?
I'll tell you what, I'd go close to Micah Markison. Micah's had that last wave he got 2 big explosive manoeuvres in. So him and Jimmy Woods just a tad out front of everyone else. Really, the other guys haven't really got going yet. Bottle was down here by himself, but nothing really happened of consequence for him. I like the sit wide program right now. I think James Woods over there by himself. I think he's a danger man sitting over there, because now the guys are, like you can see, Micah starting.
Here he goes, winding up off the end section. Jimmy.
And
just a one-hit wonder there.
Okay, here we go. Boom.
Oh, I wish that wave provided more. That opening turn was sick.
He's got some good turns going.
Here we go. Here's a set. This one's queuing right up.
Yeah, come on.
In bottle country. He's got Matty Jobs sitting up the point. Oh, I'll be interested to see. Oh, here we go. He's let Quinn Bruce have a sniff, but he's not going to take it.
Nah.
It'll be interesting to see the priority kind of exchange here between Bottle and Matty Job, the elder statesman, Bots. He's a kind man, but don't mistake kindness for weakness.
And
I reckon he's going to take one off Matty here.
Is he going to pull rank? Is he going to pull seniority of the Burleigh crew? Kiddo, do you want to be in the team for the Australian Boardriders battle? Oh, he doesn't have to.
I think he's done the right thing there, Matty, taking a little insider one, avoiding some awkward words. Oh, he's into the beach.
She was a dud.
It was definitely a dud.
He was a dud.
Wow, it's tough going out there. I mean, what was the most marginal conditions you ever saw an event contested in? The wave pool there?
Yeah,
Was,
Allentown,
right
Allentown wave pool.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, God. That was so marginal. The local pro had never seen the ocean.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Oh, Quinn Bruce.
Yeah, Quinn.
Bingo, bango.
The mighty Quinn.
Come on it up. Jeez.
It's Bottle who's sitting in pole position, but now he's had to move so far up the point. Is he slightly off where the this inside little slither of sand is lifting him up? Oh, hang on.
Oh.
James Woods. This one's looking a bit promising to get that third manoeuvre in.
If you can just finish this off, that is a big score coming up. Manages to get the wrap.
Yeah, but not the big finish, but he got 2 good moves on the way through.
There was money in one of those turns.
Oh, Bottle's been left high and dry. He's being so selective. So selective. He really wants to win this because he knows if he gets a bomb, he's in the pole position.
He's got to pull the trigger shortly.
They're kind of dodging him though. They're lifting up, moving wide, backing off. Where's Moses LaGrosse?
Here he is, winding up now. That was a sick carve. Wow, he threw some heat with that turn.
Yeah, he's
Full
fast.
end section
I
here.
like how he's zippy. He's got a real zippy.
He's a Trig Point Perth native, so
hang on.
He knows his way around marginal conditions.
Oh my God, Trig Point. He's surfing the day of the year out here.
That's right. This is the best day in a decade at Trig Point. That's right. Yeah, he's so light on his feet. Some incredible body positioning on the single fin. I like some of the poses he's been throwing, the shapes he's been throwing, some of those end section hits in particular, all event.
No, I'm really impressed with him. He's got this zippy little board under his feet, and he knows how to get it around. He's powering it, and plus he generates the Trig Point momentum, making something out of nothing.
Lemons out of lemonade. Talk to us about boards, Bugs.
Yeah.
Any magic carpets that spring to mind? Any single fins you had that were just mind melting?
Oh yeah, I mean Old Faithful was great. I mean, like back in the day, you know, you had to make a board from scratch, right? The rockers, everything had to be right. I mean, seriously, it's not like today where 90% of the boards coming off the machine are good, right? Back then, the magic board really was special. And although you should have put it in cotton wool, you just want to ride it to death.
That's right.
You know.
The cyclone starts spinning, you're out there at Kira.
Oh, God.
Thrashing that thing.
Yeah, it's so true, though.
Leggies, no leggies?
No leggies.
Oh, my Lord.
No,
yeah,
I
they
mean,
would have been
I'll tell you
hiding.
what, surfing 6 to 8 foot Burleigh Cove with no leggy. There's a challenge.
Wow.
Here's what we had to learn how to do. And now there's an art form that is lost. You had to pull into the barrel, and just before the barrel, and you knew you weren't coming out, if your board went on the rocks at Burleigh, it was all over.
Wow.
And it's not like you had an issue of boards. And Jimmy Woods.
Shut the front door.
Yeah, come on, Bottle.
Jimmy
Where are
Woods just teeing off like Long John Daly on the driving range.
So what you had to do just before the section closed out, you had to bail, have the board get the bounce of the inside of the barrel and pop out the back. I'm telling you, it's an art form. It had to be done.
Wow.
Yeah.
But in the tube, 6 foot Burleigh kick out, no leggy, mate. That is.
But a kick out from inside the barrel, and it bursts out the back,
Oh
you
my
know,
God.
on such a hollow wave. You see it at pipeline sometimes.
Quinny Bruce.
Oh, Quinny.
Getting 2 for the price of 1 there.
And with such a shortage of boards, if your board went on the rocks of the cove, no one's going to loan you a board. You had massive chunks out of it, and it was. You had to surf a little bit differently at Burleigh back before leg ropes, I've got to tell you.
Wow, that's a remarkable story. Surfing has come so far, and Bugs has been with us the whole way. Frontside punt on the singly. Are you serious?
Okay.
What are they going to throw at that, the judges? It was one move, but it was super progressive.
Yeah.
Bizarre. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, so Jay Okalupo's not in the final. I thought he was on his way to the final, but I missed that
just
semi.
got edged out.
Yeah, just edged, eh? He was surfing good.
Matty job on a bit of a step up. Looks like a slightly longer, thinner craft. What was the ideal dimensions for, as we see the replay? That's a punt.
Yeah.
There is clearance there. That's just shocking to me. I don't really understand
talk
how they're
about
doing that.
shocking. Where is Bottle? He is still sitting in prime. He's been so selective.
He's on the Murray Cod. Someone get a long stick and poke him. See if he's still awake.
Jeez, I want to see the guy in action. He started with a flurry. He was down here by himself, and he's just waiting and waiting and waiting. Oh, look, he's splashing the water
splashing
now.
water.
I'm with him. I'm splashing water with him. I want to see Bottle get a bomb.
Give him the nod. Come on, Huey.
Yeah, come
Serve
on.
up the Burleigh great with a set. Just one.
I mean, what would Morgan Siblick be thinking now? He's going, like, Bottle, this is not your game plan.
Yeah, I wonder what Morgs would do in this situation. I wonder
He'd
what
get
advice
hungry.
he'd have for Bottle.
He'd get hungry. I saw Morgs at Newcastle in a heat that it looked like he was losing against John Florence.
Of all people.
And he went over and sat on that rock break at Merriweather, And next minute, he's just pulled 3 quick-fire small waves with incredible surfing, won the heat.
And that's where it all kicked off for him. That heat win.
That heat.
He took that momentum and just converted it into one of the great rookie runs in recent memory.
And it's weird because, I mean, if John had beaten him in that heat, which was to be expected, I mean, that run might not have happened for Morgan. So you talk about building momentum shifting out of nothing. That heat shifted momentum Morgan Siblick's way. He's ended up in the Big Five, in the finals, WSL Showdown at Trestles, and the top Aussie.
As we see Jimmy Woods on a wide burger, that thing was horrible. Sets up the point though, Bugs. Bots is stroking into position.
Oh, he's getting hassled now. Get off his case.
Here we go.
Is that
this
Matty?
One's a bomb.
Matty Jobs
Double
is
up.
onto him.
Oh,
Go.
holy smokes. Oh, he's all over him.
Oh,
like a rash. Here goes Bots. Winding up.
There was an altercation, I'm telling you. Go, Bots.
Oh! Matty's got the rub on this. Big floater.
Matty,
that's
Matty.
karma.
Oh,
Karma for
God.
getting up in the grill of the Bots.
The Burleigh boys have gone cannibal.
Oh, I think they're just playing tactics too hard there at the top of the point, not concentrating on surfing, and both have just blown the 2 best waves of the heat so far.
Oh, that was shocking. Quinny
Leaving
Bruce.
it for Quinny. Oh,
if he could get a bit more going on this one. We just didn't quite get around that section, but not a bad one. Could have been a keeper for his second backup. So I still think Micah Margerson and James Woods have, well, young Moses LeGrice.
yes.
I'm thinking dark horse, slipping and sliding, unseen.
Yes, that's right. Unseen, just buried back there in the backlogs of the Old Testament, waiting to strike with
Moses.
rapture.
as we enter this final couple of minutes.
Moses comes down from the mountain.
That's right. Will he decree victory or a tepid sixth-place finish in this final?
We might get Mitch Cruz's 10 Commandments a bit later.
Oh, dude. I don't think you get one out at the moment, Bugs. He's in all sorts of bother. I think he's committed every sin in the book on these rocks. Definitely a bit of gluttony going. Oh, look at that. Oh, geez,
Yeah.
you had the tummy out.
Yeah.
Looked like he'd been eating those 10 slabs of roast beef.
Thou shalt not slur.
Oh. Cruzy, one of the all-time characters, one of the most loved figures.
We love
in
having him
Australian
here.
surfing.
He's got the colour commentary going.
He does. He's you won't find anyone who's got a bad word to say about the man.
Okay, now who's gone right up the point this time?
Looks like Matty Job.
Matty. Oh, he's got this one. He's going to have to get going. Yes. Oh, he got a barrel earlier, but it didn't work. Look at the set outside. We are down to a minute to go. Bottle is still a chance here. He's got second priority if there's such a thing. He's gone to the left. He's gone wide. I think it's a wide one. I like where he is.
Oh, it's doubling up. Is anyone?
Yeah, someone's going to get it.
Quinn Bruce on the end section.
Quinn. Oh, this is interesting. Boom.
Oh, that was a sick opening carve.
Boom. Oh, if he gets a third one in.
Can he get the
boom.
Bowie? Yeah, the bonus section.
Oh, this is interesting. So Quinn Bruce with a late flurry. Now James Woods, he's on the outside of this one. That one's not going to help him. So Quinn Bruce in the last minute has definitely got his best wave.
We're actually getting word that we're going to get a bonus 10 minutes on the end of this final just to make up for the lackluster conditions.
So they've added they've added another 10 minutes.
Just waiting for confirmation there from the production team, the Gold Cone Piece award-winning production team.
Well, that's unheard of. Unheard
Festival.
of. This will be.
Oh, Matty Job on a nice one. Oh, that was a sick turn.
Now, officially, this would have been behind after the official finish. And we're into the overtime, apparently.
Well, no one's coming in. They're surfing as hard as ever. That was a big front side. Wah from Jimmy Woods.
Yeah, bro. Champs up here.
Yeah, brother.
It's a bit of overtime going.
Here we go.
So
Botsy
what's happened
on a
is
little
that
runner.
our clock was a bit out, so we're down into the last 5 minutes now.
Okay.
Or maybe the second last 5 minutes now. It's going to be a super controversial finish. We've got a Novak Djokovic kind of finish to the day.
As long as no one ends up locked up at the end of this contest, we'll all go home happy. Wow.
I reckon they should.
End section throw.
I think Stace should do the prezzo, then burn the judges' sheets, like
Burn
the old
everything.
days. That's like the old days. They used to do that.
Burn the contest scaffolding.
It's been a controversial decision.
tents.
I want to see the results. No, they're on a plane on their way back to the capital city. This is the sort of thing that we came across, and I'm fair dinkum that happened. I won't go into the detail.
Yeah, the greatest rip-off you ever came across, or rumours of a rip-off?
Oh, there was so many. Like, you know, the local judges, you know, you'd go down the beach, the number one seed, 7 o'clock in the morning. And instead of having the seeds in the middle of the draw, they'd put them first thing in the morning, 5 local judges. The ambush would be on. By 8 o'clock, the number one seed's on his way to the airport. Oh, it was shocking.
Wow. Matty Jobs, nice little frontside poke.
I tell you what, Matty's come on strong. That's 2 waves.
He's ripping.
In the overtime. Wonder if there's a bit of overscoring in the overtime. I hope so.
Yeah, it's interesting. Matty Job making a late run at the silverware here.
So our clock says it's all finished. However, these guys know it must have been a 30-minute final. Our clock was set for 25, 20. So disregard everything we say from here on in. And it was a bit of, and plus Bottle, you know, we want Bottle to like amp up and rev up, and I want to see the bots get a scorching finish here. But look at this wave.
Here we go, Micah.
Oh, Micah.
Runner. This one's got a bit of wall on it, but
Yeah.
he kicks out. It's
Okay,
a bit
now
of
this
a
one's
burger.
coming towards Bottle. Yeah, Bots. Have a look at it.
Here we go. Look at the run on this thing.
No,
Oh,
it's a big double up.
Look at it. Yeah, who was making the best boards in your era, Rabs? And you know, these are boards that had to have a shade of versatility to them. Like, were you riding the same boards at somewhere like the Stubbies as you were in Hawaii?
Oh no, I mean,
more or
you know,
less?
like the Hawaiian
What was
quiver.
the quiver like back in those days?
I mean, the Hawaiian quiver was way different because, I mean, in those days, seriously, they wouldn't even run a contest unless, you know, basically, I used to think they would not run a contest unless it could kill Australians. Like, yeah, it had to be 18-foot sunset, 15 to 20-foot pipe.
Yeah.
I mean, you would never. We never ever once surfed a backdoor pipe day. Never. It had to be gnarly, full teeth, radical pipeline.
Wow.
Yeah.
Backside
Yeah.
on single fins.
So,
Absolute death trap.
no, so your Hawaiian quiver was way different. I mean, it was 7 6s and 8-foot boards.
Right.
Look, I know that now, you know, they're all riding like incredibly short boards, and I used to surf pipeline on a 6-1. You know, they do fit the wave a bit better. There's no doubt about it. But the contests themselves used to be in such huge days. They would never ever run on a marginal nice 6 to 8 foot day. Never.
Quinn Bruce getting another long runner. Oh, Michael Markson fanging down the line.
He just got caught up on that one, but he was looking like, yeah, he was looking very dangerous. So, but you know, basically we'd go around the world with only, you know, really a shortboard and a little bit of a step up. You know,
Right.
Basically that was it. Like you know,
The two-board quiver, the
Yeah.
famous two-board quiver of the
seriously,
70s.
you know.
So good. It must just blow your mind to see the amount of boards
But
pro
here's the-
surfers command these days. We're talking over 100 in a season.
Oh no, they go through the boards. They get like, you know, an issue of 8 boards. They go through it. The fourth one, they lift it up and go, no, I don't like that one. I mean, it's incredible.
It's incredible, isn't
But
it?
you know, the other thing, this is before. What about the days before there were good board covers? Like they used to have those fabric, you know,
board sock, yeah.
the board sock,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Now
getting
those things with a couple of ton of, tins
Tins of Spam, tins of beer, who knows what it's
on
mixed
top
in
of
there
them.
with.
On
Yeah.
top of them. So my theory was this: I'd go naked, right? And yeah, my theory was this:
Love
they'd
it.
get the board,
I love
they'd
it.
look at it, they go, look at this fool.
Yeah, a
and
Marty
they'd put
Worthington
it,
airspray
they'd
on the
put it
bottom.
on top of the container.
Yes.
Whereas the fabric one, they put the container on top of it. So that was my
Reverse
theory.
psychology,
Yeah.
genius.
But-
Genius.
yeah, it was a genius. Admittedly, I did arrive with a few missing fins from time to time, but you know. Then came the fin box. No. But I used to like a glass in fin, you know.
Yeah, yep, wow.
They were real weapons.
What was the roughest you ever had to do it, traveling the world? What was the most difficult it ever got for you in your quest for tour greatness?
Well, the most difficult one was sleeping on the beach. But I loved it. You know, we were sleeping on the beach under a tree at a rocky point. I loved it. It was like one of my favourite memories until on the third night it rained.
Oh, yeah.
And then like a couple of stray cats, we snuck up onto these A-frame verandas, and it just happened to be the A-frame of Al Chapman and Sam Hawke.
Joking.
Nah, it was so cool, you know.
What was Al like in those days? Master shaper, master surfer.
Unreal. So unreal. So cool. Such a gutsy surfer. I mean, him and Sam Hawke were amazing. You know, honestly, it was a real macho era where they didn't surf in between. There was no 4-foot fun Rocky Point days. They just sit there and wait for 12-foot west swell sunset.
Wow.
It was so full on back then.
Matty job, bearing a bottom turn, a couple of sick, smooth Rios, slashing at the end. He
No.
surfed incredibly well in the final, Matty.
Oh, he surfed well, hasn't he? He's acquitted himself really well in this final.
You wouldn't go past the boil-over victory for Matty Job at this point. That'd be a famous victory.
Matty, Micah, and I don't know whether Quinn's got a backup wave, but he had one good
Quinn's
one.
had a couple of blinders.
He's had a couple of blinders. Jimmy Woods has had a couple of flashes, but Matty has really, since that extra time situation, which only we're talking about, they knew it was an extra time, he's really come on. I reckon in the last 5 minutes, Matty Jobs has actually won the last 5 minutes of this heat.
Ever since that paddle battle with Bots transpired, it's put a rocket up in him. It's lit the fuse.
It has. Now
He's not going to die wondering.
Bots has come wide now. And look at this wave. Oh, he caught a little bit of a rail there. Yeah, it's not a bad one, though. Look, the waves are coming up here now. Oh, gosh. Bots has gone down wide, and it's coming up here now. This is gnarly.
Oh, he's got the fish sauce on. The waves are just avoiding him.
They kind of are. Like, I mean, they were over there before, and now they're up here. And, see, I want to see Bots win the event. See, that's obvious, you know, from a commentator's point of view. I mean, I'm just calling him out the whole heat. But the young guns, Matty Jobs and Micah Margerson, are kind of... Ooh, that wasn't a bad one.
Yeah, Bottle, you've, I imagine, seen him mature from a grommet all the way through the ranks, got on the tour for a little bit there.
Yeah.
Talk to us a bit about Bottle. An incredible surfer here at Burleigh in the Cove. One of the best barrel riders that's ever come out of this joint.
I've just always, ever since he was a kid, I've always liked his style. I thought Bottle's just got the most superb style. And, yeah, he was on the, he was on the world tour. He was on the QS for several years. He was on the actual CT. And then, he started the Bottle Academy, and he's got a couple of really strong charges under his belt. And, his style of coaching is really cool too. It's calm,
Holistic.
Yeah, it's holistic, and I think it's working really well.
Oh, man. Is it what? I love the story there.
It's not the Craig Bellamy style.
No, just putting rockets up here and Tommy O'Donica's face slapping marathons before you run out.
And we love that style, but I mean, his style is more calm. Although Craig Bellamy, I'll give it to him, he's a master coach.
Isn't he?
A master coach.
Yeah, he could well prove to be the Craig Bellamy of surf coaching, Bottle. I mean,
yeah, he might be blowing up behind the glass panel.
Yeah, spitting chips behind the glass panel. But I mean, yeah, we'll just see what 2022 has in store for his charges.
Yeah, I know that over in Rottnest Island, I was there, and both Morgan and Liam. They were just cool, calm and collected, and really, you could see all the way through that Bottle effect on them. Oh, Bots.
There we go.
Come
Perfect.
on, mate. Oh, it's a soul. Oh, no. Oh, that's just the all-time. It's the all-time. I love that finish. I love it. It's so cool.
That's good. That was perfect. Oh, he's looking absolutely enthused.
Oh, dear.
It's not just the colour of his jersey that's lemon. He's sucking on lemon spots. He's filthy.
It was just, it just dodged him the whole final.
Potential victory lap here for Matty Jobs. Surfed incredibly well. Smooth. I love these single fin stees. Looks like he's on a bit of a longer board. Bit more of a kind of a modern thruster shape, I dare say.
Yeah.
Most of the other competitors favouring stub-nosed, 5'5" to 5'10", kind of thick, short, stubby single fins.
It was a great final. The waves kind of, did everyone. I think everyone got like one or two good ones each.
Yeah, I'm just trying to spot the decal on Micah's board there.
Yeah.
Is that not maybe one of MP's D-bar kind of shooters he used to?
I don't know.
Well, it looks like the MP decal on the top there, maybe.
Is this a question of authenticity you're bringing up here? Like, should we check these guys' boards to make sure that they're of the of the criteria?
Some genomic DNA testing to make sure they're pre-85.
Not just rubbed in the mud across the street.
Yeah, it's possible. It's all possible.
You can brown up a blank. You can brown it up. You can make it look old.
Oh. Well, that wraps up the final. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. We're going to take a quick break and be back with more.
25th anniversary, that's pretty massive.
25 years is a hell of a long time to run a comp.
25 years of one continuous contest.
It's our 25th wedding anniversary, eh?
Oh, it's a huge achievement for the club.
Pretty amazing for a small grassroots event to be 25 years going and getting stronger every year.
Starting in 1996, progressed so much, mate.
It's come a long way, like from the first comp where we had a little tent on the point to what it is now.
It's become like a full-on big festival on the point.
It's pretty much packed point like back in the Stubbies days.
Depth is growing too, like the surfing, the standard is amazing each year, and it's about surfing a single fin out at Burleigh and having fun. Mate, having fun is half the fun.
Our tribe gets out and surfs the old school boards. That's how we've looked at it.
It's a highlight of Gold Coast surfing calendar.
Single fin? The single fin's everything, mate.
To the disco top.
My old man was Peter Crawford. He was a fanatical kneeboarder. This is like one of his cameras that he used to use. It's pretty famous. It's a Nikonos, but a lot of Dad's iconic shots are shot on this one, simple one. But these archives are like massive. It's like, they're just fascinating, like they're MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on. My old man was Peter Crawford. He was a fanatical kneeboarder. This is like one of his cameras that he used to use. It's pretty famous. It's a Nikonos, but a lot of Dad's iconic shots are shot on this one, simple one. But these archives are like massive. It's like, they're just fascinating, like they're MR, DY, Indo. It's amazing to see Dad's iconic images re-imaged and to see his legacy live on.
are back live at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival of Surfing in its 25th year. It's finals presentation time, Bugs. How's it been, mate, this trip down memory lane at a place where you've watched pro surfing take shape?
It's been a wonderful day. Everyone's enjoyed it. There's a huge crowd on the point. Just drinking it all in, and the single fin action's been dynamic. Seeing these for me, just seeing these young guys adapting their surfing to the twin fin and taking to single fins and taking to places that we never used to in the 1970s. I think that's super cool, and just the fun of it all. It's a great atmosphere, and well done to the Burleigh Boardriders.
Unreal, great event. Well done to everyone. We'll throw it down to Stace at the beach with the winner. Well, apparently we're throwing it back up to us, Bugs, because Stace isn't there yet.
Oh.
Gold Cone Piece, award-winning broadcasting here at the Single Fin Festival of Surfing. If you were to crown a victor on what we saw, who would you go with? Kind of leaning towards Quinn Bruce. You'd have to think Michael Margison in the mix there for the victory.
And
Quinn
Matty
Bruce
Jobs.
And Matty Jobs.
I personally think it's out of those three. I think there's not much in it. And, was I watching it really closely in a judging sort of criteria scrutiny? Probably not, but I think overall, I thought Matty Jobs really dominated the last, say, 10 minutes of the final. Quinn Bruce along the way got a couple of good ones, and Micah Margison, he probably had two really special waves, so it might be Micah.
Yeah, he definitely served with the most conviction. So fast and stylish, some of those lacerating frontside gouges. But he didn't really find that keeper, did he? He never really put it all together on one wave.
Whereas I think Matty sort of got their attention in that last sort of 7 or 8 minutes, and that can sometimes push the momentum. And Quinn was sort of a situation where he struck and then he struck again. He didn't really dominate the final, but he got two great ones. So, that's how I'm reading it. They probably come 4th, 5th and 6th. Who knows?
That's right. Yeah, it's all behind
It's all
closed
fun,
doors.
though. But it is good to, we saw that honour roll of champions that Burleigh's had over the last 25 years. And, some big names on it. I was personally hoping that Bottle got to be on it this year. And it didn't look like it happened for him in that final. But, that's how it goes.
It's incredible that he's not on that winners list. I'm sure he will be one day. He's going to be contested every year. He's made the final numerous times.
Yeah.
Shame he didn't really get the waves in the final. The waves, to be honest, didn't really show up. It was marginal conditions at best. Reminiscent of Allentown, Pennsylvania, Bugs was calling.
Oh, well, it didn't get that sad. But it's definitely, we're seeing the last little efforts of Cyclone Seth, as it's gone inland now and just flooded the heck out of everyone. La Nina year is a flood year in Queensland.
Oh.
It's happened every time, 2001, 2011, really big floods, and the floods inland in central Queensland right now are pretty horrendous.
Wow.
And the Mary River is at near record levels, and you feel for those people. I mean, the roads are torn up. It's just, the Bureau of Meteorology didn't predict it. I don't know. When those cyclones come in and they form depressions over the land, you're always going to get 300, 400, 500 mils of water. So, I think it's a bit more predictable than they say.
And a La Nina season, does that mean more cyclones in your experience?
Yeah, usually it does. It means a wet summer. That usually does mean cyclones. There is another one forming up in North Queensland now. Don't know what the tracking is of it, but we could be in for a pattern where we get cyclone after cyclone. It's not always so great for the sandbanks on our point breaks. We saw Seth has ripped up the banks at Burleigh here. We've got the outside bank, which is really not connecting. Bit of sand missing. The rock break's not bad. It's the same as Snapper's gone wide, Crumban's gone wide. That's what happens on our sand bottom point breaks with cyclones.
All right, we're going to cross down to Stace with the winner of the Burleigh Single Fin Festival, the 25th year. Incredible. Let's go, Stace. Who have we got, mate?
Thanks, everyone, for tuning in and getting down here on the point, Bronson. It's a big performance for you to come down here. Welcome to the presentation of the 2022 Burleigh Single Fin Classic. Big round of applause for yourselves. Long-time sponsors Billabong and this year Gage Roads have been welcomed in. I hope you are all fairly maggot from drinking their beautiful beer and ginger beer all day. We've also have a host of other sponsors that we would love to thank. Hard Fizz, the House of Burn, Burleigh Pav, I guess. Nixon, and a brand or a family of brands that have got more riders on the World Tour this year than Hurley, Live and Far King. Give it up. Before I crap on any longer, I'd like to introduce the captain, James Lewis, for a few words. Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks for a fun day, mate.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, everybody, for coming out, especially under the circumstances we've been in the last year. And the weather we had yesterday, it's just great that everyone's stuck by us. And especially our sponsors, Billabong and Gage Roads and Hard Fizz, who have made the money that we used, because we had to call our luncheon off on the Friday, but they kept by us and supported us, and this money goes directly to our junior development program, which, as you can see, is paying dividends now. We got Liam on tour this year, so hope to have a few more. I think you said thanks to all the sponsors, but no further ado. I just want to say, sorry, the 25th anniversary. This is the 25 years we've done this, and it's basically built up our junior development program. It's the one fundraiser we do. We don't do barbecues, we don't do anything else. We put everything into this. So I'd like to thank all the supporters, all our volunteers and our committee. Lumbo, Ed, Jesse, Jed, Tristan, Yasu, Shigemi, Pajo over here for being doing the live heats. I'd like to thank our judges, and I'd like to thank you guys on the webcast, something we really tried to focus on this year, and hopefully everyone's enjoyed it. Thanks for coming out, guys.
Thanks, James. And yeah, I can't stress enough that Burleigh development program. It have to be one of the best in the world, and I hope you all get right behind Liam O'Brien this year. Hope he fucking rips in. Lumbo, come on, son.
I can barely talk. Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone for showing up. And yeah, like James said, yeah, 25th anniversary, so it's really special to us. Massive thanks to our sponsors again, Billabong, for sticking by us, Gage Roads. Jack, amazing job, mate, and kept us well hungover all weekend. And yeah, all the surfers, congratulations, and glad you got sunshine and good waves today. Yeah, thanks to everyone showing up. Let's party, I guess. See you next year.
Thanks, Lumbo. Thanks, Burleigh. It's been yeah, a fantastic weekend. I won't let him go too far. We've got a couple of specialty awards to give out. James knows how to find them. Best barrel. Good on you, mate. Well done. Well done, James. And these Burleigh boys, they know how to sniff around a prezzo as if they've got an award coming their way. Most stylish, Jesse Outram. We haven't heard from you. Did you want to say something to your fans and that?
Nah. My body can't handle another 25 years of this comp. No.
You say that now. Thanks, gents. We've got one more specialty award to give out, but I'm going to give that out a little further down the track. Well, he might have had a booming result in his individual final, so why not just shower him in lemonade at that time? All right, we'll blow it out now. Best junior, standout. Yeah, I said lemonade. Rico Haybiddle. Harley, well done, brother. Sorry, Rico. You can thank your sponsor. You can thank your sponsor, Bowie, for that. Not behind you, Ern. Anyway, Harley, where you at, brother? Kind of like a beauty pageant where they read out second and it's actually first. On your Harls, well done, mate. No, come here. Quick one.
What am I saying?
You are the junior standout. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I don't know. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Hales, man. A few words, but lots of talent. Now we'll rip straight into it. We've got the legends. There was about 45 of them. It was a 7-way tie for second, could you believe it or not? We'd love to have them all up on the podium if that's all right. Gurr, Shane, Brizzo. Both the Harris brothers. Something. You've done something in 25 years, haven't you? Stand up here and look good. Hoy, Gurr. How are you, mate? Good to see you. Ern. While he's up, we might as well give Ern a round of applause and his team for the beautiful boards every year. Dale and Jamie. We're not quite there yet. We're still missing a couple of legends. They could be anywhere on the point. Okay, Shane might have had to peel. He's blending in with that chameleon Rashi. But yeah, like I said, Doris might have had to go back, paddle back across the bar. That's all right. We had a 7-way tie for second. But it's none other than the chicken shop's own Paul Brizzo Sermon taking it out, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you've been whinging all day. What do you got to say now?
Thank you, Stace. I'd actually like to thank Matt Hoy for hassling the shit out of me out there for the whole heat. He was the one pushing it. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Burleigh Boardriders.
Aloha. Thanks, boys. Anyone need a hand getting off that stage? Couple of hips? Yeah. Well, I'd like to have the juniors up here, please. Harley, Dane, Ty, Tane, Rico, Kyan. Thank you, gents, if you're nearby. Sure, where are they? Oh, over here. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we've got 3 fantastic boards here. We might get the boys up who helped put them together. Ern, Jamie, Dale, if you guys have got a second. Good on you, gents. Well done, boys. Sorry about that stitch up. We have to take the prize off him. Should we grab some weapons? Let's grab a few weapons. What's going on here? Plug up. Oh, jeez. Plug up. Which prizes are what? You got the grand prize? Sweep. Yeah, why not? Let's get them all up here. So, as you can see here, a couple of beautiful boards. A lot of heart and soul in each one of these bits of foam and fiberglass. One of you young men is going to be lucky enough to walk away with that Jamie Byrne right there. It's big enough. That's how big it is. All right, if it's all right with the powers that be, I might roll straight into this. In 6th, I can only imagine there might have been a triangle around his name, Mr. Harley Walters. In 5th, Dane Henry. I was going a bit fast there. Someone got told they had to be home half an hour ago. 6th, 5th, yep, sorry, 5th here for young Dane. All right, all the way from Cabarita in the black jersey, Kyan Falvey in 4th position. He didn't win Best Junior, but he found himself on the podium, and I think he did everyone at Burleigh proud, mate. In 3rd, Rico Haybiddle. Now, what have we got left here? Tane and Ty Richo. Couple of pretty much polar opposites, I guess you could say. How do you feel you went, boys? Who got it? It's hard to deny the confidence of the young man, Ty Richardson, taking this one out. Tane Dobbin in 2nd. Well done, boys. That was a fantastic display. couple of sick-looking prizes you got there. You've already got 4 wristwatches on. There's another one. That one might have to go to someone in the family. Late Christmas present. Ty, well done, mate.
Cheers. Super stoked to get the win. Congrats to all the boys. Sick final. Thanks, Burleigh Boardriders, for putting on another good event. Yeah, super stoked.
Well done, mate. Tell us what you really think. Let it rip.
Stoked to go 3 in a row, eh? I mean, I wasn't expecting it, but I was happy. I'm really happy.
You absolutely deserve it. You had an outstanding tournament the whole way, as Uncle Bugs would say. So well done, boys. Well done to all of you, and can't wait to have you back next year. Plugger, that one's going all the way to Ty Richo. Well done, boys. Sorry. Well done, Ty. Thanks for the board, Plugger. That looks amazing. Do we need a photo opportunity, or we had enough? We'll get the ladies up here if that's all right. Charlie, Dimity, Brody, Juniper, Grace, and Macy. Yeah, Doily. Dale, is this your hot cab off the rank here? What do you got here, Dale?
It's a 6'8", so it's going to be a gun for these girls. But when Burleigh's pumping, this board will be it. So, all good.
As always, mate, we really appreciate your time and the effort that you put into this event, and I know you love every minute of it. Sorry, kids. Sorry if I break an ankle down here. I can't sit still, actually. Funny that. That will be a step up, but every single one of these young ladies got amongst that last swell that came through Kira, so I know whoever takes this one out, it'll go into fantastic hands. Bit of pressure there, girls. All right. In 6th place, Grace Crawford Karma. Well done. In 5th, Juniper Harper. In 4th, in the white, Brody Doyle. Would have loved to have seen this young lady do the old Kyle 3 in a row DeVecchio, but not today. In 3rd, Dimity Stoyle in the green. Oh, does it feel kind of strange to be called part of the old guard, Macy? Because at the moment I'm staring at a 12-year-old and a 21-year-old. It seems like quite a big age gap there. Well done, both of you ladies. A fantastic final. And I really don't know how to read these things out properly without hurting someone's feelings. But I think it was experience that paid off today, and we have the winner, Macy Callahan. Well done, Charlie, in 2nd. Macy, you had a big day Boxing Day. You've had a big day today. Congratulations. A beautiful 6'8". AB done by Dale Wilson, none other. How's it feel?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm stoked. Can't wait to take this out in the next Kira swell. Oh, shit. Yeah, thanks Burleigh Boardriders and Billabong. This is such an iconic event, and I'm just really stoked to finally be able to be here. And, yeah, thanks to everyone for paving the way.
And if anyone was going to stop Shimmy Disco from doing 3 in a row, it was going to be you, eh, Mace?
Can't let her have it all.
And we'll get a quick word from our runner-up, Charlie. Fantastic performance. It must feel awesome to share the podium with these other ladies.
It's just awesome to be a part of this event and surf with all the other girls, and thanks to Burleigh and Billabong.
Well done, and well done to all the finalists. That was great to watch. All right, we'll call up the gentlemen. Micah, Quinn, Moe, James, Jay, and Maddie. Absolutely. Ern, what do you got under your arm there, mate?
Burleigh, you've done it again. Like, you know, just shows the strength of this club and everyone in it and everyone around it. And pretty amazing for us to be able to do what we do and look at it right now. So I'm so proud of all of you, and thank you. Most honoured.
Absolutely, and mate, more recently you've just gone out on your own and started up the House of Burn. Things look like they're on fire.
Bringing in my brother, my nephew, and Dale, and the thing is, it's a house, so it's pretty cool.
It looks like it's been going absolutely amazing for you, mate. Your boards look phenomenal, and I know that whoever takes this one home today is going to be really pumped.
I was had a bit of off day, so it went a bit curvy.
Is that what you tell people, is it? All right. Thanks, Ern. All right, let's rip right in. I am out of here. Gentlemen, it was a fantastic final. I don't know about you, gents, but that 30 minutes seemed to feel like 3 hours. Couple of cook chooks up here. Apparently there was a board change at the last minute there. I don't know if that had anything to do with the outcome, but in sixth, Burleigh's undoubted favourite son, J. Bottle Thompson. They usually don't let sixth say anything, but you're special, mate. Any word?
Nah, thanks everyone for organising. It's pretty cool that we're all down here today, considering how gnarly what's going on in the world. So thanks for everyone coming down here to support, and yeah, good luck to whoever wins.
On your bots. In fifth, Kira Point Surf School's very own, James Woods. It was my pick to win the event, but as favourites do, they usually fizzle out in the final. In fourth, Moses LeGrice. Ripping all event, Moe. All right, well, what have we got here? The three young men in the middle have positioned themselves confidently as if they knew this result was going to fall this way. Oh, well, we'll see about that. In third, Micah Margison. Well done, mate. Which leaves us to the final two protagonists, Quinn Bruce and Matty Job. One from Snapper, one from Burleigh. It's been a while since, obviously, anyone has gone back-to-back. I think it was 3 in a row to Vecchio, sort of like Andy Irons-esque. And it has been a long time. TB split Parko down the middle there, 2017, 18, 19. There's one side of the crowd that wants to see this go one way, and one side of the crowd that wants it to see go the other. Maybe more than one side, and he's done it, ladies and gentlemen. Matty Job! Well done, Matty, and well done, Quinn. A fantastic event. Yeah, Matty. Sorry, lads. Matty, how's that feel, brother?
It's fucked up, guys. What did you say? Since a little fella, you watch this event and it means fucking everything. Mate, I'm about to cry here. Give me a break. Are you kidding? Like, there's a list of names people to thank. Let's just say, coming from Burleigh, this event means everything. And I just want to thank Burleigh Boardriders, Billabong, and everyone that helped me along this journey. It's been amazing. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Matty, yeah, like you said, you've been looking at this event since you were a young grasshopper. How does it feel to be standing up against someone like Bottle and to absolutely wipe the floor with him in the final?
Mate, Bottle is an absolute icon to me. He was my coach when I was a little fella. He's taught me a lot about life and about surfing, and he's definitely a great role model. Thanks, Bottle.
Well done, Matty, and fantastic effort, Quinn. It's a hard thing to go back-to-back, and you went bloody close, mate. You should be proud. Well done, boys, and we'll look forward to having you back later on 12 months' time. Let's rip in. And everybody can enjoy the Hanlon brothers for the rest of the afternoon. Burleigh's very own Grammy Award-winning Hanlon brothers. We don't need anyone else. We do not need anyone else.
Well done. 3.8 metres.
Anniversary, that's pretty massive.
25 years is a hell of a long time to run a comp.
25 years of one continuous contest.
It's our 25th wedding anniversary, eh?
Oh, it's a huge achievement for the club.
Pretty amazing for a small grassroots event to be 25 years going and getting stronger every year.
Starting in 1996, progressed so much, mate.
It's come a long way, like from the first comp where we had a little tent on the point to what it is now.
It's become like a full-on big festival on the point.
It's pretty much packed point like back in the stubbies days.
Depth is growing too, like the surfing, the standard is amazing each year, and
It's about surfing a single fin out of Burleigh and having fun. Mate, having fun is half the fun.
Our tribe gets out and surfs the old school boards. That's how we've looked at it.
It's a highlight of Gold Coast surfing calendar.
Single fin. The single fin's everything, mate.